Cards are in the air and it is time to party at another stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. My name is HowlingMines, joined the booth this weekend by the lovely Erika Forslöf. It's been a while, Erika, since I've had the chance to talk the talk and walk the walk with you. How have things been? It's been great. I've been dabbling a lot with the judging community lately, been doing some judge calls roles and etc. So I've been dabbling about, but also playing some games myself, of course. Nothing out of the ordinary. I had noticed. I've had the pleasure of seeing you as a table spotter every now and then for some of the larger events, walking around the floor in the judge communities and keeping half an eye on you when I'm playing myself to call a different judge. You know, want to make sure there's no impartial bias going on, but sure. Having a wonderful time. Happy to have you back in the booth. Hopefully that expertise does us some fantastic job this weekend. Speaking of, it's going to be a fantastic weekend because we have quite the event coming up for you. If you're unfamiliar with the calling layout, let's walk you through it and see what the show will look like this weekend. Day one, it's a big one. We got a lot of players in the room here in Hamburg, which means it's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss kicking us off. Before day 2, we'll have 5 more and that top 8 cut. It's going to be a long day, but of course for you that watching at home, it's just going to be a longer day of entertainment for you also. Why not? 8 Swiss rounds. Even shorter day. We punch out all those breaks in the middle, make it nice, neat and digestible. And if you're watching along with us at home, fear not, there is things for you to interact with as well. We will have that giveaway promo card each and every single day. If you want to get yourselves in with a chance of winning that cold foil hot stamp drinking buddy, all you got to do is make sure you are active in the chat heading into the final round of each day, and we'll let you know a little bit more about that as we get a little closer. Now, that's not a bad piece of prizing, but it's not the real prizing in the room this weekend. That falls to our players who are competing for $20,000 in cold hard cash, a bevy of gold foil legendaries, and some other goodies too. I know, right? And so World Tour points are also on the line. So for everyone that is chasing those World Tour points for the end of the year World Tour Championship, then that is of course up for grabs as well for these callings. Plenty of people still in contention there for those regional prizes all around. Lots of names will be following over the course of the weekend, but for folks who just turned up, wanted to play, wanted to come and get involved, you will guarantee yourself a tournament pack, and those marbles are really beautiful. I have been having to acquire them secondhand on account of being in the booth so much, and my wallet's hurting as a result, but my decks are looking a whole lot better. Something I maybe, you know, won't be acquiring. These tournament packs, they're in my ballpark. I turned up to a Battlegrounds in London the other week, went out of my way to try and grab a couple of these, but Quick Dodge Flexes, the prize card for the weekend, a little harder to attain. Not everyone's aware of this, but we're running out of time on this one. It's the last chance in Europe to take home one of these this weekend, and the final chance will be in Kansas City in just a few weeks. Yeah, so Hamburg is going to be the last stop in Europe where you're going to have your chance to grab your Quick Dodge Flexes. So it's going to be very exciting to see who is going to be up for grabs on that one. Big hearty trophy to our winner as well. If you've watched the winners' interviews, you know full well that sometimes I struggle to pick these up. They would keep a door open, they would probably end someone's life if you swung them hard enough, I think, as well. Those Pro Tour invitations, $5,000 as World Tour points, all up for grabs for our winners of the calling this weekend. Now, Erika, we'll get to what's going on in the room in just a little bit. There's been all kinds of stories to follow between players like Evan Tanguy, Jacob Clements taking down recent events, the release of Mastery Pack Warrior, but I think the word on the lips of a lot of people is Usurp, and then quickly followed by the Shadow Throne, as it tends to be the set that's gained most of the attention so far. How are you feeling about the upcoming set 20? Oh, am I excited? It's a Runeblade set. We have more Runeblades coming up. Viscerai is coming back. I mean, it's been a while since we dabbled with Runeblades in this range, and Viscerai is coming back with a hard stop, and I am so here for it. Not a Malice enjoyer? You're not excited for a little bit of aggressive Necromancer? Is that up your street? But she's not out of my radar as of speak. I mean, she looks amazingly cool, but competing with Viscerai is a hard set for me. It's difficult. It's difficult. So let me just... How do you feel about Levia? Ethan's not here. You can be honest. Levia is cool. Where are you going with cool? Yeah. Someone knows how the bills are paid. I get it. Well, there are some other cards in the set that are well worth paying attention to. So let's check out some of the previews you have seen so far from the set. I'm going to bounce with you here a little bit, Erika. I'll run through card by card. I'll tell the folks at home what it does. And I'm going to ask you for your professional opinion on exactly how good it's going to be. And don't you dare get it wrong. How does that sound? Sounds great. All right. Restless Cleric to kick us off will be one of those first allies for our beloved Malice. This one was clearly a cleric at some point. Will gain you some life if you sit there and tap it away. How good do we feel like this one is? I mean, gaining life is always an upside. And extending your ally's life to make sure to extend the value that you gain from it. Sounds good in my book.
Yeah, not having to use, action points. This does have go again, so you need an action point to use it. It's not instant like something like Chowder would be for Gravy, but letting you kind of utilize all of your zombies if the opponent chooses to ignore them, definitely potent in my opinion. Bone Barrier, really unique card. I think people were surprised to see how many blues Malice is picking up early in this reveal season, but I'm a big believer you're going to want a decent number of blues with the amount of corrupted corpses going on. This one, potentially blocking 4 on your behalf. If it defends, you can destroy an ally you control or discard one from the hand to make it block extra. Is that something you expect the aggressive Necromancer to be interested in?
Maybe not as much, but I mean, sometimes some defensive capability is always good to pack in your deck for those aggressive decks that is punishing you really well with their on-hits effects and such. So, I mean, I can see this having play in various types of the Necromancer decks in the future, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it at all.
Yeah, worth noting this one is not Shadow, so could turn up in something like Gravy, could turn up somewhere else as well. Well worth watching. Restless Quartermaster, we're seeing a lot of these head jab adjacent zombies, very much seems to be part of Malice's kit. This one, banishing cards from Arsenal, typically Mark of the Funnel Web wasn't quite good enough to get there in Arakni Huntsman. Do you feel the same way here, or is it different when it's attached to a body?
Yeah, I'm excited to see if there's any type of pumps for these heroes, because blocking 3 is typically very, very easy to do, so this on-hit is not typically super exciting, but if you get something to pump it up with in the future, which I would expect at least, or hope for at least, then this might become a lot more potent.
In the industry, that's what we call foreshadowing. Very clever, very well navigated. Some Leviah goodies, Brute goodies in general for us next. Consuming Lash, really intriguing card. Can only be played if you control a Blasphemet. That can be your hero if you've transformed, but it can also be the brand new token as well. As an instant, you can pay a resource to banish this from the hand to give your next attack go again. This is enabling Graveling Growls. It can be played out from the banishing zone once you have access to a Blasphemet one way or the other. Is this something you think massively improves Leviah? Does it take it in a different direction, perhaps?
I mean, the small blocker here that you can only play it if you control a Blasphemophet is a little bit of a knocker, but since it's a yellow, you can still use it to pitch if you are in a punch where you don't control a Blasphemophet. So the instant is also available to you if you want to go that route. So there are some flexibility with this card, which we love, of course, because the more flexibility the cards have, the more utility it will also have. Yellow, block 3, comes in for 6. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, pays for Hexagore. Worth noting this is still usable even if you don't control Blasphemet, because that instant speed ability is not tied to the first line of text there. So just giving attacks go again. I mean, you don't have Dread Screamer always, so there's definitely some power there. Consuming Strength on the other side, exactly the same template, Blood Debt attack. This one giving +2. I feel like that's less important. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, it's not awesome, but +2 for 6. I mean, 2 card 8.
It's not bad. I do want to note this one is still a rare, so like Silver Age, these kind of attacks are a real premium and well worth paying attention to. And then the one that I think stands out to me the most, maybe not for Leviah, but I'm terrified of this in Tough Nut. Battle Clearing Bellow, your next attack with 6 or more base this turn. That's not non-weapon, by the way, in case you were curious, gets +6. This thing converts, and that scares me.
I mean, Tough Nut is always like 3-card hand, and he's trying to convert to be able to play out his rock as effectively as possible. And having ways to play out your hand when you're stuck with your opponent not dealing that much damage to you, and so you're stuck with a 3-card hand, and having these Hala ways to be able to clear out those hands and get extra value out of it is just stellar ways for Tough Nut. So I'm gonna be scared of it for sure.
Moving on to some of the ones that intrigue me the most, I won't lie, I've also been a bit of a Viscerai one trick at the moment. I'm really enjoying what the deck has available to it. I think my favorite card revealed for the hero so far is Vexing Gloomblade. I'm a big fan of these larger attacks you can play from the Banished Zone without having to need Gate to Earathial. The Usurp mechanic coming in full clutch here. We'll see maybe a little later on. There's some reasons you might want to be usurping as we go. But on hit, 2 Arcane. 2 Arcane typically really problematic from Runeblades. We saw Rosetta Thorn leaking damage in the same way because you want to start Arcane Barrier 1 into Runeblade a lot of the time.
Yeah, and it's to any target, so you can also use it as a board clearer ability if that is what you desire.
Get out, Polly.
Again, a lot of flexibility in this card, and I love it a lot.
Big fan. Bloodsong Gloomblade, similarly, quite a potent effect. This is on a 0 cost. Happy to see these popping up. There's a few of these 0 cost Gloomblades at this point. Enters that kind of 0 for 4 territory from the Banished Zone once we eat a rune chant, and can banish target or a permanent. You know this is going to be a house in limited when people have got rune chants sitting around that you want to make sure you're taking care of. Not only usurping them, because you can, but taking care of other ones as well. But plenty of implications, just might tokens, vigor tokens in something like Classic Constructed.
Exactly, and getting more utility out of those rune chant tokens at your disposal. I mean, it's an additional cost to play, but destroy a rune chant if able, if you do this gets +2. So getting the 0/4/4s is absolutely amazing, and the on-hit effects to go with it, absolutely amazing.
And the third rare here in the form of Embrace Sin does cost 1, does block 2, maybe not the things we're looking for at face value, but you can tell this one's powerful because it's only giving +2 as an attack bonus because we have a little bit of extra juice on the end here. You can play an aura with rune chant in its name from your banish zone this turn. Helps mitigate you banishing those rune chants at random in Viscerai if you're playing that Sin Speaker Gloomblade package. And I think those rune chants, all being quite powerful, offering you a toolbox of effects. This could definitely be appealing.
Definitely, and I think that the ability to use the rune chant, as you mentioned, from your banish zone to get that extra utility out, if you accidentally banish those, then that is one way to help you out to make sure that you get that extra value that you always want.
I've been really enjoying Rune Chant of Sloth, the Go Again one, usurping that to extend your turns, definitely feeling very powerful for me early in my testing. Speaking of powerful, that's a very large hand, and I am worried about Solana.
I mean, 13 for 8. How the hell are you going to play this card? I mean, there's an additional cost to play this. Banish a card from your hand. If a shadow card was banished this way, this gets, when this hits, creates 2 gate to Arakni tokens. Man, that's a mouthful. But for 13, I mean, it's going to be super, super hard to play is what I feel like. But if you can manage to get this out, man, I would be terrified.
Yeah, this needs like 3 blues and a card to banish. That's not the worst case. You play a lot of cards from banish. You're kind of happy for that to not be a lost cause, really. But I do love the fact that gating this out replaces the gate you used and then fronts you the cost on another one. And this might very well be that kind of anti-fatigue package for Viscerai if you need to punch through, forgive the pun, towards those end games. Tribute to Greater Power, this feels like more of a limited all-star to me. This being only Shadow means it's available to everybody, but instant speed banishing this from your hand is going to turn off Blood Debt for Leviah, which is very powerful. Your next attack getting Overpower. Damn, I'm going to lose some games to this when I'm at 3 life.
God, Overpower coming back again as a big, big opportunity because from the Heavy Hitters pack. And I play a lot of Betsy lately. And Overpower is my golden batter for that time around for the pile driver. But seeing more heroes getting the effects of Overpower is very exciting to me.
That artwork just rocks as well. I want to give all the credit to this set. The vibe is very much me. Some sweet expansion slot cards and generics being revealed over the last couple of days as well. Battle Prep, we know this one comes in rainbow thanks to the graphic that came out alongside it. This is a Blaze card. This is very good in Blaze. I want to swing Fighting Spirit for 10 while putting counters on my hero. But I think this one is good enough to have implications in other places too.
Definitely, and opting to see the top of your deck can give you some utility in decks that relies on knowing what the top side of your deck is. Oscilio has been gaining a lot of attraction now lately, and banishing cards in order to draw cards has been it's very effective to use the opt effect to see what's top of your deck, so I can definitely see that happening.
Yeah, don't underestimate Opt in Viscerai either. When you're banishing cards on top of your deck randomly, Opt does some stuff. Crushing Headache. No, thank you. That artwork is not particularly appealing to me. But this effect, how about Pseudo Battering Bolt in Guardian? How do you feel about that?
Amazing. I mean, Guardian needs a little bit more crush effects, and that's one way to do it. 2 cards for blues in order to get this one rolling. So it's a little bit expensive in all terms considered, but the on-hit effect is here to boot.
This is going to hurt. This one is going to hurt real bad. And if you take a look at our last reveal here on this slide for now, if you squint, this is Channel Lightning Valley. If you really squint, I'm really happy to see Pleiades receiving more support. I wish this worked with Moment Maker. I wish my hammer could connect to draw a card here, but alas, it is only attack action. Yeah. But given the ability to draw cards as an instant to a deck that has so many instants, can empty the hand out in response when you think you're safe from getting hit, you can keep this around for, like, ever if you want to eat suspense counters off of other stuff. I think this is a really sweet card.
Yeah, and I mean, the plays that you can make, as you mentioned, if you have a full card of instants that you can play out as an effect to trick your opponent a little bit, telling them that no, there's no on-hit effect, I have cards in hand, there's no worry, then proceed with the on-hit effects, and it's like, oh, but in the reactions I'm gonna just play out everything and make sure that it hits in order to get that card draw, to get that extra value. I think this is going to be very exciting to see how it plays out.
Funny enough, I said this the Channel Lightning Valley bit to a teammate of mine the other day, and they went, but it costs 1. I'm like, have you ever played Pleiades? What happens next is always on the table. Nothing costs 1. We aren't paying for this card. No way, no how. And then maybe the most talked about reveals of the weekend here, Ancient Earth Oak, which, make no mistake, is a nice card. That's going to happen to a lot of people, I assure you. And the Ice-Aged Oak that is an Earth card. Both of these a bit redonkulous.
I mean, this is going to confuse me a little bit when I'm going to cast these in the future, but man, do I love these cards. I mean, they are doing exactly what I want, and it's blocks 3. We have the Earth card that is coming in. Cost 3, of course, coming in for 4, but at an on-hit to boot. And I never thought we would see the day where we get more blue Earth blocks, but here we are, and I'm super excited for y'all moving forward.
I mean, to tell you something, I'd have played this in Verdance given the choice, and you're like never putting this on as an Ice Bond card in that deck. But the blue block 3 Earth card is just so valuable, and I can see myself throwing this in the end game. If this is threatening to give your opponent like 3 Frostbites, it's a disaster. And the embodiment of Earth will go a long way if you're built around it, making those cards block in the late game. But I got to be honest, I'm watching the Living Legend format at the moment because of Atlanta in the near future.
Right.
And I know we don't talk about it, but these are quite good in Starvo.
I can see that for sure. And so it's always exciting to see these new cards popping up. And then, as you mentioned, going back and seeing how that affects Living Legends. It's going to be very exciting to see.
Excited by all of these. Excited to see more reveals from the Usurp the Shadow Throne season. Let me assure you, there is something really spicy on the horizon. In fact, you might have reveals heading down the pipeline at some point this weekend. You'll have to stay tuned for a little more, but I have a feeling it's going to be a very legendary set. I'm very, very excited for Usurp the Shadow Throne.
I mean, I'm super excited to see Runeblaze coming back. We see Levaya making a comeback, and Malice is looking astonishing. So if you're not in Seoul, make sure to check out those tickets for Seoul if you're not on it.
Well, before we get to Seoul, and as much as I want to be in Korea, because I'll get there, don't worry. But we have quite the event to look forward to this weekend, and we have quite the metagame in the room here in Hamburg as well. Let's take a look at how our players chose to shake out the room. It is 490 players joining us here in Germany for just a gigantic calling. Means it is 8 rounds of Swiss day one, so even more entertainment for you. But the big winners on the weekend, no big surprises. It is Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, and Arakni Marionette, 14% and 11% of the room respectively.
And I see Hala making a big swing this weekend. And of course, we have the Master Pack Warrior coming in for a couple of weeks ago. And of course, I would love to see what people have been cooking with the new Warrior cards. And seeing Hala this well represented, it's going to be very exciting to see what people have been cooking.
It's quite telling, I think. Yeah, just taking a glance at the rest of the room here, there is a decent amount of Warrior, 16 copies of Kassai. We see 12 copies of Olympia following the Armory deck as well, 12 copies of Fang. Now, I'm sure some of these are traitors and swinging a Decimated Great Axe or two. There's no doubt some of those in the room, but I'm happy to see the cards from Mastery Pack Warrior sticking the landing. And Hala, I think, is the best showcase of that. 23 copies in the room. You are... deck 5, almost deck 4, is a huge swing in momentum from where she was previously. The drop-off is pretty steep, though. We look at Gravy Bones, just 6% of the room as deck 3, 31 copies of that. Dash.io making a little bit of a resurgence. Not surprised to see this. Arakni Marionette, very palatable, and Oscilio often quite good for that deck, so happy to see it leading the charge at the top of the room. Draconic Ninja kind of continuing to fall from grace a little bit, just 5% for Cindra. Only 4% for Yava Trady, which was having a fantastic time until Betsy Skin in the Game started showing up. 12 of that hero in the room this weekend as well. I think the two major standouts for me that I wasn't expecting going into this, 11 copies of Aurora, Legacy of Tempest. I've heard some whispers over the last few days. There's some win rate analysis going on over the last couple of events, and Aurora just looking strong into Oscilio and Arakni Marionette, which maybe you have some questionable matchups at the rest of the top end of the room, but if you're targeting 25% of the room and it's good matchups for you, I can see why that might be appealing to you. And then Arakni Huntsman, which is what I would have brought this weekend personally, who I also think is in a very good spot against Oscilio and Arakni Marionette.
I personally would have also brought Betsy, because that's what I've been maining for the past couple of months. But I'm excited to see that Jarl is making a big comeback, because as you mentioned, Betsy has been dragging Jarl down quite a bit. But I see that Jarl also has a better matchup into Gravy that is picking a punch this week with 31 copies of. And I imagine that picking Jarl this weekend to combat the bigger numbers in the room is a lot more favorable, since Betsy does not really combat well into that Gravy Bones.
Want to talk about a few of our underdog heroes here. You may notice that we bottom out at 2. That's just mostly because of representation. Let me tell you, there is a Max in the room. If you're a fan of Max the Hype Nitro, there is an Azuri in the room, someone preparing for Mastery Pack Assassin, a little bit down the pipeline. But I'm always happy to see what underdog heroes have been brought across the weekend. 2 Botwin, 2 Arakni slipped through the cracks. I know Sebastian Kleiner, former German national champion, is on Slippy this weekend. So might be one to watch as we go out through the rest of the day. 2 RKO, 3 copies of Pleiades, 4 copies of Katsu, 5 copies of Riptide. Not something I was really expecting to see on the weekend, but a decent selection down the bottom of the leaderboard here as well.
Yeah, excited to see, and I hope that we get some more variety at games going forward this weekend. Also seeing Teklovossen at 8 copies. That was not on my bingo card for this weekend.
Well, I think Teklovossen arguably, in the same way Tough Nut Bumbling Hulkster was, kind of slept on a little bit in a format that was getting slower. I'm not sure if we are in a slow format, to be honest. We'll see how that plays out over the course of the day. But we kind of saw from Daniel Correas back in Edinburgh, like Tough Nut was in a really good spot because there was just a lot of grindy, attrition-based matchups, these Betsies, these Jarls that you got to prey on. And a deck like Teklovossen just feels the same. The inevitability of Singularity is terrifying, absolutely terrifying, and like it makes a lot of sense to me that people are picking up that hero for a change this weekend. Much like Tough Nut, we see now at 10 copies in the room, which if you go back 2 months, I wouldn't. I might have taken the 0 off of that, to be entirely honest with you.
Yeah, Daniel Correa's bringing back the Tough Nut game from Edinburgh a couple of weekends ago. Super exciting to see that hero is making a swing for himself. Because I mean, on the front face of it, 3 int hero does not sound very appealing, but when you look at what the powerful things that Tough Nut can do with those 3 cards, is so intimidating.
I want to drag our eyes back to Kassai for now. 16 copies in the room this weekend, and that is a big deal because if we take a look at the Living Legend leaderboard, you will see that she is the hero with the most at stake. 967 points means that a win from Kassai this weekend would be the end of her story for now.
Yeah, indeed. And we also have Fi and Arakni picking up the ranks right beside her. And we haven't seen Kassai doing super hot in the last couple of weeks. But again, Mastery Pack Warrior is bringing her a lot of new goodies. So again, I'm super excited to see what people have been cooking and trying to find their ways back with Kassai with the Mastery Pack Warrior.
Raised Blade's just one heck of a card in general, but in that deck, ooh, does some stuff. I want to take a look at the top half of this leaderboard more than the bottom half. There is a couple things of note towards the bottom. Oscilio and Gravy both kind of making their way up into the conversation now, but 5th place here for Cindra is a whopping 870 points. And this is, I think LSS talked about this in an article somewhat recently, kind of the result of what we've had a very flat metagame for a while now. It's been a lot of callings that are 10% for the top deck, 11%, 9% for the top deck, and unsurprisingly, a lot of different heroes end up winning in those environments, and so everyone's LL points kind of climb up the leaderboard simultaneously. And so we've just have this huge bottleneck of heroes at the top that I think if I had to put my money on it, by the end of the year, all 5 of these might not be here anymore.
Exactly, and it's only like one calling away for most of these heroes, and there's going to be a huge swing whenever one of those heroes is going to make it at the end of the day. Exactly, so Kassai being just one victory away, can she make it this weekend? We'll just find out.
We will. There are a decent number in the room. I am not a massive fan of where she's positioned, but I think there's also a good chance that I haven't given her enough time with the Mastery Pack Warrior cards. I've been a bit hyper-fixated on Olympia, Hala, all the big flashy new toys. Because I got, less than those decks, but those decks needed more than she did to kind of pull back to the level. She is still the 2nd most represented warrior in the room this weekend, and it would make for quite the story here in Hamburg if she is able to finish her story and make her way into Living Legend.
Very exciting weekend ahead, but also we have those Halas, we have those Olympias, every single warrior that is gaining a lot. Don't forget about Bolton. Bolton is of course also in the room. So a very exciting weekend.
I would prefer to forget about Bolton, but maybe that's just... I don't know, Bolton definitely has some toys as well, arguably a little underrepresented, but I think Bolton's got other priorities on his mind right now, given that Solana might be about to explode. So we'll have to wait and see, one way or the other. Now, the calling is great, the calling is fantastic, and we never want to show our biases on any players in the room. But we may or may not have some biases on some of the players in the room. So let's take a look at our caster picks for the weekend. We're going to talk through our stories of some of our favorite people in the room. Sometimes it's just people we know, people we love. Sometimes it's decks we think are particularly cool. Maybe there's some other stories going on. But we're going to walk through my picks, your picks, Kyle's picks, and maybe a few others down the pipeline as well. I'll kick things off for us. I've always got to pick my boy Liam Holden. If you're a fan of Liam, he's a teammate of mine, very close friend, has been for a number of years now, is kind of known to be a fatigue player and has been grindy attrition based. Is rocking Olympia this weekend with Decimator Grey Axe. It might be with Decimator Grey Axe, but it is still Olympia. It's still a brand new armory deck. There's Plenty of goodies going on there. Very much fits his playstyle. I'm sure he will be the villain for many people at home, but he's my friend, and that's why he's going to be one of my caster picks. One of my previous co-casters, Simon Nielsen, good friend, also in the room this weekend. Lost Prism. Was a bit of a Prism aficionado. She reached Living Legend recently, is now trying to find a new home along the way. Simon has landed on Oscilio. Not all that surprised. Likes those mechanically complex decks. Not super interested in playing something that is more aggressively centered, so it wouldn't surprise me if it was Spellcilio or something like that. I don't know, but I back Simon as a player. Just phenomenal talent. Hoping to see a good run from Simon this weekend. Tommaso Vicido, just speaking of Living Legends, I had the pleasure of casting Tommaso taking new to Living Legends. 16, 18 months ago now. Oh, it's too long. Far too long. And I feel like Tommaso doesn't get the respect he deserves, and that's weird to say about someone that is clearly very well renowned in the community, but Tommaso doesn't travel quite as much as your Michael Fungs, your Jacob Clement, some of these other names, but when you go and check out his resume, it's just kick-ass. It is just constant top 8s, 9th places, unfortunately, sometimes, but he's just Mr. Consistency. He's always in the standings at the top of the conversation. Normally, he's Mr. Assassin as well, and I was kind of caught off guard that Tommaso isn't on Marionette or something similar this weekend. Chose Oscilio, and that's part of why I picked him. I'm very curious to see how his story unfolds when he switches things up and tries to change the pedigree. Achilles Siskopoulos, just one of my favorite players in the European circuit. Always on Vynnset, always. It's just a master of this deck, and every time I watch him play this deck, I feel stupid. Genuinely stupid when I watch him play Vynnset. Just blows me away every time, hoping we get some feature matches there because I just learned so much, and it's hard not to be a fan of a player like that, in my opinion. And the underdog pick for me this weekend, I said it in the intro, Sebastian Klein, a former German national champion, chose Slippy this weekend, a deck I feel like is underappreciated and will improve significantly when Mastery Back Assassin arrives. Clearly not the kind of player to pick something just for fun, believes it has some space in the room, so that's where I'm choosing to go. Erika, how about you?
So for my caster picks, are we heading right over? We have none other than Jacob Trossing, and I just realized I have a lot of Marios on my table. Of course, we have Jacob Trossing, our Swedish national champion. He doesn't travel as much as many of the other pro players in the room, but of course, when he is making an appearance, I cannot forgo to put him on my roster. Super excited to see if he can bring the same Mario list that he brought to Swedish national and bring it back to this calling and see what he can do. So super exciting to see. Another Marionette player is Jonas Benzarti from Denmark. He kicked my ass, literally, in Edinburgh a couple of weekends ago, and so I have huge respect for this guy, and he played that Mario deck so beautifully, and I was flabbergasted when I took my Betsy deck to the beat against him and missed out on day 2. But
I think he's a former national champion too, right? Jonas definitely has some pedigree behind him.
Yeah, so. Definitely, and making a reigns for it, so I'm super excited to see what he is doing this weekend. My third Marionette in the roster, Mr. Paul van Gijssel. I thought he was going to be on Gravy this weekend because he's been looping a lot of rounds on that hero as of late, but decided to flip his coins on the Mario side at the end of the day. So again, super excited to see how my Marionette rooster is going to do here.
You've got a type, I'll give you that, Erika.
Yeah. And then none other than else, we have Maximilian Klein, of course, another great top 8er from previous Pro Tours, and also a great traveler out here in Europe, bringing the Olympia deck for a spin this weekend. So we will see what he can do with that. And last but not least, we have, of course, I needed to bring a Betsy on the roster. Someone needs to rep my Betsy when I cannot. So Gianluigi is my guy to go on the Betsy roster for this weekend.
All right, let's ring the phone. I know you're not on shift just yet, Kyle, but can you hear us? Who are you backing this weekend, my friend?
Hello, can you hear me? It is me. Hello. Yes, well, I thought I'd pick some of my favourites at the very top. I'm a Dio player through and through, and Arik Kitsu and me go back a little bit inside of that UK scene. Goes so far back to UK Nationals just a few weeks ago, where he ensured I didn't make it to 13th place by besting me while I was on Dio and he was on Victor. So this is kind of a hate pick, but also he's playing my girl, so got to be representing that one out. Leo Toulouse, a name that many of you will recognise from earlier on in this year. First place at his namesake calling Toulouse, kind of revitalising that Dash.io love for a lot of people and putting kind of maximum velocity back on the map. So these two are at the top of the list for legitimate reasons. Now these three lot, Finley Shepherd, Callum Young and Ryan Debling, That's fellow Cup of TCG, baby. We've got to be hyping these guys up when we can, especially with my first calling this time round. Finley Shepherd playing every single one of those cards in the Aurora deck owned by myself. I would have been playing her this weekend if I could. It was a toss-up between the two. Callum Young brewed up this Fang list a few weeks ago, played it at the Battleground. Handed the deck over to some of our guys on the Battleground, wanted to play that, and it performed pretty well. So he thought, you know what? Let's just build it more. Let's bring it to the calling, and that might even have some of those cheeky little upgrades that Mastery Pack Warrior brought to the table. Then Ryan Debling, a seasoned Cindra player who's basically been forced back into this deck since Victor LL'd, battle-hardened Edinburgh top 8 competitor with this list as well. So yeah, honestly, happy to be here, happy to see some of my guys getting some love on some pretty heavy aggro decks across the board.
Okay, well, if you want to see some of your guys, maybe we'll make sure that one of them turns up in the feature match area in a moment. We'll make sure there's a cupper in there, but I promise I'm not going to make it easy on them.
Oh, no. Well, surely it'd be nice. Surely
no.
You wouldn't pick a calling winner, would you?
I'll find a reasonable opponent for one of them. I'll take care of your friends, I promise. Now, I think that's everyone important.
No. Surely we missed something. Did anyone pick a Levia? All right, boys, we did it. In the essence of the season we are in, right? This is Omens of the Third Age. There are rune chants in the sky, people. I have procured my list based on pride, greed, lust, envy. I got to pick one more. How about wrath? One of them embodies all of it. I'll only give you one clue. Evan Tanguy is definitely envy. So, I mean, the name almost fits.
Close.
All the letters are there.
Tanguy.
Just saying. We have Max Diekman at the top, who is from Chica Bahia State, down in Brazil. He always says a good Flesh and Blood player is made of cachaça and pão de queijo, I believe is what the copy pasta says. But he has made it all the way to Europe. The flag remains, though, so we've got Brazil on the table, which we love to see. He's on Oscilio, not sure which version of Oscilio, but he always plays his decks super clean. A hero like that has so many decisions to be made in the game is something that he can definitely pilot to the top. And then speaking of that, I mean, Evan Tanguy, this guy's just on a miracle run. On gravy, won the last European calling. We're going to lock him for round 1 feature, and maybe he even goes head-to-head against one of them Cup of TCG plebeians out there in the field. So we'll get that started for you in just a second. And then we have Summer Giles, who she tweeted a while back that she was, or maybe it was on YouTube actually, that she was practicing for calling Hamburg. I'm like, Summer, surely you mean calling Kansas City. What do you do? What do you mean Hamburg? But I saw her yesterday. She is here, and she's playing Cindra, and she really wants to be on camera. So we will have our eyes out for that. Because she's got a pretty crazy stream record. I think her games have been quite legendary, so we'll see if we can orchestrate that again today. And then, of course, we did bring the Levias back around. Thor is a huge League of Levia member, stalwart from day one, and he's back because this guy took a break. He's been playing Marionette for a while. I think we got him on stream last year at Hamburg as well. I know I recorded a special feature with him for one. On Marionette, but he's back to Levia, and he's been brewing a lot, making a lot of Levia content, so huge shout out to Thor. Unfortunately, bit of news on this one. His wife says he cannot play day 2 unless he goes 7-0. So we're tracking one loss on Thor's roster here, and he goes home. It doesn't matter if you're 6-1, bud.
Talk
he
about
signed that
pressure.
contract. Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah. So he's actually really locked in. If he wants a day 2
on
here
Levia?
at all. Yeah, well, locking in ain't going to help you that much. Let's be real. And then finally, Tudor, he's another huge League of Levia. Stan, another one of the great Levia players, to be honest. There's not many of them out there, so to see him in the room repping it is, hopefully bodes well for the hero. If not in this set, maybe we see something spicy to inspire us going forward.
Absolutely. You know, I'd forgotten about Summer dying horrifically at the hands of Kraken's Aether Vein until it was mentioned there. Is definitely one of the more iconic memories I have from Flesh and Blood. So some great names all across the board. Happy to see everyone just kind of repping their favorite people. Flesh and Blood is ultimately about the community. And so I love taking an opportunity to showcase that off in the first place. And it's why our first round will showcase off the community. We'll show off some Cup of TCG. We'll show off our most recent calling champion, Evan Tanguy, on the other side. well, we'll see how that one goes. It's going to be an interesting matchup, I think, one way or the other. But if you want interesting matchups of your own and you can't join us this weekend here in Hamburg, fear not. You have a last chance to join us at the skirmish level at your local game store. Skirmish Season 15, I'm going to be honest with you, starting to feel like the skeleton over there with the amount of seasons we've had, because damn, I'm old.
Damn, I'm old too. I've been playing almost every single skirmish season, and it's always a good, fun time. It's also an exciting time for bringing new players into your local game stores to try this game out. And Silver Age is the best format yet to do so. So make sure to tune in to your skirmish in your local last weekend, this weekend.
Last weekend, this weekend. If you got a chance to hop on out tomorrow or today. I remember playing these things on webcam. I remember Skirmish Season 1 all the way back when. How we're at 15 is a marvel to me. And speaking of marvels, it's not a bad one if you manage to wrangle a win at these things. Dorinthia, Quicksilver Prodigy, making her way into the Silver Age format. I think this hero is underexplored. I think a lot of people who have entered the game since that Classic Battles never had the chance to dabble in what she can do. And I think her and Dawnblade Resplendent is a recipe for a good time.
Yes, definitely. And I love these Marvel young heroes coming back hard in the Silver Age era. We also have the Shove-Off promo that is also coming in cold foil. And my personal favorite, Arcane Polarity. This art is absolutely stunning, and I love the extended art Rainbow Fold to come with it.
Well, thankfully, we've got it on a playmat too. So if you manage to win yourself a skirmish, that beautiful extended artwork for Arcane Polarity will be yours. If you just turn up, you'll have a chance to get some goodies. You'll get yourself a Gem Pack 5, but you'll also get a spot prize of those Ziggy, Oscilio, and Aurora playmats. There'll be a spot prize for a second Dorinthia Marvel, which is equally cool, and it's top 4 and top 2 to lock up those promos respectively. It's your last weekend, your last chance to get out there and enjoy the skirmish season. Please make sure you do. While I can't, I chose to cast like some kind of idiot. But here we go. That's where I am. You know what else would be idiotic, and I really don't want you to do? Skipping out on Sage voting. I always punch this horn really hard because I don't think people understand the weight of your decision when it comes to voting for Silver Age. We wrote it on the screen for a reason. Make your mark on the future of Silver Age. The choice that you make to leave the format now will affect future versions of the format. It affects how long a hero gets benched for in the future. It's massive ripples into years and years and years of this format. And if you want to ban your friend's favorite deck, your least favorite thing in the format, whatever it might be, and it misses by one vote because you didn't get onto famtv.com and click the button, you're going to feel really, really dense.
I mean, having the capability, or I've had the opportunity to affect the way that we play this game in such a way is super exciting for me, because having that voting capability to make sure that your favorite hero maybe gets a chance in the rain, and maybe booting off one of those heroes that you are not particularly a fan of facing is super, super powerful. So make sure to get your votes ready for the next season that is coming about within less than a month's time from now.
Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Make sure you get your vote in one way or the other. In fact, I'm not sure who I want to vote for this time around. So I'm going to ask chat politely to fill the chat with a relentless stream of young heroes, and whichever one I see the most of, I will click the button on when it comes to September 14th/13th, depending on what side of the planet you might find yourself on. So let me know. Let me know what I'm supposed to do. I'm eager to pick a hero one way or the other. I'm also eager to see the return of some of our lost friends that appear on the right-hand side of our screen here. Worth remembering that Kano, Ira, and KO will be unbenched. I played Ira at Pro Tour Yokohama. I enjoy the deck, have a good time. I also enjoy setting people on fire. It's why I've been playing Blaze since, and I'll be happy to get my Kano Marvel back out and start whipping some people there as well. Any of those heroes favorites of yours, Erika?
I mean, Kano was my favorite when he entered the scene, but then after you mentioned Blaze came right back in, and I think it's so funny that Kano got booted out and then Blaze just came running in being like, save the day, in order to send those Spellslinger Slays on board running. And yeah, I'm super excited to see this Kano making it back alongside with Ira and KO. And you cannot vote for this hero again. They're coming back no matter you want it or not. So yeah, let's see what is going to be up for grabs.
I'm really
in
confused.
next season.
Why is chat talking about cheese? Is that Gruyere? Do you keep saying Gruyere? No, that's confusing stuff. We'll have to keep our eyes open on that one and make sure you get those Silver Age votes in when the gate opens in the near future. Make sure you log into Gem and have your say about those heroes. Exciting stuff. Not the only exciting stuff. We're getting our players seated. They're almost ready to go, and we have a lot of goodies coming up for you this weekend. I want to set some expectations about what you can expect. towards the end of today, probably a little bit before the end. It's an 8-round calling, so we'll see how we do on time. We have a first look at some cosplay goodies. Won't reveal any more in the first place down there. We'll give you a peek to some of those goodies. And then tomorrow, it's not a reprint. It is a legendary, and we will be revealing a card from Usurp the Shadow Throne at the end of the day tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned. Tomorrow, it's only a day away. But make sure you stay with us today, because you will miss out on all kinds of other cool nonsense if you just come back tomorrow. Erika, you ready to rock? You want to watch some Flesh and Blood?
Oh, am I ready? I've been so excited for this the whole week. Let's go.
All right. Well, let's start with an underdog story. It will be Cupper Ryan Debling on Cindra. Has the favourable matchup into Gravy Bones. Unsure if it's a favourable matchup into two-time calling champion Evan Tanguy. If there is anyone who can sink the ship, it's definitely the Draconic Ninja, but we have seen time and time again, Tanguy knows the matchup, can navigate these Draconic matchups with ease, and if anyone's going to conquer the high seas of Cindra, it's going to be him.
Yeah, I mean, Cindra has all of the tools in her toolkit in order to combat this Gravy Bones hero at the best of her capability. Being able to go wide and go tall at her disposal is extremely powerful against Gravy, who's trying to establish that board in order to push a lot of value boards. Game stays running over Cindra in return. But since Cindra is able to go so wide and be able to clear those allies and send effective hero damage, she is such a rough hero to beat for Gravy Bones.
No big surprises. Evan choosing to go first here. Let's check out these heroes if you are unfamiliar. Gravy Bone, Shipwrecked Looter, the debutante Necromancer, obviously happens to be a pirate in the process, means he's a little gold obsessed. You can destroy gold you control to draw and discard cards, mostly looking to funnel your allies into the deep darks of your graveyard and then play some blue cards and reanimate your friends to come and serve at your beck and whim. And the more I say that, the more I'm starting to get Gravy's vibe. I would like my friends to serve at my beck and whim. I get it. It makes sense.
And it's one of the most difficult heroes to play, I think. I've been trying myself to battle with Gravy Bones a lot in the past. I have figured out that Gravy Bones is not the hero for me, but it also makes it even more exciting to see a man like even Tanguy just bringing him alongside and showing what is the big range of capabilities that you can bring with this hero. And I'm just amazed to see whenever a hero is utilized at his full capacity.
Speaking of Evan, is our most recent winner on that hero at Calling Edinburgh just a few weeks ago, does have that title locked up on the Shipwrecked Looter. On the other side of the table, Cindra Dracai of Retribution, the aggressively slanted Draconic Ninja. Every time you hit a marked hero, we'll make a fealty less important for her than it is for something like Fang. It's that second line that we're really looking for here. Equipping up to 2 Draconic Daggers from the graveyard will cost 1 less for every Draconic Chain Link. You want to go wide, you want to go strong, you want to flick those daggers at your opponent over and over for incidental chip damage, pull them back and keep on just draining that life total down, threatening mass momentum hits, which is a really big deal in a matchup like this when there's allies just kind of sitting on the board.
Exactly, and you can just farm your ways through those allies in order to get those Mask of Momentum triggers. So it's also a little bit of a skillful play on Cindra's side of the table on how you effectivize your turns in order to maximize those Mask of Momentum turns to your full capacity. So again, super excited to see what Cindra is going to be able to do, and also see if Gravy Bones has what it needs to combat what Cindra can do.
Can underdog Ryan Debling vanquish the current king of the hill? There is only one way for us to find out. Let's make our way down into the feature match area. Equipment flipped on over here. No big surprises. Happy to see Evan does have access to those quick dodge flexes. One that we see Gravy kind of ebbing and flowing on a little bit depending on the matchup. Very important here for denying those massive chain links. Going to kick things off with a Compass Peak here at the start of the game to first inform this hand. Evan looking at one, does contain a copy of Sawbones here nice and early, but until that first gold is online, you're kind of stuck playing it from the hand or finding some way to filter it away. We do see Jittery Bones, Saltwater Swell, and a copy of Fiddler's Green, which is not really what you want going first.
No, it's not the most effective ways, because as you mentioned, since we don't have gold at our disposal, we need to hardcast these allies in order to get them on the board ASAP, unless we have ways in our hands in order to get those allies into the graveyard in other ways, main shape or form, rather than the Gravy Bones ability. But as you mentioned, there is no such a thing available to us. There is no port-side exchange, there is no... what's it called? The Golden Tipple? Golden Tipple.
Yes.
And so, yeah, it's going to be a hard way to go about it this turn.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one here for Evan. There's a lot of situations you don't really just want to snap run allies out in this matchup. They just kind of enable Mask of Momentum to do its thing. Sawbone's a little bit different. Can deny a flick down the road there, but also had to weigh up the choice of just getting Fiddler's Green out of the hand. Not something you really wanted to be seeing in that spot either. So parking the Jittery Bones in the arsenal, establishing that ally nice and early, will make our way over to Ryan Debling, who has a point to prove, has an Oath of Loyalty to start the grip there. Rolling Renegade, which I'm reliably informed is his favorite card. Blaze Headlong in there as well. So a nice premium aggressive Draconic hand to get things started here. It will be that Oath of Loyalty to kick things off, mostly because it kind of has to be.
Yeah, and we have Sawbones out on the table, is able to be tapped in order to prevent 1 damage. It has 2 lives to boot, so of course we want to send this Oath of Loyalty for 4 straight into face to kick things off, maximizing the damage capacity we have available.
Such a small detail there, but I really do appreciate it. You could tell how much Evan has been on camera at this point by the fact that dice were put on top of the Oath of Loyalty, and Evan goes, no, no, no. They would rather have them here. He has done this dance, has the pedigree, and you can just see it in his mannerisms. It's really funny to me. Compass check. In response to this Oath of Loyalty, we'll take a peek at the top card. Information gained means Evan decides blocking is the way to go. Wants to get the most out of that Sawbones before it inevitably perishes, so it will be Saltwater Swell on defense and a point of prevention activated here by the Sawbones. Ryan, of course, does have the ability to flick here if you want to force through a point of damage and deny that, and that's exactly what we'll see. Flick Knives reached for, Kunai of Retribution chucked in the direction of the Frenchman. Will allow Sawbones to resolve and then do this, and so you will eat that prevention accordingly, and a point of damage will bleed over from the Oath of Loyalty. 39 now plays 40.
Yeah, Flick Knives being a really, really strong card, and it's available to both the ninjas and the assassins, so of course it's making its rounds all over the place. And again, we're seeing Ryan being very effective and making sure to take care of the board state accordingly.
Ryan Renegade, punch your friend. Sawbones goes down, Blaze Headlong will follow things up, met by Gold-Baited Hook and a block from Loot the Hold. We'll see Cindra activated to rebuy that kunai before making our way back over to Tanguy, who is looking at a hand that contains Chum and Sawbones. Thankfully, the arsenal is that turn 0 Jittery Bones. Will get rid of one of these nice and easy. Sawbones down into the depths. Perhaps more importantly, will mean a blue has been played this turn, means that Chum can be pitched away, and Dead Threads can allow Sawbones to get on into the mix.
Getting these Sawbones out early here for even Tanguy. One ally that he is hopefully to see out on the table as soon as possible is hopefully Shum, that is going to put some dents in the tracks for Cindra. That is going to be one of the more difficult allies to deal with. And being able to activate your Shum in order to force your opponent to attack that hero is, or attack that ally accordingly, is also a way to prevent damage coming right at your face and making things a little bit more awkward for Cindra.
In comes Mr. Bones, 6 points of physical damage. Ryan looking at a hand that does contain Hunt to the Ends of Wraith and a copy of Ignite. Might even be a Lava Burst in the back, so would be shocked to see any blocks here. We'll see the 6 damage finding its mark. Ryan just happy to continue firing the cannon here. Things are lining up nice and smoothly for Cindra so far. Evan going to be looking for those Conqueror of the High Seas, those big impactful go-again attacks to really commit to the race in this spot. For now, back to Debling.
We're looking at an Ignite, a super effective starter. That can be paired up with the Kunai of Retribution for free.
The dragon in the hand there is that last card we did not know about. Is to go again from Ignite for now. Is going upstairs. Very little point in sending this one at Sawbones. That is a mistake you make exactly once. And then you try not to do it again. Evan here in the blender will decide to Compass check. This is something you're going to see a decent amount in this matchup. Compass very often used retroactively to the first attack from Cindra. Lets you take a peek, gather some information before committing to your blocks when you need to be very deliberate with the cards you are expending. And we see it from Evan again here. A lot of players would be hesitant to use their Sawbones on smaller attacks, but this is just about just guaranteeing we get value before Sawbones is taken care of. That's exactly what we'll see. Down it goes, the prevention available. Kunai into Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. Will only be 2 go again here, as there is no mark on Gravy Bones right now. Nor were he ever Arakni.
Hunt to the Ends of Wraith is super fun to see. Since there's so many marionettes at the tournament, it's a very, very nice 0 for 4 addition here for Cindra.
Yeah, I've always been a kind of reasonable fan of this card in the deck when Arakni is good, and not even just so much as a sideboard card. At worst, this is just, you know, Teemu Ignite. Like, it doesn't do everything you want it to do, but it's a 0-cost 2 with Go again. It's a Draconic starter, which sometimes you just need your hand to have a Draconic starter. So I don't mind just having it in the kit, and in matchups like this where going wide is just the priority, and the way you lose is by drawing a hand that doesn't have a starter, having additional starters seems like a fine place to be. It's a little smaller than you'd like, but it's still damage nonetheless.
So I believe we have a Mask of Momentum trigger on this Hunt Surrender race. We're going to see a quick Dodge Flexus coming out here.
Gonna flex on him, pitching away that loot the hold, will spend a resource to block for 2. And we will see Kunai of Retribution here flicked away. Now this is important, keeps the chain links active for Mask of Momentum. Evan pretty clearly intent on blocking here, hence the activation of quick dodge flexes, but will be priced into card denial here to keep that mask offline. Looking at a hand that contains a copy of Rigor Mortis. Tip the Barkeep, will reach for that Balance of Justice, will be joined by the quick dodge flexes here.
Even Tanguy is losing armor really early on here against Ryan Debling, but of course making sure that his opponent is not getting the Mask of Momentum value is super, super important, but trying to block these 4 value attacks is going to be more and more difficult going forward.
Most importantly here, though, did get quote-unquote full value out of quick dodge flexes. You prefer to sometimes sneak in the dead threads to gain an extra 2 block along the way, but pitching a blue, getting 6 out of your boots, especially in a spot where it helps you deny Mask of Momentum, pretty premium, exactly what we want the card for in this matchup. And so Evan, staking a claim, decides this 3-card hand is the place to do that. Expends Balance of Justice in the process too. It is going to be starting to turn on Tip the Barkeep here. So Golkiss Run will be generated, should hopefully enable a much bigger turn somewhere down the pipeline. We're going to see it cashed on in immediately here from Gravy in order to establish and swing a Rigor Mortis from the hand. That is not where you want to be, but needs to continue the pressure, had no way of filtering the ally away, and we're seeing the pain point of Gravy here. Since we lost cards like Chart the High Seas, there's just less goal generation. You don't find these tipples, you don't find these loan sharks, you don't start a Crown of Dominion, and suddenly, sometimes these allies get stuck.
But I mean, Ivan is doing a pretty good job keeping good tempo with Ryan. I mean, he's lost a lot of equipment here early on, but he is still in a healthy life lead moving forward. And we have some board state capabilities throughout the rounds. And Ryan is, of course, going to continue clearing those allies out of the way, not giving Ivan a chance to get more value out of those allies moving forward.
Evan here will consider exactly how he intends to navigate this one. We do see the 2, I believe, going upstairs as the kunai that is reduced, looking nice and smooth to clear out a Rigor Mortis. Does play into Fearless Confrontation a bit, so definitely some thought there. Moment of consideration as the graveyard gets fanned out there by Evan. I have to wonder what exactly he's thinking about. We'll try and get a peek at the hand in a moment to see what puzzle is clearly racking the mind of our 2-time calling champion. Oh, no.
Oh, that is not great.
That is a lot of Rigor Mortis. Eye of Ophidia, Avasti. Not a lot of block value available here, which is exactly why we are so in the blender. Because at the moment, these Rigor Mortis, they do nothing. There is no way to filter through these. There is no gold. They do not block. They are cracked baubles, but more expensive.
And still we have no gold on the table, so there's no way to filter out this hand with the Grave of Bones activated ability, drawing a new fresh card, getting those allies into the grave so that we can get that extra blocking capacity if so desired. It's, again, a real blender for even not having that gold at his disposal to give him more options. So we're stuck here with only 3 block in hand, and I believe that is going to spell that Ryan is going to probably hit a Mask of Momentum trigger this turn.
Yeah, I think that's part of the power of the sequencing here from Ryan as well. Something like Ignite as your first chain link into Rigor Mortis, doesn't just play around Fearless Confrontation, but it means that first chain link is guaranteed to have hit, which means if your opponent chooses to block the kunai, you can flick, and the second one is guaranteed to hit. So you can threaten the mask one way or the other by sequencing in this direction. You just happen to play around Fearless Confrontation in the process. It is Burning Blade Dance here that now will allow us to threaten mask twice. This will command respect from Tanguy. He doesn't want the additional flick of the on-hit. Ryan, will Ancestral Empowerment. Yeah, extra point of power stapled on. Card will be drawn from the powerful attack reaction. Point bleeds over. Kunai can be flicked from the on-hit of Burning Blade Dance. Mask of Momentum will do its thing here, as the third successive chain link to hit means we will be drawing another card as well. This turn is 3 chain links deep, and yet there are still 4 cards available for Ryan Debling.
And another Burning Blade Dance to follow up this Ancestral Empowered Burning Blade Dance. Ryan is going to get so much value out of this card, and even is choosing to activate the Balance of Justice to get that extra card into his hand to make sure that he can get some value out of this turn.
Yeah, it's basically a snap balance there. Not easy to activate that card in this matchup, and so when you get the opportunity to from Mask plus Ancestral Empowerment, you just do. I'm not entirely sure it fixed very much, though. I'm trying to get a peek. I'm worried that might have been back alley break line. Can't quite catch it right now, but by the sheer dissatisfaction and continued pondering here from Evan, I don't think it fixed the problem. I'm inclined to believe it's not a stellar one. Going to see that Murderous Rabble reached for here. Wants to continue to deny these Burning Blade Dances, which do threaten additional damage on hit here. Flick Knives, of course, hasn't been used yet either. We'll see another hunt to the ends of Wraith to continue here. Just 2 go again.
Yeah, the Burning Blade Dance, being able to block 3 and effectively preventing 4 damage is quite the most effective way we can go about it this turn, since the maximum momentum trigger has been triggered already. It's not going to hit again, but we are seeing so much damage Ryan is able to present, and closing again that life lead that even Tanguy unfortunately
no. Dragon Scalar Flight Path being reached for here on the Lava Burst means that this is not enough at the end of a turn for Ryan. It's not a card we want to Arsenal. We would like to continue to fire the clip while the option is there. It's a Snatch as the finale. And okay, says Evan. We'll mark the life total down. Not a lot of permutations available. A 3rd card drawn this turn for Debling, as Tanguy will have to do his best to recover this horrific board state.
A massive, massive turn here for Ryan, and even he cannot do anything about it since his hand blocks the total amount of 0. And now hard casting this Rigor Mortis on the comeback is not what we would like to do on Gravy Bones.
Yeah, I have a Ophidia, double bottom. I'm going to hazard a guess there was no gold generation in there. And Evan will IP1 as to not Arsenal a Rigor Mortis. That was, I will take 1 billion damage, play an ally and pass.
Yeah, this is not going Evan's way whatsoever. Being able to, or not being able to block at any capacity on the previous turn, not being able to even convert your hand on your turn, and IPing yourself effectively, this is looking really grim.
Okay, well, some semblance of reprieve here. We do see a Hunt the Hunter pitched away to facilitate Kunai. Makes you think there is not a great starter in the hand to get things going, so forced to pitch away one of those more powerful red attacks to make the turn function. We will see the quick gold foil compass check for Evan, and we'll continue to inform the hand going forward.
Having access to those Kunai of Retributions, even if you don't have that golden Dracai starter, you can always pitch away in order to get that automatic starter in your leeway. But again, it's not really the most effective way to go about your card evaluation.
Well, it gets a little more effective when Blood Splattered Vest gets in the mix. We do allow that Kunai to connect here, and so a resource will be generated. No doubt will enable a Chain Ender towards the end of this turn. Debling will pause and continue with Hot on their heels. 3 go again with a little bit of flavor added on. Hot, spicy head jab, if you will.
Looks like we're going to face with this one as well. Second chain link on the stack. We have some better blocking capacity on Evan's side this turn, but it also means that he is not going to be able to present a lot on the backbone on this one. So
no, these aren't really
Fearless.
These aren't really the cards you want to be blocking with either. There is a Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand, and these are the kind of cards you really want to be ripping into Cindra with. Put the life totals down so you can leverage the power of your allies in the end game, but you really don't want to sit here and just allow Mask of Momentum to continue racking up draws either. So it's a bit of a bind Evan finds himself in, truthfully, and that's why you see pause from someone who is notoriously just a smooth and efficient Gravy player, plays the deck at lightning speed, and has had to really, really slow down and try and find the edges in a game that has been bleak from the beginning.
Because if you're committing your blocks here in order to prevent the Mask of Memento trigger, you need to give a 3 block on this card, and then you don't really know if your opponent is sitting on that Blaze Headlong or a 4 breakpoint card coming up after this hot on the heels. So in that case, you also need to prepare yourself. If I want to block out this Mask of Momentum, I need to have cards available that can also block a potential 4 breakpoint attack in order to actually prevent that Mask of Momentum. And we are seeing the Conqueror being up here.
Yeah, the boat forced to get in the way of hot on their heels. Flick Knives will keep the Mask of Momentum dream alive. Will be display loyalty straight into Rigor Mortis. Down goes the skeleton. Mask will trigger. Draw a card. Fealty token will be generated, courtesy of display loyalties on attack ability.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And we will quickly see a card drawn here. Looks like Warmonger's Diplomacy in the hand alongside Pain in the backside.
Oh, that can be really a backbreaker for even. Warmonger's Diplomacy, not being able to choose both Peace and War, that is typically what you would like to do. Play both your non-attacks in order to get the blues in your graveyard, in order to get your allies out on the board.
Yep.
Fearless Confrontation forced to jump in on defense too. Fealty will be broken to enable Art of the Dragon coming out of the arsenal here. 2 bonus damage on this one. 5 points of physical damage. Blood in the Water, the last card in the hand there that we couldn't quite see, will mean that Rigor Mortis is binned away where it belongs, down there in the depths. Cover this one in the process there. Daggers recovered as we make our way back to Tanguy.
So this makes a lot of sense because this hand from Even was a lot better on the defensive capability than it was on the offense. Not having that second blue in order to get the Conqueror online. And just playing defenses on this turn, hoping that your opponent doesn't come back with another big turn as previously in order to try to find a better hand to be offensive about.
Trying to get a better glance at Evan's hand here, but if I'm not mistaken, there is yet again no gold generation and 2 allies. As the kunai continues coming, 1 go again. If there's anyone that can get out of this scenario, it is a proven calling champion, has won the biggest of events on this hero, knows what is required to take down a deck like Cindra, knows the fail rate of a deck like Gravy and how to navigate those spots where you aren't finding gold. I'm very much expecting Evan to do the best he can with the tools that are being provided, and that's why we see the pause here again, the table tapping, the quick math, the patented wizard table tap. As the kunai does find its mark, will bring Tanguy down another point of life. Hot on the heels will be the follow-up here. 3 go again.
Yep.
On hit mark, Evan says fine. Happy for that one to find its mark as well. Big Red X will jump on top of Graveyard Quintorius Bones. Display loyalty will follow, means more fealty coming down the pipeline. Does threaten to make another one if it hits Gravy in the face.
I believe Evan took that long pause in the beginning and assessed the situation to, yeah, I want to send this hand because it might be the last opportunity to actually go with some offensive capabilities this time around. And so I'm just going to take it unless you force me into a situation where you're going to take cards from my hand or disrupt me in any way.
Mask of Momentum draw there. Looks like Draco Fire. 1 fealty being used here on Art of the Dragon makes it 4 go again. Will reduce the cost of things as required. Down the pipeline, Flick Knives will continue to convert damage here. Tanguy's life total tumbling down to now 6 after the flick. Playing into the 27 of our Draconic Ninja. We'll see the chain be broken as the kunai are rebought, and we will end on Warmonger's Diplomacy, and there is a nod of acceptance and a rather sheepish thumbs up as Tanguy understands that the damage taken may not allow for the hand to convert. Does select peace. Call to the grave here. Will be forced to send Fiddler's Green. Needs to boss that life total, try and weather the storm a little bit longer. Back up to 9 he will go.
It's really, really not going Evan's way here, even though he decided I need his full hand in order to clap back. Brian is just shutting that door frontally with the Warmonger's Diplomacy, forcing Even again into a situation where he's probably going to struggle to convert his hand effectively as he's choosing peace in order to get some more effects out of his card as possible. But that also means that he's not able to attack this turn, which means that the life total is not going to be able to coincide, but we're going to be able to at least get some board activations going.
Okay, so we activated Anchor here solely to dump that chum into the bin where it belongs. Finally finds Golden Tipple, another Conqueror in the hand here as well. 9 plays 27, 2 allies in play. And the hand we're seeing for Ryan here... Okay, the fealty here bails us out. We're okay. That Ravenous Rabble can be Draconic in a pinch if we'd like, but 2 Chain Enders is not perfect. Dragon Scalar Flight Path here gone. And so leveraging both Lava Burst and Snatch, not going to be the easiest thing to do. We'll very much expect one of those to end up in the arsenal. Draco Fire will be the start from said arsenal here. Will mean this is paying for Kunai of Retribution. 3 go again, and we will see that Patented Compass Cam. Take a peek at the top
and
card here.
everything that Ryan is trying to do is to make sure that he doesn't lose the control of the cards that are on the table. We want to make sure to keep tabs on those allies, but of course Evan is also really, really low at this point, so there could also be a possibility that Ryan just goes onward and upward and just trying to present as much damage face as possible in order to get cards out of Evan's hand and just forcing him into a situation where he's not able to present as much offense. But again, farming these allies in order to get Mask of Momentum triggers is still very, very lucrative.
Definitely part of the bind as you leverage your advantage against a deck like Gravy Bones. When do you decide to start ignoring the board, trying to finish the game? For now, Debling decides that it is correct to send damage upstairs. Fire Tenant, strike first. 3 more points of go again damage here. Tanguy fanning through the 3 remaining cards in hand, desperately looking for a solution. Can you tell he's happy to be here? I can tell he's happy to be here.
I wouldn't be happy to be there, that's for sure. I mean, it's not really going Evan's way, and his decision has really been punishing him so far this turn, and not to his demise. Like, I mean, he has been actively doing what he is supposed to do. He came into this game with a plan, and he executed on that plan. He took that early on life lead in order to create some space for himself, in order to get the ball moving. But some unfortunate card draws there in the middle was not really what he would like to see. And sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, and you just got to do the best you can with what you are offered in terms of hand capacity.
Block with Jittery Bones here on Fire Tenant. We'll see the Flick Knives reach 4, converts that Kunai into another point of true damage, down to 8 for Tanguy, as the chain remains open for Mask of Momentum. Looking at that hand, Snatch, Lava Burst in there alongside another Extender. 2 cards remaining in hand here for Tanguy. We'll see the Blood-Splattered Vest cashed in to make a resource here. Would like to continue the turn with another Kunai somewhere down the pipeline. Will Ravenous Rabble here sees pain in the backside. 4 go again from the premium generic attack, all the way back from Arcane Rising. And again, as you alluded to, Erika, upstairs here seems to be the answer. No interest in clearing these allies anymore.
Yeah, I believe that this is going phase. That's why Evan is taking a turn to make sure that he is...
Yeah, I guess one of the big things here is that those allies aren't swinging if you have no cards in hand.
No.
So if I simply hit you so damn hard that you need to give me every card every turn, well, they can sit there and look all pretty, but you haven't got to worry about them. We see another Conqueror jumping on in alongside the Dead Threads here. Keeps the Mask at bay, but it will be Lava Burst to round out this turn. Just 1 card remaining for Evan. Dissatisfaction kind of written all over the face. Says, yeah, I mean, I have to swing something. I have to keep a card to swing an ally back at you.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do?
Cindra here to get the dagger back thanks to that Blood-Splattered Vest. I want to note that there has at no point in this game been a gold on the table. Not a single time has a gold been generated. And we're going to see Evan try rather sheepishly. Please give me cards.
Please block,
Please
sir.
Block.
Please. I have a gold on it. Either you give me the first gold that I deserve throughout this game, or you give me 2 cards. That's...
If you would like to blow up my hook, I am fine with that. I am A-OK, and unsurprisingly, gold will finally hit the table. You see the smile of recognition from Evan. Again, sometimes it's like that. I admire the sportsmanship, I really do. It's very easy to get disheartened in spots like this. But Ryan correctly understanding that, hey, this is where we are. I don't care anymore. You're allowed to have your first gold. I am simply going to clot you.
I am simply going to kill you in return. And that is exactly what Ryan is aiming to do. 1 Kunai of Retribution is sitting across the table for Evan.
Compass check, taps it on top, takes a look at the top card. That is a golden tipple. Where were you? And you see it all over Evan's face. Cheers, right on time, buddy. You're not 50 minutes late for the party. Swiftwater Sloop on defense is not where that card prefers to be. Second kunai coming on through. Single point, go again.
I believe we see these red Swiftwater Sloops also coming into a lot of the gravy decks as of late, packing a little bit more offensive capabilities alongside those Conquerors, so you don't always only rely on those Conquerors in order to be a little bit more offensive. Those Swiftwater Sloops 2 for 6, it's really, really powerful.
Played in the backside, maybe the most aptly named card in Flesh and Blood history. Will command some respect here, not only for its on-hit, but massive momentum along the way. Ancestral empowerment will earn the victory for Ryan Debling. Too little, too late. Richard the Tropeldani not there to save our Gravy Bones player either. And it will be the cuppa with the player upset, but the matchup maybe not so much. A lovely strong start here on Cindra for Ryan Debling.
Amazing, amazing. The start of the day here for Mr. Ryan Debling, and I'm not going to take anything away from him. I know that Evan had a really, really tough start of the day with the way that his hands were drawn, but Ryan also playing really, really masterfully, knowing exactly how to perfect his turn in order to get that extra value, making sure that he's clearing those allies as effectively as possible while presenting as much damage face as possible. And yeah, it's going to be fun to see what Ryan is going to end up after these 8 rounds today.
I think so, and I agree with you. I want to take a moment to kind of highlight that. That game looked a little lopsided in the end because of the way that it played out, but I want to commend both of our players for similar reasons, but slightly different ones. Evan not losing his head. I don't want to expect from a player of his caliber. Understands this is what happens sometimes in his own word. Try to find a way to kind of chain the turns together either way. And in Ryan's case, just not letting it get ahead of you either. I think it's very easy when your opponent's drawing that poorly, struggling that much to go, hey, well, I'm about to win my feature match on camera against Evan Tanguy. Holy, I forgot to play a card, but go again. Like, it's really, really easy to do that. Took the time to sequence his stuff, found the spots for those fealty, found the spots for the ancestral empowerments, just played pretty aptly, and I think it was a bit of a clinic. You know what else you might find in a clinic, Erika? You might find a doctor.
A doctor.
And let me assure you, the doctor is in Armory deck. Dr. Mortimer will be curing all of your afflictions as of November 13th. I am a fan of this one. I like giving people blood rot pox. Are you a fan of this one?
I am not a fan of blood rot boxes on my end of the table, but maybe this is my time to shine to try out another assassin game. And on the upside, we have the new erratas, where the frailty, inertia tokens, and blood rot box tokens are now diseases for the first time ever.
That matters for Dr. Mortimer, Blight of the Pits himself. This brand new assassin hero will feature in the Armory deck, will also be available in Mastery Pack Assassin, a little bit down the line as well. You can cure a disease from an opponent to create a silver token. As an attack reaction, you can spend 2 of those to give your assassin attack go again. Now, this does some nifty stuff. You can get all that value from your frailty token, and then at the end of your opponent's turn, okay, if that's not its job, that's okay, that's fine. You want to hold on to a blue to pay for blood rot box? Wrong answer. I would prefer to have some silver instead. You played around that inertia by extending your hands because you didn't want to pop a card. Oh, well, I guess I'll just cash it in for some value. Some smooth stuff from Mortimer. And I love the balance of, do I want to hold on to go again for my contract attacks and extend my own turn? Do I want to instead spend this silver on something like Graven Boots, Graven Gloves? Who knows? It's very, very exciting to see what appears to be another mid-range assassin, which is something I've been desperate to see a little bit more of. Joined by the signature weapon, again, at rare. Will be available in Silver Age. What do you think about Humor Plunge?
Humor Plunge is looking gnarly. I mean, it's the first time we actually have an dagger that is coming in for 2, thanks to the Infect ability, but also has piercing. Man, I hate facing piercing. It's such a blum, and like, I want to be able to utilize my equipment at the best as I can, and piercing just says, no, can't do that.
Big fan of the evasive ability granted to these assassin daggers for the most part. I'm also a really big fan of Viral Diffusion. This is the kind of card that really gets my brain thumping, not only because I'm going to make some silver from whichever disease I don't need you to have inflicted on you anymore, but the first time you under the trapdoor this, it's going to hit like a bus.
God, I would be terrified to face this moving forward. Dr. Mortimer is looking hella scary. Not the doctor I would first turn my face to in order to get my diseases healed. And, oh, we have this new art for silver.
Snazzy. If you like a nice token, it's nice and blinged out, very thematic for the hero, you'll be able to find yourself with this inside of the Armory deck. fully suggest picking this one up. Armory deck Dr. Mortimer in stores November 13th. Thankfully just after Worlds, and won't have people terrorized at the World Championship, but it gives us something to look forward to in the tail end of the year.
And also having another master pack heading our way. I mean, we already see, or we haven't really seen any Warriors yet. I'm hoping we're going to see some over this weekend. But all of these master packs adding that extra fuel to the fire, so to say, in our competitive circuit is looking very, very promising. And so I can't wait to see what the master pack assassin brings to the table.
Much the same, but if you want to see some Warriors, I can make that happen. We'll pull some strings. I think Kassai is probably the place to start. I think she's the one with the story over the weekend. It could be her last weekend in the Classic Constructed format, so I'm more than happy to pick a Kassai feature, but how about on the other side of the table, we take one of the best Vynnset players on the planet, Achilles Siskopoulos, coming up on Vynnset against Kassai for you next. It is my honor, very much my pleasure, to introduce you to one of the Cup of TCG faithful, the Kyle. It's honestly just a huge pleasure to finally have you in the booth this weekend. It's been a long time coming. We've been trying to drag you in for a while.
Listen, I'm here. I'm hyped. And mate, it's a calling as well. The boys are here. Well, obviously, we had a little bit of Cup of TCG glazing already, so I'll keep it to a minimum. But it was good to see Ryan on that first stream, man. Especially against Evan, of all people. Damn, what a game that was as well.
I got my qualms, I'll be honest with you.
Well,
You let the bias show a little bit. It was a great game for your boy. I'll give you that.
But Cindra fans, they loved it.
I have to hope you're in the mood for a dose of British, because people are going to be getting a lot of that over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, it's us. We're in. We're locked. Dude, this next game seems really interesting.
It does.
Not a matchup I've seen that often.
No, it's one I have a little bit of familiarity with. We're looking at Kassai versus Vynnset, which is a deck that is notoriously a little bit more popular in Europe than it kind of should be.
Yeah.
You got any high-level thoughts about the matchup in general, or is it just something you have no experience with?
So it's not something that I have physical experience with. I don't like playing Warriors, and that's not my rune blade of choice. I'm an Aurora player, and they're very, very different. But I think you mentioning about it being kind of prevalent in Europe with Vynnset. NA seems to like it as well. Brody Spurlock likes playing this hero.
Weekend.
Not this weekend, notably.
On Fang this weekend.
Yes, which is might be more rogue than the Vynnset that he's been picking up. But I think it's going to be a harder matchup for Kassai. Like, you have so much strong equipment that you don't really want to lose. And it's like, I suppose I do have to put Null Rune into this matchup. So some exceptions need to be made along those regards. So I'd like to see if the new tools that Kassai's got from Mousepad Warrior are going to help out in this one, but not too much tech against a Vynnset of all things.
Well, pleasure to be sitting next to you when we find out.
You too, dude.
I know what you lot are like at home as well, so make sure that you're saying some nice things in chat. If I go back later and see negative comments, I will find you.
And I will cry.
And that would be miserable. Let's not start off a brand new caster's journey like that. So say some nice things, or don't say anything at all. With that being said, we're going to get ourselves locked and loaded for round number 2 here at Hamburg. It will be Paolo D'Innocenzo from Italy here against Achilleas Siskopoulos on that Vynnset. Kassai versus Vynnset. We see our first big moment of choice here on the opening screen. Kassai choosing to go first. Pretty big detriment to Vynnset. Deck wants to go first in this matchup, wants to set up early. Not uncommon that we see a very big banish zone in this matchup to try and set up those bigger turns, burst on through the defenses. For folks who may not be familiar with these heroes, do me a favor and walk us through those hero cards.
Kassai, if you join a card this turn, your swords cost 1 less to activate. And guess what? All her swords cost 1. So they are free for the turn. You're going to see plenty of cards like Draw Swords, the new Raise Blades, any effects that can let you draw to basically have a pitchless turn outside of those attack reacts. Then once per turn, you can banish 2 reds and 2 yellows from your graveyard. The next time a weapon hits, you make a gold. Those gold transitioning into Centauri Cell Swords really lets you go wider and set up for those crazy, crazy turns.
Worth remembering, though, of course, those gold can be just drawing a card too.
You can just draw a card and your swords
nice and free, exactly. So plenty of things to worry about there. Definitely expect to see Vynnset respecting the swords more when this hero ability gets activated.
Certainly.
967 points on this one. It might be the last weekend. Your first dance might be her last dance. There's only one way for us to find out as we make our way through the weekend. On the other side of the table, Vynnset Iron Maiden at the start of the turn will banish a card from the hand to make a Rune Chant token. And every time you play a Shadow non-attack action, you can choose to pay a life. And if you do, one of those Rune Chants cannot be prevented. Big deal for forcing through those on-pain effects that care about widespread damage, making sure those leak through. You'll see tricksy sequences with Coles jumping in as instants, paying a life a second time, make a second Rune Chant unpreventable. Lots of shenanigans to be found from Vynnset Iron Maiden. I think one of the biggest notes for people who are out here repping this hero is that bottom right-hand corner of your screen, awaiting their first champion. I say it every time. It can be you. This deck is going to get better alongside Usurp the Shadow Throne. It's got all kinds of new tools coming down the pipeline. Who will be able to stamp their mark as the first ever champion on Vynnset? And will it be Achilleas Siskopoulos? I want to find out right now.
Dude, I do as well. Let's get this one underway. It's round number 2 here of the Calling Hamburg. And as you mentioned, Paolo, he is going to be starting this one off. I was doing a little bit of a deep dive analysis to work out, okay, which side wants to go first, which side wants to go second. Obviously, Vynnset wants to be establishing that Rune Chant early on. She actually has a very low % win rate when she doesn't go first. So going to be an uphill battle for Achilles already.
anyone I back in this matchup, I will continue to blow smoke for Achilles.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel stupid when I watch him play this deck. And so I'm going to continue to do that and enjoy every single moment of it. This opening hand does give us some options for Achilles here. Looking at Movrian Skies, a couple of Funeral Moons that could theoretically be online if we spent some damage, but reduced to Rune Chant here, going to need a little bit of help in the process. Most importantly, Malefic Incantation at the back is one of those early pieces we really want to see in a matchup like this, because we need to be chaining together multiple attacks to break through the wall of a deck like Kassai. For now, Movrian Sky is going to be met on this first sword here. Blue Run Through joins us there in the process. The swings will continue. I'm kind of half expecting Achilles to take a little bit of damage here. Jumping out a free Funeral Moon to kickstart this turn, take a couple of free looks at finding this first Rune Gate attack, definitely feels very appealing to me.
Absolutely. There was some consideration to take the first damage on the first chain link, just so you could play the Funeral Moon and then the reduce the Rune Chant for free. But instead, pitching the Funeral Moon for a later turn. Healing 3 is Paolo. And, well, we see some early new cards from Master Pack Warrior. That blue run through, which hadn't been printed until this point. Interesting that it's got its inclusion, but I suppose when you're still getting your engine online as Kassai, you do need those blues, and you do need those blues to play for things like draw swords. That thing costs 3.
I like this a lot from Achilles, to be honest. I think there's a temptation to hold on to your defense reaction. You reduce the Rune Chant pocket in the arsenal against a deck like Kassai, Warrior in general. But Kassai kind of heavily incentivized to park an arsenal here. You know, it likely isn't an into the swing, any of this kind of damage on the first turn. So it's utilizing the D-React, not taking the damage, leveraging the lifesteal while you can, arguably using more cards, making sure you get another look at those Rune Gates. Definitely paying off in spades here. And we're going to see what I expect to see a lot of in this matchup from Achilles here, nice and early. It's playing a Rune Gate from the hand as we look to fill the Banished Stone with more and more Rune Gates. We're not going to be looking to go super big here. This isn't a typical grindy fatigue fest and I need 7, 8 Rune Gates. I need to constantly flow them over and over again. But we're going to be looking to keep a steady flow of them available so that as these Movrian Skies Shadow Puppetry start turning up, we can always chain together multiple attacks.
That run through being pitched away, and we kind of talked about it, but there you go. You've got your AB1 in that Null Rune hood. The committal has been made from Paolo here. Kabuto, simply not required against your Deathly Whale. Your opponent's hitting yourself as long as hitting you, so they're losing damage. Might as well let them swing it. We are going to be committing a little bit of equipment here. Well, I say a little bit. Every single piece that blocks getting that early value from your Valiant Dynamos, your Grains, and those Brave Force Forge Bracers. Eloquence Eulogy being banished early on. A great card to have just available to you from the offset if you need an out. Here comes your brand new Master Pack Warrior card that people were calling very, very strong inside of Kassai. It's a 0/3, lets you draw a card, then put a card from your hand to the top of the deck. Guess what? You've gone card neutral, +3 pump, and now you get to swing your swords for free.
Big fan of putting Blunton back on top of the deck with that one. Definitely feels real smooth and buttery. Do want to take a moment to note a card in the hand for Achilles here. One I'm a little surprised by, but it should tell you about how he intends on approaching this matchup. There is a copy of Read the Runes in the hand, which is notoriously a card you're playing when you're looking to go much slower. Try and build those much, much bigger hands up. And so, to me, that is very telling about our stance on this matchup. It's going to be a case of I have to leverage my life total. I need to use my cards to chain together these very, very large turns. And that's exactly what we see. Just 8 damage. Just, sure, send me the bill. I need access to at least 3 of these cards. Do what you're going to do.
Okay, in instant, you gain 2.
Getting 3 more here from the Cindra Solace. So far, we are 6 HP up from starting. Achilles is an interesting turn on his hand. I believe a Debling Dirge in tow as well, just to allow us to push a little bit further. We are banishing a Rune Gate card. We're going up to 2. How far do we want to go on this turn? Is it just going to be eating 2 Blood Debt here? This
wouldn't surprise me, but this is the biggest indication of the matchup so far. Now, and this is what I want to drive home to the folks at home about how you need to play this matchup as Vynnset. We could have just fired off Deadwood Dirge here, fired this Phantom Banshee. That's not enough. No. You can't be leaving Paolo on these 2-card hands because you'll see things like draw swords that then just send a barrage of damage without having to compensate too much. Achilles knows what needs to be done. It's read the runes, park the Deadwood Dirge, because I am going to need to use my Spellbound Creepers. I'm going to need to find a source of go again so I can send 25, 30 damage. That's how I get through Valiant Dynamo Recursion and just a deck that blocks incredibly well.
+3 on the first swing from the draw swords. +3 on the first swing from your Spoils of War. Don't forget about that copper token generation. Blood on her hands, very, very real in this deck if those copper kind of get generated early on. We do go to 2 chain links here with the 2 cards in tow from Paolo, but how does Achilles want to block around this one? Haven't caught a glimpse of the hand as of yet, Scott, but looks like this may just be the similar sort of posturing as the previous turn. This is 7, this is 8. Okay, fine, I'll just eat this and then see if there's something more threatening on that follow-up turn. A widespread destruction in the hand along with Deadwood Dirge, Funeral Moon, and that Deathly Whale. Turn functions pretty damn well when you're going up to 6 rune charts.
Some options here available for Achilles. Wouldn't surprise me if we try and get more information about a second sword swing to better inform this, but the life total really is the resource here. Now 46 playing 22 as we continue to set up the first barrel of damage. Grain's pitched for no big surprises, just spare resources available here for Paolo. There was no damage presented by Achilles last turn, so sometimes these cards just aren't going to be super smooth. Another Saber swing here, and this is the one I'm more interested in. Achilles now has near perfect information. It really tends to only be in the swing on the second chain link. You will occasionally see Blade Flurry come through on the first one. Suddenly the second sword's a little bit bigger. But for the most part, it really is that in the swing is that the second, the one that's most important on the second swing. And so now we have that information, we can make a better choice. And it really wouldn't surprise me if it's just time to fire the clip here. There is so much damage available. You're going to want to banish this Deathly Well. It's possible this widespread destruction is spare, but I'm doing a quick resource count and trying to figure out whether or not we have the resources we need without it. So we have a quick judge call, and I'm going to have to double-check real quick exactly what is going on down there in the feature match area. Thankfully, we have a friend.
He's here.
Who knows what is going on down in the feature match area. Flesh and Blood, Judge B, please let us know what our players are talking about. Looks like they have...
Oh, it wasn't even a ruling question.
No. Life app? I'm not fluent in B. I think it's an issue with the Life app, from what I understand, is a technological problem, so nothing gameplay related. Seems like it's a nice, easy fix. So we will be making our way back down into the feature match area, and we'll see how our players continue. Centauri Saber for 3. B, 3, definitely 3. Number I was looking for was 3. Widespread destruction here is spare, thankfully. This was the only question I kind of had about this hand. Blocking with attacks does kind of suck in this matchup.
It's not great against the Sabres. Remember, that +1 is until the end of the turn as well. So on some of those big pop-off turns, when you're able to swing the same Sabre multiple times, those numbers can go exponentially higher and higher. Scott, if I'm not mistaken, we're potentially going to be hitting 3 blood debt from this turn. But there is a lot of rune chance that Paolo is going to have to make a decision around, especially with those cheeky little Rockwood Jordans, the Spellbound Creepers available at this point.
I don't think they're going to be Jordans here. My personal guess is that this is time to finally start sending some damage back for Achilles. If we pause again, I would be shocked. We're bleeding pretty fast, and that's the balancing act. Don't get me wrong. You need to understand when it's time to pull the clip. But given that we're on double Deadwood Dirge here, the Tunic is finally up, which is a big part of it. Honestly, the Tunic being available to pay for Spellbound Creepers makes these turns much smoother. And we might not have to if we can cheat the action point. We know there's a Funeral Moon in hand, and because this is Eloquent Eulogy coming out of the banished zone first, there is a way for Achilles to circumvent this, generate that second action point by playing an instant that regains an action point, and not have to use the Spellbound Creepers. But that decision will come down to Paolo, ultimately, as to whether damage is taken here first. The important part of this is that there is a bailout clause, and that's the way you want to play these turns. Funeral Moon is the ideal scenario with this Eloquence token, but if your opponent pitches 2 blues, blocks 4, you can still continue the turn, present Deathly Whale afterwards, and rebank those rune chants so that you're ready to go again. There is no way for Kassai to kind of punk you here, and that's how you want to be playing these turns.
Thought in the hand for Paolo. Sharpened Senses, a Glint the Quicksilver run through, and an Unsheathed sitting there, ready and waiting.
Keeping half an eye here on just the higher density of yellows that Paolo has drawn early this game. It's not a bad thing. Usually kind of happy to see this because we're going to be using that Kassai hero ability activated pretty consistently in this spot. Achilles is going to be in an awkward spot if these next couple of hands turn around and be full of things like Malefic Incantations. You'd be inclined to keep a little less surface to reduce the rune chance and more defensive tools. And so I expect to see Paolo leveraging that hero ability pretty aggressively as the life totals begin to tumble, because you can't save it for the next game. Okay, so we're going to see some rune chants banked up here nice and early. I expect this to be the indication of a defensive stance. With the 2 Vigor tokens available, it's pretty easy to play a small turn here for Paolo. And I also like not exploding. And typically
that's usually what you would like to do, is not implode on one of these turns. Well, the damage has been dealt. Achilles could opt to flash in this Funeral Moon and give that go again, of course, because damage has been dealt, and this is a non-attack action, just being played at instant speed. You regain that action point, and pinging himself as well, just to make sure that we can go a little bit deeper on this turn. The Deadwood Dirge on one of the 2 rune chants sitting to take us to 4. Well, Deathly Whale, my beloved, are we going to be sending that one in?
This is really interesting because technically, well, I mean, I kind of expect it, honestly. Achilles can do it all here. Like, if you want to use the Tunic on the Deadwood Dirge, you will have the rune chants being generated from this Deathly Whale to just pop one and send the Phantom Banshee as well. And this is what you need to do. It is constant 3-chain wide. That's how you just close these life total gags.
He's doing it.
Yep. Not going to see, no big surprise here. And this is a little trick here that not a lot of people know you can do, and this is really, really clever. Rune chants are triggers. You can respond to them, but the damage is on the stack.
Still goes through.
So you can, if you've attacked, but you can't do it if it's the first stack of the turn. You need to have attacked already for Spellbound Creeper's priority window to work. But you can Creepers in response to your rune chants triggering, target one of those with Deadwood Dirge. It will still deal its damage, and then you will destroy it and make 3 more with Deadwood Dirge. So you get to keep the rune chants you'll make. More importantly, you don't have to close the chain either. So if you want to save those rune chants for your next rune gate next turn, Phantom Banshee isn't eating them either. And this is just exactly what I mean by just talking about masters of this hero. It's such an unintuitive trick, and I'm not surprised to hear that we might very well be calling a judge to check that's something you're allowed to do.
Completely valid.
It just doesn't come up that often. But when you play Vynnset and only Vynnset, you learn these timing windows and these small edges you can get, and yeah, that's perfectly legit.
It reminds me of some of the older rulings around Spectra and rune chants and how that used to operate. And oh, there he is. Hello.
He agrees it's legit.
It is legit. You know.
Yeah.
And he knows.
He knows.
Fantastic. So the judges must know. So we return ourselves back to the game, and there we go. We are indeed correct. You would expect someone of Achilles' caliber to be able to transfer that correctly to an opponent. But of course, if you're at an event of this scale, always check with a judge if you are unsure. There are some tricky interactions in this game, and well, especially with Usurp coming up, they're only going to be getting trickier with the Usurp keyword. So here we go. 3 rune chants in the back, 5 on the Deathly Whale, and we have an AP, because that Deadwood Dirge was played at instant speed, the Go Again resolve, and now we are going to be swinging that Phantom Banshee. 3 and 7 this turn was massive.
And this is exactly what we've been setting up to do from the start. It's why we've been so happy to take so much damage. And to double down on that point, it really wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of veteran Vynnset players that just didn't actually know you could do that. It's not an intuitive trick. And this way we just get to keep both of those rune chants from our Deathly Whale for the follow-up turn. Those life totals that were, you know, a whole Silver Age game apart, now brought very quickly back down to 27 place 20. Still some work to be done, but we took a monolith of cards from Kassai that game, and now we're going to see this hero ability activated and those small hands being played as Paolo looks to keep the foot on despite being forced to play defense last turn.
It's not the biggest of hands, but 2 vigor from the previous is going to allow us to swing pretty hard with a very relevant on hit. For Copper Maid, how about we see something a little bit more shiny in the gold, unsheathed, giving this first swing go again as well, because guess what? Its attack is now greater than twice its base, coming in for 5, and we're going to be covering it. The Jordan's committed, but that Blade Throw from the previous turn takes us up to 7. Doesn't matter if you have a 4 block. I'm just going to reach over the top, says Paolo.
And this is what Kassai is just so good at. It's the reason to play this hero over some of the other warrior options in the format. You don't need a flurry generator and all of these other tools to make your turns big and flashy. This was 2 vigor tokens, courtesy of Grains of Bloodspill. It was a 2-card hand, and we're sitting here sending 11 damage. The numbers on this are disgusting, even if you don't account for the gold being generated. And immediately, we just see Achilles being forced back on defensive duty. Those Spellbound Creepers, they've done their work. I need to play defense. I need to set back up again. Otherwise, I find myself in the same problem. And so we see multiple cards playing defense. Deathly Delight banished away into the banish zone. And now it's going to be a quick thumb through of what's been expended so far. And I imagine that Movrian Skies we see in hand being parked in Arsenal, and we reload the chamber again.
Yeah, the lack of defense reactions that we've seen committed so far from Paolo, you would assume, okay, let's wait until some of those have wormed their way out, or when I definitely need the go again. Because right now it would just be go again into a flail, but this time round we are just going to be shipping that Deathly Delight, making one more rune chant in the back from our Malefic. 2 rune chants going to be eaten. The trigger for Deathly Delight is going to happen, so bare minimum, we're going to be seeing Achilles go up to 18 on this turn. Just blocking the 1, taking the 4. The combat chain is closed. There goes your effect. And in the arsenal goes that Morph Skies for another big turn once we've been able to establish more and more rune charts.
I'm intrigued. I have to wonder if maybe it's not a Movrian Skies or a go against source. My immediate thinking there would be that we want 2 attacks guaranteed from the Banish Zone to make the most of that. But Achilles, I have to imagine, is leaning towards, I just need to put pressure on now. I bought myself a window, and I'm giving you too much breathing room, and we quickly see that breathing room becoming a real issue real fast.
We were talking about the copper generation earlier on and the fact that blood in your hands, why it may not be the primary combo. It is very, very real. All the way back, oh God, I remember this one being swung at me in Blitz, and I hated it then. And guess what, Scott? I'm still not a fan of it now. It does a lot for a single card. 4 copper destroyed. Not 100% sure on all the modes, but it is a safe assumption we are going to be swinging again with both of these swords.
6 swung here from the Saber. No go again dice on this currently, but I have to assume that was a mode chosen. Would be a little bit of a lackluster turn if it wasn't. Bit of an awkward hand here for Achilles too. We see Runic Reaving, Shadow Puppetry, Malefic Incantation, Deathly Delight. These are all cards you're pretty happy to draw in most spots, but most of them block like soup.
Yep. The dangerous thing here as well is that if additional swing was committed on this, we talked about it earlier, Centauri Saber, if it is blocked with an attack action, will keep that +1 for the rest of the turn. You aren't going to be blocking with an attack action here on 6. It goes to 7, and it remains that continuing across the combat chain. We'll be swinging for 3, potentially even 4, depending on how these blocks are committed. A difficult decision is putting it lightly here for Achilles. A number of blocking cards in tow, but how much space do you want to give a Kassai that has a gold available, has a card in hand, and you know is going to be swinging for the hills, even on this second swing?
It's been a very impressive debut of damage for Paolo, who's not ever really found himself looking at a hand that is a bit muted. Kassai has this problem sometimes where you end up needing to keep an extra card to overpitch for draw swords because the blue count is surprisingly light. You find yourself in spots there's no go again enabler. That's not really been a problem this game. The deck has been humming on all engines. The graveyard's been nice and full for on hits. The gold has bailed out. We've just seen time and time again just chunks and chunks of red damage. And unfortunately, by the nature of how this matchup plays out, you afford Kassai the breathing room to convert those cards if they are lucky enough to chain them together.
Little graveyard check for Achilles here. What are we digging for? And it's a bit early to be looking for threats, but maybe that could be what we're hunting down. Runic Reaving, obviously a relatively new addition to the Vynnset pools. Only going to be available in that promo version at this current time before it releases in Usurp the Shadow Throne. So you missed out on your nationals. Tough luck, Vynnset players. Tough luck.
Speaking of tough luck, definitely feels that's where we are with Achilles here. And I don't blame the pause at all. This is
Go Again dice is now being displayed, so Go Again must have been one of those options chosen here for Blood in the Hands, which you're not particularly surprised.
Trying to pass this hand myself. It's a really hard one to process, especially if you aren't intricately familiar with Vynnset. Again, these are all cards that typically are just fantastic on offense. These Malefic Incantations do some heavy lifting in the matchup. Deathly Wail is your best attack, but it's so hard to sit here and send back a menial attack, just a small turn off of a Deathly Wail, block with some of these cards. It's so difficult just to take the myriad of damage that is coming courtesy of Blood in the Hand. You kind of heard it from Achilles when we sat down and this Blood in the Hands hit the table was a wow. And it's like, yeah, we understand where we are. That's why this is the most important turn of the game so far. Players are just confirming exactly that. This is the most important turn of the game so far. Thank you for letting me take my time. We're going to have plenty of it.
Yeah, we will indeed. I believe it is only that. I believe it is only one card. Sorry, 2 cards in hand that are those attacks. notably blocking 3. Our other 2 at this point not going to be as plentiful.
Something I do want to talk about real quick while our players are in the tank here. There is some flexibility available for Axilleas. Just from the onboard equipment, we still see this Grimoire of Felling Song and the Vexing Quill Hand here. These are normally kind of get-out-of-jail-free cards that are available in the spot, but it does mean that if we need to pick a fight later on from taking a chunk of damage to keep hold of these cards, we can be very staunch and very defensive later with the cards available in our hand and use our equipment to tie the rune together. So that's something I want to be keeping my eye on, as it seems like we're pretty content taking damage.
We absolutely are. 6 damage taken on that first swing from the Centauri Saber. And now our second one, also having go again, swinging in for 5. Take a quick look at the top of your screen. That is not a HP total that can convert well when you're swinging into 5, into 2, into 3, into 3. It's going to be a hell of a lot of damage, and we're going to be seeing Paolo swing once again. It does drop off a cliff a little bit. We go from 5 to 2, but remember, if you block with one of these attack actions, going to be in a difficult spot for living in this game. But you've got a couple of NAAs sitting there allowing you to block cleanly. You've got to expect at least one more swing after this, though. But the Crown of Providence committed here. What are we digging for? It's a widespread. It functions. It works. Gives us some outs on the following turn.
It's not so much about fishing here, I don't think. With the Malefic, this is not a game where Malefic is going to get its value anymore. We're looking at ourselves having 7 life. You don't get 3 turns to leverage it very often. I think looking for a better tool that ties the hand together and allows something more explosive to happen right now is significantly more appealing. There was only the 1 attack in this hand, so blocking a Saber was unlikely to happen prior to this. This widespread annihilation, it's an option. I think it might actually be an option worth considering. Typically, Deathly Whale is more interesting to chain these turns together, make sure the flow of rune chance is available. But with the equipment we were just alluding to, it's very possible you just need to try and force some cards. I like this from Achilles a lot. I don't want to take that stance in the matchup. Again, Kassai is so good at playing these small hands. I don't want to earn 2 cards from you. It's not meaningful in any way. So I like the stance of just chaining my turns together, trying to keep the engine going, and accepting that widespread annihilation would just get sucked up if I gave my equipment to it.
Vynnset trigger at the start of the turn. We're going to be making our rune chant, and we're going to be banishing that Deathly Whale. Not only that, we're going to crack our Quill Hand. There it goes. 2 rune chants, no AB required in this one. Shadow Puppetry played, pinging ourselves with the Shadow attack. Now we swing 4 rune chants down range, 1 in the back from that Malefic, and a very relevant on-hit here for Paolo to consider. But first things first, are we going to be pitching?
So unpreventable rune chant kind of taken care of first there. Both players acknowledging that it has to happen thanks to that Vynnset hero ability. 3 more left remaining after that. Time for graveyard checks. Not surprised by this. This is a really tough spot for Achilles, but I think this is the best way to convert this hand. People forget this about Runic Reaving because they only seem to remember the discard effect to generate rune chants, especially in Vynnset, to kind of tie your turns together. But it is just a 0 for 4 that becomes much bigger if you usurp, and unsurprisingly, there's a rune chant left over thanks to Malefic Incantation. So you can just make this a really good numbers turn. It's not something you see from Vynnset very often, playing attack from the hand, following up from a Deathly Whale, but this is fine. This is good numbers.
Does end up setting him a little bit further back than maybe you would like by usurping that rune chant hell, even just attacking and getting rid of that one. We go down to 0 on the following turn. We will need to have some form of generators for us to push further beyond. Our first defense reaction of this game, the Fate Foreseen committed here to be able to cover up as much as possible. How do we approach this one? Do we threaten the on-hit with our Arsenal, or no? We are just going to be usurping and sending Runic Reaving at face. Take 6 is the response from Kassai. 3 cards in hand, a gold on board. Paolo, he is going to be swinging for the fences on this one.
If I'm not mistaken, that's a no attack hand here for Achilles as well, which is a bit of a disaster.
Especially with Cop being gone now.
Not even so much that. Just this is a hand that needed to play small. You needed to be able to soak up the damage from Kassai and just banish an attack and send it, because you're being forced to play small in a spot you are. You have Movrian Skies to extend when the opportunity presents itself, but you're on 6. You need to be blocking, and so you just want to be banishing a single card, playing the small turn, and unfortunately, there is going to be no chance to do that here.
My mistake on the previous turn as well. Of course, it was definitely Whale that was on the boards, and because of the ping damage and the damage that Paolo took from that unpreventable arcane, we do create 2 ring chance. So we're not completely shields down, but how are we going to ship it other than a definitely Whale, which brings you closer and closer to death right now. 3 on the chain, and activation here from Kassai. So we're looking to be able to make ourselves another gold if there wasn't already enough incentive to block this one.
Definitely more of an upside on this, given that Achilles almost certainly in a spot where the spare rune gate attacks are the ones that would have to go in front of these sabers, because you need to try and convert your hands with non-attack actions if possible, would make the saber into a 4 and therefore trigger Kassai. What Paolo doesn't know is that's not really a factor here. Thankfully, I just can't take a glance at the non-attack actions we do have. There is a read the runes smashed in there. The problem is that 3 of these cards block 2. So holding on to that is appealing to try and set some semblance of a turn up, but you might kind of be obliged to put your whole hand in front of stuff here.
Achilles is almost presenting that right now. Face up on the board, being like, okay, well, I know you're going to be swinging this one, and it's going to be swinging for 5 because of the Blade Runner committed first. I've drawn a card, so this is free. Remember, Kassai ability says the next time a weapon hits. It doesn't care if it's the first one, it just wants it to be the next time. So this is still active on our second swing of Centauri Saber. Here comes, even higher, 7.
And this is the pain point swing, unfortunately, in a spot like this. You know your opponent kept 3 cards last turn, and while it's very possible that one of those is just popping in the arsenal, there's also just a possibility it's something like Into the Swing, which ends your life if you don't respect it in a spot like this. And the hand doesn't do anything. By holding onto a single card, you end up banishing it away, making a rune chant. That's worse than getting 2 block value, and so we say, all right, I'm going to need you to draw 4 defense reactions and no go again. And, I mean, I'll be honest with you.
Ooh,
we almost got there. That is double Shelter from the Storm and Blood Follows Blade and a Blood on the Hands that has no copper to work with.
This is just going to be the Outland Skirmish to begin with, looking to generate some more of that copper as quick as we can. So far, just going to be 5. No go again, in large air quotes. So the Blood Follows Blade sits in the hand. We almost have the opposite problem here for Achilles on this turn. We have 3 attacks instead of those 4 NAAs from the previous. Blood Follows Blade, it is going to pump this up to 6, but we are covering 6, so that does not matter. What do we swing this time round? It's going to be the 2 on Centauri Saber, chucking that Shelter of the Storm into the arsenal for a later turn.
Yeah, multiple attacks less of a problem, because at least that way you can hold on to 1 and banish 1 to get yourself set up and ready to go. But the Saber swing here kind of has to be respected in the same way as before. There is still just another card in hand. There is a chance. You won't lose the game in this spot if you choose not to block, but being on 1 against Kassai is a miserable affair. So deciding if it is...
but better.
Deciding if it's time to keep a card here, definitely a tough decision for Achilles. You only really get to make this choice once. You're going to need to pick a spot where it's fine to keep additional cards to put a turn together, and if you pick it in the wrong spot, you are not going to have any semblance of a comeback, and that's why you see the pause that you do right now. This is very much a game-deciding moment.
We're looking for pumps. We're looking for brickers as well. The fact that we've seen only 1 defense reaction played, 1 pitched away, it's got to be in the back of Achilles' mind. Is this just a 0 for 4 defense reaction he's sitting in the hand? Is this a bluff that I'm willing to call? A cull in tow, a widespread ruin sitting alongside it.
The cull is actually the interesting part of this hand, and it's what caused Achilles to have so much pause. The widespread ruin is basically always going in the banished zone alongside the rune chance that exist here to try and present some semblance of damage back. But the question with cull is, am I better off guaranteeing that I get my 2 block value, or is it entirely 2 face up if I simply send this and hope to take another card from my opponent on offense? And Achilles here seems to have taken the latter, says the guaranteed value is just better off, and now the pause and the consideration is, am I supposed to wait? We know it's Movrian Skies that is parked in the arsenal here, and it's going to take a 2-attack turn to really get this game back into reach. Are you just supposed to say, go to 5? Your hand can't do it.
It takes a stalwart pilot to make that call when you are this low on HP.
And we see it.
Pass prio. Yeah, the call has been made, and, well, that's not one that early and new pickups of Vynnset players will make. We finally see our first true defensive toolkit option here for Achilles, that being gorgeous London Sink Below promo. How is it going to play into effect here? The right saber this time round for Paolo. Swinging for 2, 3 cards in hand, and a card in arsenal with 2 floating. The options are almost limitless.
Sink Below is such a big deal here. It gives so much more breathing room to take a risk against one of these swords. Interesting hand here for Achilles in general, though. We do see another Runic Reaving. You ideally want another attack to throw, but you need to banish a card here to Vynnset as well. So ideally, a Deathly Whale would have gone a very long way, and we're going to see this Sink Below doing its work here, courtesy of Blade Flurry coming on down.
Digging a bit deeper, what do we find? The Deathly Whale from the top. A gorgeous find. How do we convert this one? The 7 damage. With that card still in tow, Achilles is not out of this one yet.
Such a shame that it's not easy to keep another card here. Machinations of Dominion could do so much heavy lifting and allowing the turn to come together, but instead obliged to block 6.
Taking the 2 down to 3.
Okay, so I think the line we have to take here is banish the whale, make the 4th rune chant, and cross your fingers that your opponent is not interested in preventing damage.
Paolo saw a lot of early blues in this game. Not sure on the card in hand that he's just going to be IPing. Drawing up 3, do we see another? We do. A Trot Along available. It was actually a Glint the Quicksilver on the previous as well, so...
And again, this moment of pause is just so telling. Like, the Movrian Skies here is not guaranteed to get value, but it would threaten to send Widespread Ruin if Paolo allowed the on-hit to happen. The sad truth is that probably isn't going to happen, but you should pause and decide if that is your best avenue to win the game. Is your opponent making a mistake and allowing that to connect? At the end of the day, Achilles says, no, I need to wait. I'm going to need this Widespread Ruin alongside a Movrian Skies to set, like, just gather my comeback. Because this is a Deathly Whale, I have a chance of making a rune chant if my opponent takes any damage. I still have my Grimoire in play to guarantee that I can have a second one. My hero ability can make me a third one. So there are plenty of ways to make these turns come together on smaller hands. Gonna see a chunk of respect here.
Yeah, Valiant Dynamos, the Granger's Blood Spill going in, and of course we know that Shelter of the Storm sitting in the arsenal is going to be committed. So no damage dealt, no rune chant in the back, and 1 blood debt taken, and yet still a 2-card hand here for Paolo.
Rune chant generator would go so far here, but nothing for Achilles, unfortunately.
Remember, this turn is a lot bigger than it would initially seem. While this does just seem like 2, Paolo knows that my opponent has to give me a block here. You give me a block, you trigger my reprise on my Glint the Quicksilver. I draw a card, I have 2 floating. We have options for attack reactions.
Interesting decision tree here. If only there were a way to... I'm trying to find a way to take 1 damage. This Cull gets real funky on Glint the Quicksilver if you can take the card away before it achieves anything, but there is just no way here, unfortunately. Going to be forced to play defense with an attack, which thankfully does line up nicely into this Saber despite the buff.
3. Here's your Glint, your reprise triggers there. Didn't catch the card in hand for Paolo. Again, resolving, it would appear, and moving on to the next swing. Could pump this first one if we found that attack react, but not going to be the case here. 2 just looks to continue ripping more and more cards from Achilles' hand. And, well, Paolo's thinking, unless you have a crazy way of making 3 rune chants at this point, you're going to just continue bleeding and bleeding to your own blood debt. This is what you get for worshipping the Shadow Throne.
Second Movrian Skies kind of stuck in hand right now. Wouldn't surprise me if it ended up just paying for the Grimoire to make something work. You see the pause here from Achilles for exactly that reason is, what do you banish? graveyards being peeked through here. And this is exactly the kind of stage I expect to see this happening in the game. Players now need to consider how many defense reactions are left, how many Deadwood Dirges are left for instantaneous rune chant generation, and in reverse, how many of those painful Blade Flurries, additional damage at instant speed are available to Kassai. She doesn't pack all that many.
The perfect situation here, and you've got to be thinking the one that Paolo's considering is the, well, clearly you have Deadwood Dirge. So pitch to the Grimoire, break your Deadwood Dirge, destroy your rune chance, swing that widespread ruin. But as we can see on the other side of the table,
no, we don't even need a Dirge for the Ruin, because the hero ability and the Grimoire alone will foot the bill on that one.
Yeah, true. That will get us to 2.
It's just whether or not there is a way to go wider. We know it's Movrian Skies in the arsenal, but I believe it's also Movrian Skies in hand. And this is why there's pause, is do I accept that Eloquent Eulogy into Flail is something I'm interested in putting myself to 1? Or do I need to break the Grimoire to get this widespread ruin out? And it is the latter we're choosing here. And I like this a lot, because this Eulogy, while it is putting us to 1 as well, you don't want to be leaving Blood Debt around to kill you if you flail, but this one is just always getting out if we banish a card, which is a lot easier to stomach than a 2-gate sitting there slowly chipping away at you.
2 into 6. Seeing the hand from Paolo here. Got the glimpse of a couple blues, but looks like he realizes, you know what, this HP is, it's in my advantage to eat this. You're not going to ping me down from 7 on my turn, especially when you're on 1. Banish of the hit and run. It's not a card that's required right now. We're sitting on a 5-card hand. Does pitch away another shelter, but it leads with a pump into a Saber, into a go-again swing.
So if you're wondering what Achilles was looking to find all these turns, you saw the head shake of resignation as it entered the hand. Revel in Runeblood, definitely part of the equation in chaining together 2 of those bigger rune gates. That's what that Movrian Skies was trying to achieve, trying to leave a non-attack action in the arsenal. One that guaranteed go again, meant that the Revel would come online and enable a second rune gate. And unfortunately, it has finally arrived on the turn that his hand is going to be ripped to shreds.
4 go again off the Spoils of War. 2 cards in hand, 1 floating. We've yet to draw a card this turn, so still going to have to commit that 1 floating resource to the Centauri Saber. How much respect do you want to give this first chain link? Age-old question when you're playing up against a warrior. 5 go again, we push up to. We get it over the top. Do we have prevention? We do not. The Blade Flurry will close us out. Paolo, a commanding victory against one of the best when it comes down to Vynnset. Congratulations to him, now sitting at 2-0, moving into round number 3.
Yeah, I want to continue to give just props to both of these players. Paolo understood the assignment, understood what Achilles was trying to achieve. Achilles understands what needs to be done in order for Vynnset to navigate this matchup. We saw those big, powerful turns coming through. Perhaps more importantly, we saw the bones being put together to establish a second one. Needed to find some very potent draws to kind of make those turns happen, and unfortunately, they just didn't arrive in time.
Yeah, the upcoming cards did not work the way that you intended. But speaking about upcoming things, how about more upcoming events? If you couldn't make it to the Calling Hamburg this time round, well, guess what? There is a world tour with over 2 million USD for you to take part in. And what's coming down the timeline, Scott? We got Kansas City to begin with.
We certainly do. KC is going to be that final opportunity to take home that incredible quick dodge flexes. Get out there for that classic constructed calling if you can, before coming to join me over in Seoul for the world premiere of Usurp the Shadow Throne. Will be your first chance to get to grips with all things Shadow all over again.
Well, we heard that Seoul likes limited in Usurp the Shadow Throne, so you know what? Europe, Bilbao, you can have one as well. The showdown being Silver Age, but our calling being Usurp Shadow Throne Limited. Then, of course, an event that if you've been looking at socials, you've seen time and time again, and there was a lot of hype for Calling 100 Atlanta, LL Championship, CC Classic Constructed Calling, and why not a showdown on the Sunday for Silver Age, taking us then swiftly to Kyoto. at the midway through October.
Kyoto, they're going to be the last event on the road to World Championship. Paris, of course, November 5th through to 8th will be the big marquee event there. Mexico City will be just in front of it as well if you're more inclined. Final taste of Classic Constructed. No doubt our competitors will have their eyes on that event as they try and pick their deck for the World Championship. Of course, open entry calling there as well if you're so inclined. Rest of the year looking nice and promising. We round things out in the holiday season, chunking through Shenzhen, Wakefield, which I'll be at. I'm sure you will be as well. And Portland there will wrap things up with Silver Age at the end of the year before making our way into 2027 for the biggest of bends over in London. Pro Tour London will be kicking us off there, and yeah, I can see myself being there as well.
I'll be there. I'm confident you'll be there. I think most of the UK scene will be there. Hell, most of the European scene will be there. Make sure you, well, book your accommodation, honestly, because that stuff sells out fast. And London, not too cheap, so take it from me. If it's not on your doorstep, book sooner rather than later. You set up the Shadow Throne, of course, very, very soon coming up. The World Premiere package available now. Check the site if you want to grab one of those and get yourself a chance at a Marvel Cold Foil K-pop Malice. Dude, these look sick. I'm so upset that I'm not going to Seoul to be able to grab one of these. If anyone wants to sell one, hit me up on Discord. Thank you very much. Gorgeous playmat as well, as we see a very thematic turn of events for the history of Flesh and Blood. R.I.P. Chain, you will be forgotten.
Rest in piss, you will not be missed. Souvenir package for Paris. Equally exhilarating if you are a Leviathan enjoyer. That beautiful cold foil promo hero card. A box if you set up the Shadow Throne. Matching playmat and a full playset of the brand new EA Rainbow Foil variant of Outed.
Yeah, the Joan of Arc Outed, a card which I certainly am going to need in Aurora moving forward. I just need Go Again, Scott. I just need Go Again. But that's not all that's available, of course. You can sign up for the Calling Premium package to get your very own EA Rainbow Foils, your Cold Foil, your Gate of Ithrafel that you're definitely going to need if you're playing one of these Shadow Heroes, your Calling Entry, your Bronze Event Vouchers, Silver Event Vouchers. God, there's so much going on in Paris, dude. Make sure you sign up for this and, well, honestly, get the best deal that you can.
Yeah, it's that open the gate to ERTL that really stands out to me. The Marvel is gorgeous. I'm going to be a Viscerai player, I think. I'm going to need 3 of these.
Hell yeah.
I think Shadow Realm Harrower is a card I have my eyes on as well. This thing is disgusting against the aggro decks. Just gain a chunk of life in the process. So eager to get some big, flashy, stylish versions of those. Going to be getting some big, flashy, styling versions of Lalo, which is a card I'm finding myself headbutting more often in Silver Age these days.
Not just Silver Age, you know. I could legitimately see some of these fangs that we've seen such a prevalent of now playing this card. It's a 0/4 defense reaction, effectively, in the yellow, which allows you to pitch it on early, as swinging in your little daggers. And God, that art is so damn good. Stefano's done a brilliant job at completely changing the tone of what Lalo was originally.
Yeah, I got some words for that, but they are not safe for a broadcast, so I'm going to keep them tucked away to myself. Another quick reminder for you. Casey, last chance on this one. Last chance to wrap up this gold foil quick dodge flexes. Make sure you get out to that event if you can. But it will be a beautiful gold foil available from Seoul onwards for our brand new calling champion, Circlet of Eternal End, coming to join you very, very soon. Make sure you join us starting in Seoul.
Legendary headpieces, pretty damn good. Why not get a Marvel double-sided one from smashing out a calling? Guys, we're going to chuck into a very, very short break. When we return, I believe we've got two stellar individuals joining us on the broadcast. On the table that we get to broadcast. It's going to be PVG, Paul van Gijssel, versus Andrea Stella. This is going to be a hell of a game that you're not going to want to miss. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. When we return, a banger for the ages returns for Game 3. Yeah, I say so. Game number 3 soon to be underway here at the Calling Hamburg. It's going to be Paul van Gijssel versus Andrea Mengucci. Dude, these are 2 names which have been making waves in the fab scene for, well, it feels like years at this point, and scenes outside of our own as well. Very, very interesting matchup. Arakni, Marionette, and an Oscilio. These are your 2 heavy hitters when it comes down to current meta format, Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, this is kind of a demonstration of what you should be expecting to see at the top tables of any event near you. Maybe not in terms of player quality, but definitely in terms of matchup. Van Gijssel, I got some bad news for Paul. We got a long-standing thing that if I'm in the booth, I'm supposed to be a good luck charm for Paul. But he also has to go to dinner with me, or I'm not. And he didn't do that yesterday because I was stuck in an airport.
I was about to say,
failing to get here.
Is that on him?
Well, I guess we're going to find out because we'll see whether or not the good luck charm still works for him this time around. But no dinner usually means no success for Paul, so I'm hoping not to cast a curse him a little bit. But in terms of matchup, this is one that's hotly contested. I think a lot of people. I've heard from a lot of folks that it comes down to your knowledge on the version of Oscilio that your opponent might be on. Your plan changes pretty dramatically if you have that knowledge. I think in this case, Paul might be in luck because Andrea's been. What's the word I'm looking for? An influencer. And therefore rocking up social media and posting photos of playing Gone in a Flash Oscilio. So the information is pretty well available. There's a chance it's a last-minute bait and switch, don't get me wrong. Would be pretty heads up if it was, but I'm under the impression it's Gone in a Flash Oscilio as well. So I expect Paul to have that knowledge, and I think for the most part that's a good thing.
He also baited me pretty hard because I saw him sleeving up mech cards, and I was like, "Oh my god, he's going to join Dio." But no, that was Silver Age. Yeah, that was fully baited. The 2 ofs should have told me something. Yeah, this is kind of the overall contention piece of Oscilio, right? One of its key benefits is the fact that it can be bent and destroyed in many different ways. How do you want to take down your opponent? Do you want to go 0 for 4, effectively old school Aurora with a smack of arcane damage at the end of the chain? Or do you just want to say, I'm going to be sending 2 for 6 arcane damage, 2 for 7 arcane damage, maybe even higher amounts? Only time will tell, but it seems like Gone in the Flash is going to be what we are seeing. But let's chuck it to the table. It's going to be Andrea Mengucci versus Paul van Gijssel. And these 2 are sitting ready for this one to kick off.
Interesting one here for Mengu, choosing to go second. Wouldn't surprise me if we see a piece of preventative equipment here. It's almost certainly not Boots of Omni's War because you want access to Lightning Greaves. We've seen these gloves of Astral Sanctuary and this kind of thing popping up before. Wouldn't shock me if we see that on the arms for Andrea, who's going to be more interested in maybe denying that first flick in choosing to go second. I'm not a fan of that personally in this matchup. I prefer to try and hold on to those to deny, save a bloodshed. Long story short, when you know your opponent's on Gone in a Flash, this matchup ends up being a bit of a race. And that's going to favor Arakni in a lot of cases, unless Oscilio could find the early Gone in a Flash turn. So we're going to be looking for an early copy to kind of chain together that big 20, 24 kind of damage turn in order to kind of even the playing field. Otherwise, save a bloodshed, those kind of cards, very much what I'm expecting to run away with the race on Paul's side.
It will begin chunking through a lot of that damage. Let's have a quick look at these 2 heroes. They need little to no introduction, but we give you a run through. Arakni Marionette, your attacks with stealth that are attacking a mark hero get +1 when it hits. Go again. At the beginning of your end step, your opponent is marked, you become a random agent of chaos. Roll into the Brood and transform your hero. Listen, there are players who have been putting a lot of numbers up on this one, and notably at the very bottom of your screen, you will see one of them. Jacob Clements is borderline solo LLing this damn hero when it comes down to winning large-scale events. 889 points. He's not long for this world. That takes over to the Constella Intelligence himself. 771 points. Felipe winning out on that one last time round. Listen, this hero is so dynamic in how it wants to position itself. Are we going to be seeing Tall Arcane? Sounds like no, but that once per turn instant hero ability allows you to dig to your power cards, to your Gone in the Flashes, turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's a little less face up than it would be in the Arcane list that's often sculpting its hand, trying to turn on Starfall. But as we kind of alluded to moments ago, Gone in a Flash is a big part of evening the playing field in this matchup. You kind of need to find one early. This deck has a lower instant density. Sometimes it's just relying on Astral Bridge to do its thing, so you will see less activations of that hero ability, but each one you do is an important step at getting closer and closer to those all-important cards in this matchup.
Aggro deck v aggro deck. stellar player versus stellar player. Here we go. Round number 3 is underway. It's Mario on the play. Paul pitches to red straight up and swings in that Hunter's Clave. Looking for an early mark.
No big surprises here. We do see those gloves of Astral Sanctuary on the hands for Andrea. Very interested to see how he intends on using those. It's a bit of a debate as to whether you try and play Denial in the first turn and deny that mark, stop the initial transformation, stop the mask being on live immediately, or whether you try and save it for a big power turn. Ultimately, the opening hand is going to decide that. We do see an instant cached away with Oscilio here to sculpt the hand. Means Andrea now has entirely blocking cards. Makes me more incentivized to deny the flick with the gloves here because you have the ability to make sure you deny the damage from the claves themselves in the process.
We saw a lot of these marking effect cards in hand begin entering their ways into lists when more preventative effects were joining Flesh and Blood. And well, actually, we are just going to be flicking that secondary clave and marking straight away. Mengucci says, actually, this is not the time for me to care about being marked.
I absolutely love this. It seems like Mengu is the same school of thought as me. The sad truth is that they're going to mark you. Your deck blocks honestly like paper. You're not designed to be a defensive strategy, and a pretty impressive roll out of the gate here on the 4 does enable some pretty powerful stuff for Paul. But
yeah, not a bad one.
Red backs will extend, but yeah, I want to double back on this. I love this from Andrea so much because you have to accept that you're going to take a dagger hit eventually. You can't deny it forever. Stopping a mark on turn 0 is just not as impactful as stopping your opponent from drawing a card on a Save a Bloodshed turn.
It's also nice you start less than 40 HP. You take the 1. Hey, guess what? Scar for a scar. Always a 0-4 go again, at least when the game starts. A really nice opening here for Andrea. And, well, I compare this Oscilio list to very early brew Aurora 1 lists. It's a lot of generics that say 0-4 go again, and it's a lot of lightning cards and elemental cards that all give you the option of going 0-4 go again. And that's what we're seeing here. 2 generic cards swinging onto the combat chain and just starting to put Paul lower and lower early on into this game. The lightning press revealed on the top, very notable for future turns.
Love to see this as well. Andrea thumbing and considering grabbing that lightning press for this turn with an Oscilio activation before continuing. Perhaps more importantly, we see Gone in a Flash in the hand here as well, which will be parked and ready to go when that Lightning Greaves comes on in. Very impressive stuff. You've got to remember, Andrea Mengucci finished second at the largest calling we saw at Pro Tour London, calling London there, on Aurora, has a pedigree of experience on these more aggressive decks, and this is very telling of his stance in the matchup. Gone in a Flash, we're going to find ourselves playing a quick, punchy game. You don't want to block. I just need to send damage. I'm not high enough instant density to park this and play for a big turn right now. You have a house of cards you want to keep. I got to knock it down.
You actually see a couple of Oscilio builds try this Gone in the Flash combo turn just when it lines up. They're not going for insane Gone in the Flash bouncing with Blast to Oblivion like we saw in original Oscilio brews. Instead, we are just going to be playing it maybe once, maybe twice off the back of an instant and getting that additional 4 value that you wouldn't have had in that turn. And that's more than enough out of a chess piece and a leg piece to get you over the line from time to time. Mask of Deceit committed. We need that Orb Weaver early on. We want that Graphene Salicera, and that is what we're going to be finding very, very early on in this turn.
Yeah, Mask kind of defaults to grabbing a Calicera in this matchup. Need to assemble a pair of daggers that swing off a blue, give those Tarantula Toxins some real devastating power, make your Tunic swing your daggers efficiently in future. It's all about efficiency as the opponent begins to race you.
Discarding a Codex of all things, you would think very, very strong card. Hold on to that one, but at this current moment in time, no attacks in that grave. Here comes your first chain link, the Mark of the Black Widow. Looking to discard a card on hit here.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Stalker Steps converted here. We know the Calicera is free, and both cards in hand are +4 buffs for a dagger. Wants to make the most of Mark of the Black Widow while the mark is still there. Doesn't want to feel obliged to flick again. There's a chance there's a Stains of the Red back in Arsenal. Something like that will do the job just fine, but pretty evident to us that Paul intends on extending. Very much more of a smoke screen here for Andrea.
If I'm not mistaken, I actually think it's a Codex in Arsenal from that first turn. So we'll wait and see if Stalker's Steps is committed. If not, a whimpering turn for Paul. But an activation of Oscilio digging deeper through that deck. The Constella Contemplation gone to the wayside. No blocks committed here from Mengucci. And Stalker's Steps committed, giving it go again, basically functioning like a Snapdragon Scalers.
This was just always going to happen here. Mark of the Black Widow. You can't IP2 8 damage, especially not when you have a free Kalista on the table from your hero ability. So we'll see the Mark on hit happening. Takes away a Sigil of Brilliance. And now Paul gets perfect information about the rest of the puzzle before committing to the swing. We do see Scar for a Scar, Comic Collision, and Flow State Embodiment as the remaining cards.
Got the point cut for the same cloth. Swinging into that for free, Kalista.
Exactly why finding that Mask of Deceit block so early after the block is so important. This Kalista costing nothing and then being paid for by your Fyndal Spring Tunic next turn means all these +4 buffs that just want to line up efficiently alongside a dagger swing don't have to rely on you pitching a card away to make the dagger work. You're just going to have the freedom to play them all and put your opponent's head in the ground.
Chunking all of the damage there is Andrea. Straight into a Scar for a Scar again. Lower HP, might as well get the value out of it.
The thing is here, Paul is equally aware of the 2 remaining cards in the hand for Andrea. Comic Collision, very anemic this turn. No instant to discard, no Volzar activations. This is almost certainly just 4 into 4.
Yeah, no instant for the Flow State Embodiment either to be able to make either that Lightning Flow. Don't know why you would want to make one of those in Oscilio 1, but hey, live your life. It's an option. Or, of course, that Embodiment of Lightning, should you so wish. So we are just going to be seeing a Comic Collision put down, face down into the arsenal. And a 4 damage question posed to Paul.
Even though this is Scar Tissue in hand, we see a blue Relentless Pursuit alongside them. Wouldn't surprise me if that ends up playing defense because this Chalissa is so clean. But Paul interested in extending a turn here and threatening the arsenal because we know it's a copy of Comic Collision, and stripping away that arcane damage when you gave up your arcane barrier so early is pretty darn potent.
2 Rabble, a second strike, and a Thunderous Retort in the hand for Andrea Mengucci. Notably, that blocks very poorly. That blocks a maximum of 6.
Yeah, this deck does not want to be blocking typically. Thunderous Retort going to be cashed away. Finds Consign to Cosmos. That one much better. Happier too.
Actually, quite a high damage turn here if you go Rabble, second strike, Comic Collision.
You see, as a caster, you can't be saying stuff like that. There will be a blue on top.
There will be a blue on top.
There will be a blue on top.
Absolutely. I don't know if he runs any blues in the deck, but there'll be a blue on top. It'll work. It's find its way in there.
That's what we do to people. Gotta be careful.
5 go again into the Kalista. And now into that Leave No Witnesses. Well, there goes the prospective arsenal. Should Andrea not want to commit our Crown of Providence on this one. But it feels like it's the perfect use case for it this time round. What do we dig to? There goes Arcane Damage. Do we draw Arcane Damage in its stead? No. It's just going to be an Entwined Lightning. Taking the 2. Banished top card of the deck. Is it red? It is, and we're only 1 card away from a free replacement of that Comic Collision.
This is part of why I favour Arakni Marionette so much in this variation of the matchup. The counterburn list, the arcane list, maybe it's a little bit of a different ballpark, but when both of you are throwing just 4 value cards between cut from the same cloth, these Save of Bloodsheds, up sticks and runs, and on the other side of the table being these Ravenous Rabbles and these Entwined Lightnings and the like, when one of you has access to Flick Knives for divisive damage and also has access to things like Leave No Witnesses and Mark of the Black Widow, meaningful on-hits while you're playing that version of the game, you're the one that gets to set the pace unless your opponent can break parity with a big combo turn. And we just haven't seen that from God in a Flash this game. And that's why I feel like Andrea's life total is quickly dwindling, kind of obliged to take damage to keep this big, impactful turn, and is forced just very quickly to be denied by cards like Leave No Witnesses as a result.
No damage dealt this turn so far. My apologies. 2 damage dealt this far. So second strike online. 4 go again. That Lightning Press still on top, which we could dig to on this turn, should we not care about that 1 ping from the Consign to Cosmos. Because send that Entwine. Discarding off the Oscilio, pumping up to 7 and pushing these life totals lower and lower. Paul is just, so far, eating this damage. Oscilio activation, grabbing that Lightning Press, shipping it on to this one. Take your 7 damage and you will be happy with it. Down to 9 goes Paul. Scott, we're 3 rounds in.
No big surprises here. This matchup in the God in a Flash variant is very much a race down to the line. It's why I think finding those big power turns early for Oscilio is so important. Andrea's done a great job at just training together raw 16 damage turns, which does do a lot in terms of providing pressure, but Paul is better at playing on these small hands. The numbers are incredibly good when you have free Chalissa as Tunic footing the bill. In this case, it's just going to be the Sigil of Solace as the follow-up. Manages to switch the life totals back in the other direction, and then follow up with Codex. And again, it's exactly what I'm talking about. It's meaningful interaction. It's worth 4 or more. It's taking cards out of the opponent's hand, and it's threatening to take the arsenal away.
You have to resolve it 1 second.
Prevents a true question here for Andrea. Do you want to sit on the arsenal that you're about to gain from the Codex, or do you want Paul to flip into one of the Brood? The mark from the scar tissue is now presenting a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario for Andrea to really consider what is the correct point of action here. It's got a flash in the hand.
This just
Only
feels
one
like
incident, though.
Feels like such a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario here. Wouldn't surprise me if we see the Gloves of Astral Sanctuary just covering a breakpoint here. Maybe the Lightning Greaves playing defense instead. Just desperate to keep some amount of cards to send a volley of return damage. But this is exactly the kind of game Van Gijssel wants to play. We haven't seen any of these awkward Arakni turns that are too flush with blues or have to flick away daggers aggressively. And as a result, we're just ahead in the race.
So far as the Entwine that's being positioned as the card to discard. And, well, it looks like we are just going to be grabbing that Gun in the Flash, getting rid of the Entwine, and blocking the 4. There goes one Gun in the Flash. Here comes another. With that, Lightning Greaves finally going to be committed. Ponder trigger, roll into the mark. We get a 2.
Funnel Web not super impactful here. It's arguably a bit of a deterrent for Andrea to bounce back this Gun in the Flash and keep it around. But it is pretty easily the least impactful of the agents in most spots.
3.
Especially when you know your opponent's about to be playing out their arsenal instantly. 3. No go again. No action point. 2 cards in hand. This is only 3 damage. There's nothing else coming up here. Surely I don't have an instant speed, gain 1 resource, and then gain an action point and bounce his card back to my hand. Never.
Pull with the decision tree here. Hand is kind of appealing. Kiss of Death. Cut from the same cloth. Very face up here. Pain in the backside. Mark of the Black Widow there again. Looks like Orb with Spinneret in the arsenal there as well.
Remember, any of these assassin cards which simply just don't function the way that you want on this turn, you could just be converted for a 0 for 3 on that following.
Gain 3.
Gaining the 3 on that Sigil of Solace. Regaining an action point because of the Lightning Greaves giving go again to that instant. Bouncing the Gun in the Flash in the damage step after that damage has been done.
This is just not what you want from your Gun in the Flash in this matchup. And I have to admit just how big of a choice it was here for Paul to extend the damage. Denied that second strike going in the middle. Paul funning through the hand one more time here. Really want to keep access to that pain in the backside as an extender in a spot like this. Oscilio really does not want to get blocking.
He's got to be cautious about how low he goes, though. Yes, we've seen 2 Comic Collisions, one in the Banish, one now at the bottom of the deck, but there are other overreaching spells that Paul simply does not have the AB to deal with after breaking those Stalker steps.
Best way to dodge Arcane is just to kill him.
Get him dead. Astral Bridge. Consigned to Cosmo Shock. Flittering Charge. And a Fate Foreseen is the hand for Andrea. So outs are plenty on this hand. Pain in the backside is going to be our first chain link. A 0 for 3 that really says 0 for 4. Be presented with that 3 block. Now, you could pump this by +3 with Funnel Web, should you so wish. We're just going to be flicking that Calycera this time round just to deal some form of dagger damage.
Well, we're pretty certain it's an Orb Weaver in the arsenal, so that Calycera is getting nice and quickly replaced.
There goes one. Here comes another. Not only that, have +3.
No reason to turn down 3 damage. In fact, actively a bad thing to do in a matchup like this one.
You're right. Remember, it doesn't have to be on the Calycera, though. It's just the next attack with stealth. But, well, cut through the same cloth is going to look at this entire hand and what important information Paul is going to garner. There's a Fate Foreseen And there's only a 2-block.
Oscilio will spin away that Astral Bridge nice and quickly, no doubt. Try and find something a little more appealing.
Well, that is just another instant, unfortunately.
Constella Uplift, anything but uplifting when you're staring down a rather large dagger-spinning assassin.
Hey, you can ping for 2 Arcane. Starfall's online right now. Probably
Always
not.
look on the bright side of life, I suppose.
Well, yeah. Listen, swings and roundabouts at this point because guess what? We've got that 4-block, we've got that 2-block. We are only blocking for 6. Quick look at the top of the deck with that Fate Foreseen as well.
This is nice, at least. The Fate Foreseen can control the card that Oscilio will then draw in your turn if you're spinning away that Constella Uplift to look for something a little bit more impactful.
Taking the 5. Down to 4. That +1 ping, of course, from that Kiss of Death. And returning to the Brood, the Funnel Web existed. They were on the board. The Marionette being the more beneficial one this time round. An Arsenal and a pass here for Andrea Mengucci. A bountiful amount of arcane damage. But can we get it over the line?
That's really interesting to me. I think I would have been tempted to Oscilio to try and find just a 0 for 4. A source of arcane even, perhaps. If you can bring Paul down to 2 with a 0-cost effect, you just have the ability to play 1-card hands that win the game from that spot. As it stands, no 1-card hand gonna win the game here, but having an instant available does mean that that Comet Collision has the potential to do the thing, but I'm afraid it might be 3 instants alongside it. Might make the surviving part kind of hard.
The surviving part hard, but my maths are right. With that being an Echo Flash in the hand, we might have lethal here on arcane damage.
More instants come into the grip here for Andrea. I think this spells disaster. This Comet Collision gets forced to block. This rest of the hand doesn't block.
No. What else does Paul want to send down range? And does Andrea have the reach to be able to push over the edge this 0 AB opponent at this point? Currently not lethal, but Flick Knives yet to be used. Flick can come across and get us across that line for 4 arcane. Sorry, 4 total damage. Does Andrea have 5 arcane in hand? Echo Flash. A Constella Contemplation.
No blocks declared here is a real dangerous choice.
I think
Andrea.
I think Andrea is just. I mean, what option does he have at this point?
Yeah, I think the information is just face up to both players here. You force the issue with.
So you play the uplift. We've discarded a instant card already this turn, so we ping for 2 arcane, untapping the staff.
There's
oh my
no
god, it's a
way.
shelter! What? For holding on to that one. There goes your reach. There goes anything you wanted to do this turn, Andrea. Now remember, this goes on the stack. He can respond to this, but I don't think there's enough arcane damage in the hand at this point for him to be able to reach over the top to get to 5.
Oh, that's such a kick in the face.
It's now 2.
I have 1 amp.
So it's 2 arcane on the stack.
Oh, yeah, you
have 1 amp floating. Yeah, you can.
So there's 1 amp still floating. If I'm not mistaken, this staff should be... So this staff has been used once, it's been tapped again. We're just short-handing this. The uplift untapped it, and we're retapping it.
It's whether or not the uplift itself has resolved, I believe. Because if that hasn't resolved at this time, it's the lowest layer on the stack with the shelter above it, meaning that it's actually not gone through. The staff has not untapped. We're sitting with this 1 amp from the first activation. So we send our Echo Flash, pitching away our Sigil of Brilliance, pinging now for 2 arcane, that amp now being used.
Yes, this is on top of the shelter, so that...
So this
Not
will
there
go
yet.
through without prevention effects. It enters the grave, it pings for 1. We're on 2, we ping for 1, and that isn't enough. The untap isn't there. Oh my god, the game's done and dusted. We don't push through enough damage at this point. The untap never came through, Scott. Paul commits and wins the game by the skin of his teeth.
Ouch. I'm going to go with ouch.
Oh, that's so close, yet so far. The shelter of the storm, the first one we saw as well, is the out that we need. It looked like a brick in the hand.
I mean, that's the appeal of a card like Shelter, especially against Oscilio right now. It's the defense reaction you always get to play, because even against the arcane versions, you want to shut down an Aether Flare, so it's just always going to be there. And it means when you do cash in those Stalker Steps early, you still got outs to stay alive.
You still got your prevention effects, but there is nothing preventing you from watching these upcoming streams. Let's see what is coming up your way after Calling Hamburg. You're calling Kansas City. Pastry Time and Charles Dunn are going to be joining you for that one, August 28th and August 30th. Make sure you don't miss that.
Yeah, more than happy to say I'll be joining you from the shiny lights of Korea. Will be my first time down there in Seoul. Very excited, and I'm very lucky to be joined by my friends Samo Byrne and Hayden Dale to bring you your first taste of Usurp the Shadow Throne.
Dude, I can't wait for this one. The spoilers look so damn good. Can't wait to see what new cards we get during that first day of the world premiere as well. And that takes us very nicely to Calling Atlanta. Does that mean we're calling 98? No, calling 97 at this point. Either way, there's a lot of damn callings, and this one is special. Some special promos and some special people to join you on that broadcast. Samo Byrne, Bryce Platts, and Pankaj Bonswani. Dude, that's going to be a fun one to watch, even from home, even with the time difference that we've got to deal with. But ugh.
I'll stay awake. I mean, it's one of my favorite things about current modern fab coverage. Like, you just have safe hands all over the world. It's so lovely to see so many impassioned players doing a great job at bringing you just phenomenal coverage week in, week out, all over the globe.
Absolutely. Well, passion players bring passion projects to the table this time round. Dude, it's a Rhinar versus a Hala. All the support that Hala's just got, and Rhinar just existing as a hero in Flesh and Blood since Welcome to Wraith. Let's see if it's going to be able to do any damage across the board to our newest and freshest warrior to hit the scene. We'll see you soon.
Feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive, leave the world behind. Let yourself go, enjoy the ride, and if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go, enjoy the ride, and if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
Can I get a holla?
Holla!
Oh, I'm so glad that landed, because I did not communicate that with my co-caster at all before we sat down, so brilliant stuff. Hala versus Rhinar, welcome back, folks. I mean, not a matchup I expected to see, not one I'm sure you expected to see either.
I mean, I saw quite a few Rhinars popping up yesterday in the side event, so I'm super excited to see that Rhinar is making a bat here today. But this feels almost like a classic battle, the old warrior versus brute shenanigans that we've seen all the way back from Welcome to Wraith. And now we're here so many years down the line, and feels like we're just back at it.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's time to get some revenge for Dory, who clearly lost that fight, if Hala's the one that's in the mix now. Speaking of being in the mix, we got some biased players of ours that we chose at the start of the day that I want to check in with and see who's currently winning the caster pick race. So let's see how our favourite faces are doing. No surprises in my heart. Simon Nielsen continues to be insane at card games, currently sitting at 3-0 on Oscilio. Liam Holden, my good friend, my teammate, rocking strong at 2-1 on that fatigue version of Olympia. Tommaso Vasido and Achilles sitting at 2-1 despite losing on camera, which brings me a lot of joy. Unfortunately, the curveball story here of Sebastian Kleiner off to a bit of a rocky start. Still alive, worth noting, still very much alive at this point, but slippy, well, a bit of a slippery slope, I guess, for the Slipster on the way up so far. How about you, Erika?
Well, we are doing fairly well over here. Paul van Gijssel on stream last round is now 3-0. We also have nicely Gianluigi is a 3-0 on Betsy, so a great start there. Jacob Trossing, I had a little bit of a chat with him. He had a little bit of an unfortunate start facing a spell Oscilio. Thought he was going to be a Gonna Flash Oscilio, so boarded accordingly. Was wrong, took a loss, but he is right back at it now at 2-1. Jonas Benzarti right behind him, also at 2-1. And Maximilian Klein, my Olympia pick of the day, is also in at 2-1.
Very strong showing, has me pipped by 1 right now, so I'm chasing though. I'm chasing, I'll come for you. Let's see how things are going for our beloved Kyle. Similar story. Leo Toulouse and Ryan Debling after a feature match win against Evan Tanguy in round 1, sitting at 3-0, and a smooth selection of 2-1s all the way down there, including for Aurora and for Fang.
Interesting that Aurora is picking up some speed here. Not a hero that has been super favored in the aggro races. We see, of course, Dash.io and Cindra picking up that bat really well here today. But it's going to be fun to see how Aurora will fare out throughout the day.
Click the button, Scott.
Fine.
Click the button.
Oh, he's so impatient. Ethan, how's it going?
Well, maybe you shouldn't have clicked it, actually. It's not too great currently. I mean, 2-1s are still in, but let's remind ourselves, this is a long calling. This is 8 rounds day 1, 5 rounds day 2 into top 8 cuts. So a loss early on all my favorite players here is a little bit rough. And you know, the unspoken part of what an early loss means is you're probably not going to be on feature for day 1. With a calling this big, we're going to stick to those undefeated. So I don't know, maybe we'll dig into the X1 bracket for these guys. But we did already get an Oscilio on camera. We did already get a Cindra on camera. Didn't get a Levi on camera, so perhaps that comes to fruition here. But across the board, a bunch of 1s, a bunch of 2s, no 3-0s.
I feel kind of sorry for Thor. If what you said earlier is true, Thor's just going home. That's it.
Yep.
Story's done. Doesn't get to play day 2 on an undefeated run, despite being 2-1 on Levi. So we'll have to wait and see if the wife is a little more forgiving by the time that we get to the end of round 8.
Hopefully so.
I'll cross my fingers. Fingers crossed. Okay.
Fingers crossed for him.
Rhinar Hala, not a matchup I have a wealth of experience in, but as you kind of alluded to, we can make some assumptions based on previous warriors. What are we looking for here? How do we expect it to go?
I mean, the previous Rhinar builds as of late has been a very aggressive build, and of course, Blood Rush Bellow is such a card punky punch. I was actually playing against a Rhinar yesterday. He proceeded to play a Blood Rush Bellow for 35 damage.
Not a fan of that.
That's what I expect to see here today. Those Blood Rush Bellows is hitting, bringing a bunch of damage across the table. Hala, on the other side of things, is going to try to probably play a little bit more of a value game, trying to send those flurry tokens across the table and swinging that Zenith Blade twice a turn.
Yeah, something I do want to note for Hala that may give her an edge over other warriors against a deck like Rhinar is you can always convert your cards. Because your hero ability just says pay 3 resources, sharpen your weapon. If Rhinar intimidates away the wrong nonsense and you just end up with kind of cards you can't use, there is a way to make use of those resources, which I think might be kind of impactful. But There is only one way for us to find out, so let's shake it on down into the feature match area and see what awaits us, as it will be Mateusz, fresh out of Poland, against, I'm going to say George, might be Jorge. I'm guessing George. I apologize if I butcher it. Fresh out of Germany, a local hero in this case on Rhinar, which makes the story even better. 3-0 on both sides, and perhaps the most unsurprising choice of the day, choosing to go first on Rhinar. Would like to kick your head in while the opportunity is available.
I mean, Rhinar going first is no surprise. I mean, having those intimidate effects, forcing your opponent to basically just like, oh, you want to block the first turn? You cannot, sir. And intimidate factor is going to be playing a huge factor here for George.
All right, let's check in with Mateusz's journey so far to make it to the feature match area. It started as you would expect, little bit of Oscilio, and then the wheels came off. What Puffin and Riptide?
Interesting pickups here. We see, I'd love to see some Puffins on stream later on for no matter what. And the Riptides that I've been seeing floating around the table, they are bringing Dreadbore, most of them today, so a little bit more of a fatigue strat. So the Hala, I mean, has quite a good toolkit to combat those fatigue strats together with the Beacon Blaze that lets you swing multiple times a turn. If you pitch stack those correctly, you can come off to some very, very offensive turns later on.
And what has Rhinar been rampaging through? Cindra, Pleiades, Dash.io. Two that I would expect, one that I wouldn't, but all in all, not the easiest matchup spread for the Brute. Typically wants those more slow, methodic heroes on the other side of the table, has been punching through aggro players left and right.
Yeah, Ethan's caster pick here on Summer Gal's turn 1. Of course, you can win those games when you have those really, really huge pop-off turns as Rhinar. And so that is basically the only way I can see you winning that game against Cindra. Cindra is one of the more popular aggro heroes. And again, the Pleiades being the Guardian, the hero of the boot, that is basically the Rhinar's meet and grind picks that he would like to face any day of the week. And then Dash.io, again, a super, super aggressive matchup. And it seems that Georgia has the cards to face those aggro decks accordingly.
Let's check in on this battle of old and new. In the red corner, standing at 5 living legend points and still awaiting their first champion, Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow, will allow you to pay 3 resources, pitch those away, tap your hero, sharpen a sword you control. That looks pretty menial, cashing in a card for 1 value, but you have all these synergy pieces that require you to sharpen your sword a certain number of times to do big, flashy acrobatics with those blades. Gives you a source of consistency, a source of redundancy, and make sure those effects are always somehow going to come around.
And Rhinar here, also playing a version of midrange, has that combo card with the Bloodrush Bellows, of course, and he would like to populate those accordingly. Of course, we have these random effects that is gonna sometimes be a little bit of a dent in Rhinar's game plan. Sometimes you're gonna discard those non-attack actions that you do not want to see, but that is the gambling that we're willing to pay.
Will it be the Blade Saint or the Brute as the dance gets started down in the feature match area? Let's see what equipment is being turned up and over. Interesting stuff on Hala's side here. We do see Kabuto in the head slot, but it's not the only surprise here. Talk to me about these armory deck arms here. The Reverend Rembrace.
So it has temper too. We love to see that amazing blocking capability. But what you can do is that you get an extra sharpening on your pop-off turn. So you would like to combo those together with your Beacon Blades to make sure that you sharpen as many times as possible to grow that Zenith Blade as tall as possible in order to get the maximum amount of damage as possible.
On the other side, no shocks for Rhinar. Will discard some wind-ups to start the game off here. Would like certain cards that may have blocking potential to not be there anymore. Interesting decision here for Mateusz. A tough one, I think, for a lot of players in this spot. You have a Sigil of Solace. You can guarantee you get your value now, but if you play it, more of your block cards get intimidated away. So are you supposed to let it get intimidated? This time, the answer appears to be no.
No, the double agile wind up here to kick off the boot is going to create a double intimidate trigger on our opponent here and create 2 agile tokens. It's not going to do much because agile tokens are going to pop at the same time and create the same effect. They don't stack that way.
Looks like we do have that Feral Instinct that could be thrown in theory here to guarantee some damage. But George taking the moment to decide if the meat axe is better. I like this. there's not a lot of terrible arsenals for you, and you have the potential to intimidate away that last card and just make sure that you will get a clobbering in.
Well, it's a 50-50 chance if you draw something that you do not would like to see discarded, of course. But Georgie, realizing that the last Intimidate is going to effectively guarantee some damage across the table.
Valiant Dynamo will jump on in front, no shock there. So 4 damage bleeding on through as we get a little meaty on turn 0. Splatter Skull was discarded, which was the card that was originally in the hand for Georgie. Found the fresh one off the top. Don't know what it is, but seems to be pausing slightly as to whether or not it's supposed to belong in the arsenal.
It doesn't seem like he goes for it. It's the Alpha Instinct.
So fair to say that Axe discarded the wrong card. That one definitely more of a 6-power resource card in most cases. Does it instead find itself stuck on the first turn of the game, which is coming out like a cannon here for Mateusz. Swordmaster's Path into Edict of Steel says, my sword is sharp, my flurry token is here, and I would like to stab you.
These flurry tokens, we're going to see a lot of them on Hala's side of the table, and also these Edicts of Steel. We run the full rainbow of these, I would presume, is one of the most effective cards that Hala is presenting on her side of things. And this Zenith Blade is going to come in for twice a turn, as many rounds, or as many turns as Mateusz is able to create these flurry tokens.
One of the more painful points of Hala is she's not half bad at using that go again without a flurry. If you build a deck in a certain way, things like Command and Conquer can often be very painful after a go again swing of Zenith Blade. Got to keep your eyes open for those as well.
Yeah, some other alternatives on Chain Enders. I've also seen some locals playing around with Nourishing Emptiness as a possible Chain Ender. Can also pack a little bit of a punch against those aggressive decks and let you drag a little bit more cards on your end. So alternatives are available for Hala.
No blocks declared. Always feels a little dangerous when there's 2 sharpened counters on the sword. Means things like Beck and Steel have the potential to send a 3rd attack in if you leave it unchecked. But Georgie more than happy to keep the entire hand here. Thinks it is better spent on offense than defense. So a 2nd swing for 5 from that Zenith Blade, courtesy of the flurry token. Card left over to be parked in the arsenal at the end of the turn.
Yeah, I think Hala is pretty happy to go second here. It's able to extend or utilize whole hand, essentially, in order to pack a punch here together with that Edict of Steel. Also packing an arsenal here, as it seems at the end of things, unless we want to pitch into Grains of Bloodspill for another Vigor next turn. It seems like we're opting in for an arsenal here.
The token will break here, but Georgie is more than happy to start things off with one of these meteoric cards. We'll see Sandsketch plan pitched away. Start things on the meat axe, like this a lot. Guarantee the intimidation while you've got the ability. You do risk losing your more potent red attacks to this discard, but with 2 of them available, seems pretty free to get your intimidate in before the big thing comes clattering through.
No, we see the Blood Rush being hit.
You know that thing about it being pretty safe?
Yeah, not like that. That is so unfortunate. Like, this last thing you want to see drawn, and you had 4 cards at your disposal. I mean, the odds were clearly in your favor.
I don't know, Erika. Yeah. Like, that looked pretty 50-50 to me. You either did or you didn't.
I mean, sure.
Equipment jumping in front here, somewhat sheepishly. But Mateusz pretty happy to keep the cards available and make the most of not seeing them vanished away. And I'll be honest, this Splash Skull looks very appealing on this turn. Hold on to the Show of Strength, park it in the arsenal. Maybe if it got discarded, you hold on to the Blood Rush Bellow instead. Instead, you're kind of looking at a Splash Skull that, oh, what's the professional? It sucks.
There's no really good ways to go about it here.
I think I like the Show of Strength here. This is a tough pill to swallow, but you need this Splatter Skull to be more than just a 2 for 6.
Yeah.
And you will find a window that it can be, so throwing 8 damage. Met by Command and Conquer. Again, worth noting that one is in the deck for decisions that are made later on.
I mean, apart from losing the Blood Rush Bellow, we still have 2 more Blood Rush Bellows to boot, and this seems like a little bit of a more of an aggressive matchup. So if we're just able to find another Blood Rush and able to execute that accordingly, I think we will be fine. As I mentioned yesterday, I was faced with a 35 damage Blood Rush Bellow turn. Like one single Blood Rush can do so much if it connects accordingly. So it's not over yet for Georgie. It is not the end of the world, but the lack of the intimidation triggers and etc., that is gonna hurt.
A giggle from Georgie there. It's like, I've just got in my blood rush, and Mateusz goes, here's my second red Edict of Steel. It's like, yes, of course. Of course, it's the second red Edict of Steel. Thank you.
Creating a flurry token accordingly. That Zenith Blade is going to be sharpened here and swinging over for 4. We have 1 card left at our disposal in both arsenal and hand accordingly.
This is kind of the juke that so many players like when they're playing a deck like Hala. It's just so hard to know exactly what's going on here. Is the first swing bigger? Is the second swing bigger? Is there an attack? Did I leave the stove on? Like, there's numerous questions to consider when you find yourself in a spot like this.
And we're choosing to block with a swing big here, so looking maybe at other options for our turn coming up. We do have a Buckwild available to us, but I don't see a blue, so executing this Buckwild is going to be a little tough.
Feels like it might be going in the arsenal after we get this Splatter Skull out of the arsenal here. Just happy to play defense on a hand that doesn't convert in go against sources very well. Sigil of Solace, that last card in hand, will bring us back to 38 here. As Georgie is slowly getting stabbed up. 25 life remaining. He's kind of playing on the back foot already. He's looking for one of these more powerful turns. Stride really strong on turn 0 and has kind of fluffed it since then.
And we see some more defensive capabilities. Hala is not shy of packing some defensive reactions in order to convert her hands. We see both a Sink Below and a Shelter of the Storm being able to convert into a lot of defensive capabilities on this end. Actually opting in to use our armor here, maybe. Interesting.
So it looks to me like we have Twinning Blade, Beacon Steel in the hand alongside those 2 defense reacts. Not got a pulse on the arsenal right now. Vigor token means his first Zenith Blade swing is free. Twinning Blade does basically act as a flurry in a pinch.
It looks like Georgie is attacking that Buckwild into arsenal accordingly, setting up for a bigger, wider turn next up.
36.
We're just going to take the 2 here.
Indeedy. Down to 36 after that shelter is deployed. Hands on to the second D-React. Makes us fairly aware of where we can expect that to go. Just going to see a Hala activation off the Beacon Steel. Arsenal will be Edict of Steel yellow this time. So still around, but again, you just a gig. Yeah, I would like to do the thing again.
And I will continue to do so until morale improves. 5 go again here on the Zenith Blade. And Georgie, sitting down 11 life totals below our mighty Hala, does not have the best defensive capabilities in hand, but we do still have access to Scowling Flashbag in case we think we can get some value out of our opponents not having attack reactions available to them if we hit.
Yellow's strongest survive in the hand here. One that kind of ebbs and flows in these lists. Another wind up. See Sea Legs and a Reckless Stampede there. We'll see the Scowling Fleshbag jumping in front here to try and slow down the momentum of this turn. And if the game so far is anything to go by, this Sink Below is going right into the Banished Zone. I'm hopeful for Mateusz that it didn't.
Yeah, no reactions from my.
We did have the Sink left in hand.
Went the way that Georgie was hoping. D-React was left over, so whatever goodie was tucked away in the grip to go alongside this second sword swing is unfortunately going to be finding itself in the arsenal instead.
Yet again, we don't have a blue in hand, so trying to execute this Buckwild in arsenal is going to pretend a little bit awkward here.
And again, it's just, Hala just feels like the queen of consistency in these spots. Between 9 copies of a card like Edict of Steel, just your hero ability on tap to make sure those effects are online, you're just enacting good numbers so consistently. This turn was interacted with by Scowling Fleshbag, and it was still just above rate damage.
Yeah, we have those 2-card 8s with those double swing Zenith Blaze. We have double 2-card 10 this turn around with 3 cards available to us. And I mean, it's just so much damage that Georgia has to be able to contend with, and we're just sending back a 7 on the round of it.
Get Stampin' is the choice for Georgie here. Reckless Stampede, the 2-cost 7 power attack. It's going to force some clashes if defensive cards get in the way, but it will be Mateusz's decision as to whether they do.
I mean, we did lose that Sink, so we're not maybe super excited to block, but I do see a lot of blues in that hand. Might be a bit awkward. We do have an Edict of Steel available. There's a Ripple Away and a Donkey. New addition from Mastery Pack Warrior there.
Oh, Donkey. I can never not read this card and not think of Shrek. My brain just goes, Donkey! at the loudest possible octave. It's not the easiest thing being me sometimes. Does play defense here, and again found on top. Meets Red Buckwild on the other side. 1 point of damage conferred through to Mateusz. That Buckwild is going down under. Would you like to put yours on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I would prefer that. Fate Foreseen then meets Aggressive Pounce on top. Damage again in favor of Georgie here, and we'll see whether our players are more interested in this pair of cards.
And again, also being addition from Master Pack Warrior. And it's an addition to, if you don't have a flurry on board, you can just present that and again in order to be able to attack with your weapon again. So you have some different outlets now, apart from your flurry dependencies.
Mateusz happy to hold the Fate Foreseen on top of the deck, it would seem. Brimming Blade will be the follow-up here. Double Sharpens to make things nice and easy for this. Say it with me, folks. Edict of Steel. Flurry tokens will continue until morale improves.
We see a Zenith Blade for 6, a new daily record here for Mateusz, at least what we've seen on stream so far. He just never lets go. It's just Zenith Blades is growing bigger and bigger for every turn.
And this is the kind of spot where if there is a Beacon Steel in Arsenal, you feel it in your soul. It's incredibly painful. The question is, can you afford to play around it? And looking at a hand on the other side of the table for Georgie, has just covered it with his arm, but contains Beast Within, another Reckless Stampede in there, and a Blood Rush Bellow at the back.
No blue anywhere to be seen here for Georgie, and it continues to make his hands extremely awkward to play out. Let's see if he will have enough resources in order to go so. I mean, Savage Sash is going to help a lot, making every single brute attack cost 1 less if he decides to activate it. Considering he is blocking with it this turn, I believe that is what he's aiming to do in order to sort out the resource curve on his hand here.
We've had first 6, but what about second 6? Scabskins sheepishly reached for there by Georgie, who does momentarily put it back.
I'm not trying to miss anything.
Come on, it's...
I wrote it down here. Like.
Happy to see players are at least having a good time. Seems like a jovial enough attitude, despite the poor variance.
Sure.
Take 6. Yep.
What can you do?
It's go time. Georgie says, this is it. This is good enough. I got to fire the cannon.
Yep.
31 plays 13. It's not a mirror. It is the life totals.
Georgie is going to be all hands on deck for this turn. We're going to see how much variance is going to be on our side for this turn. Curious to see if he's going to decide to pitch the Beast Within here, or if he's going to gamble and try to discard it on the Blood Rush Bellow activation here in order to try to snag some new cards from the top instead of losing more cards.
I don't want to make assumptions for Georgie here, but I have met brute players, and there is one correct decision on a hand like this. You look at that Beast Within, it looks at you because it is an eyeball, and you decide, yeah, this is going to work out just fine.
He's dabbling about it.
I don't blame the pause. I joke, of course. It's very easy to decide in a spot like this, hey, I need a bit of luck to get there. Maybe I need some variance to break my way and this Beast Within to bail me out. But it does feel a little embarrassing if you take the higher risk line and you miss. And that's why you see a moment of consideration here.
I'm not a gambling man, sorry.
I wish we'd caught more of that. Georgie said, would you take a 50-50? And Mateusz goes, I'm not a gambling man. I'm sorry. It's all on you, Georgie. You're the one who has to decide how you would like your fate to play out. Your opponent is your opponent for a reason. You'll be receiving zero help here.
But if I put on my Eugene hat for a second here, I believe that we are so far behind that we need to play to our outs. And I need to win some more agency here. And so discarding this Beast Within and drawing some extra cards at my disposal to get some extra oomph on this Blood Rush Bellow is
so
hopefully the way to go. But let's see what Georgie goes for here.
Mateusz has triple defense reaction in hand. If you intimidate the soul out of this man on this turn, his return is miserable.
Sure.
This really could be the turn that Georgie needs. We're going to see the show of
We are
strength being
seeing
pitched
it.
away.
We are going for it. It's a 50-50 here.
The dice will decide if this was right or wrong. The 50-50 is taken. A 2 is rolled. Flip
and
it. Reckless
close.
stampede. Showing it for the camera is a move with some aura. And I hope for Georgie's sake that another discard outlet is found to thank him for his diligence.
I don't think it was to anyone's surprise that it was the beast within we were gambling for. We are not willingly playing or pitching a red card to play out this Blood Rush Bellow typically. But yeah, now we are stuck with this.
That is a pair of yellow vigorous smash-ups. If you're new to Flesh and Blood, that is not, not what we were looking for. Now, we know it's a Buck Wild that's in the arsenal. This hand does convert, but we were really okay.
Oh no, we're doing the scabs!
Do you want to roll? I'm not a gambling man, Georgie. Roll the dice. Is it Doom or is it Bingo?
Drum roll, please!
Do not buy a lottery ticket. Don't go.
Georgie, I know we're 3-0. We tried. We tried to go for it.
Oh, you can feel that one in the everywhere. That is
so unfortunate.
Hala activate. Okay, well, there is some
hope.
semblance of upside.
There's
Your
hope.
opponent's hand is not very
miserable.
aggressive. It is full of defense reactions. It is a Hala activation swing for 4. Does the Arsenal make this turn function? Unclear.
Oh, I still feel so bad for George at this point. Nothing seems to go his way today. But we do win clashes, that's for sure. It's not so hard against Hala. Typically doesn't pack a lot of attack actions.
And my stays, right?
Oh, I only get one vigor.
I only get one vigor. Sand Sketch Plan does indeed betray us, but again, I like this. I think digging for the cards that are actually going to win you this game is what Georgie has to do. You're so far behind here, and the Arsenal does bail us out of this hand being miserable. Twinning Blade means it is another 4 damage and a defense reaction going in the Arsenal.
We are opting to block with the beast within here. We're probably just going to use the Vigor token and the red card in hand in order to swing a Ravenous Meataxe next turn, but there's a miss on top.
So I'd like to pass.
That there is.
I'm not sure about this play, bro. What are we going to do here?
Vigor made.
Is there a line I'm not seeing?
No, I'm afraid
that
this
is
is
the
just
line.
the...
That is the line.
Oh.
I just
There are words I could use to describe this scenario, but they're not safe for a broadcast. I'm going to keep them in my mouth. Sink below. We'll hop out of the Arsenal nice and easy. And when you are so far behind, your opponent says no sink. The only thing that sinks is your gut.
Yeah. I mean, those turns could have been so wildly different if a couple of things has happened in another way than they actually fold out to do. But at the same time, Georgia is looking at his hand and he is not feeling it anymore.
I'd like to activate Hala.
Hala activation, pitching away Donkey to do so. He will see Zenith Blade sharpened, Edict of Steel. The Consistency Queen continues to do her thing. Flurry generated, and we see this time Shuck pitched away. If I'm not mistaken, a copy of And Again in hand here means this this could be 3 wide, thanks to this Flurry token.
That is not great for Georgie, but he's already in the blender and quite a bit here. He's going to do what we got to do.
Feral Instinct forced to play defense here. 2 damage bleeds through, makes it 31, plays 10 on this one.
I won't pay for the vigor, so now...
I don't want to pay for a vigor, has to set off some...
alarm bells.
Alarm bells on the other side of the table.
Yeah, we're sending it in. We're not allowing that to just happen.
To 10?
Oh, it's a Swordmaster Shine!
Yeah, that's not And Again, that's just large.
That's just huge!
That's just very big.
You're just going to take the damage anyway. Okay. We were preparing for another sword swing. We wanted to deny it. We got punished.
I mean, in a roundabout way, that was another sword swing. The problem is it was on top of the other sword swing.
And I mean, if we didn't block anything, we would die at this point.
Of course,
but
yeah.
was no way around that one. That's for
All
sure.
right. Buckward out of the arsenal at least. 7 go again. Will mount the comeback for Georgie. 1 card in hand means that Miak should follow. 4 fresh ones to work with on Mateusz' side. Plenty of equipment to cover bases if cards are good enough to get the job done. Dynamo will jump in front. No big surprises there. Olay joining it. 3 damage bleeds through.
28.
Yep.
You're
No.
not doing anything with the go again. We're just going to Arsenal and pass here.
Because I assumed you could have swinged the weapon if you had that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, sorry.
No.
A lot of these players are halfway play face up. It's like, I assume you had a...
Yeah, no, I respect it. And Georgie's like, true, I could have, but unfortunately,
Sirens.
my deck has
cannot.
not allowed me to. And so Sirens a safe harbor. I kind of like this in Hala. This is some juice. Like, people want us to get sidestepped by an attack after your weapon swing. It's great when you don't have those flurries, but when you need to play blocking duty, it does things. It's really good into spell Oscilio. Big fan of this inclusion.
Definitely. And we talked a little bit about some attack actions being included here to be an extra extender in case flurry tokens is a demise. And I think Sirens of the Safe Harbor is quite a good pickup there.
2 more copies in hand for Mateusz as well. Believe playing the blues by the looks of things as well, which makes a lot of sense. See Bare Fangs at the front of the grip here for Georgie. Does have at least a meaningful 2-card play.
Could it be a 2-card 8 if we hit on top?
Seems to be a consideration. Card and Arsenal possibly in the discussion as well.
I'm not sure what's in Arsenal at this point.
All
Are we
right.
doing the Savage Sass?
Makes a lot of
The
sense.
Wild Ride!
All right, so now we're going to cross our fingers and hope that the card,
Already discarded
excuse
two
me, the card we keep in hand is a 1 cost, but will be a 1 cost after Savage Sash. So 2 or less.
Hey, that's
Bare Fangs
What did he draw,
discarded.
though?
That is a
Clash
Clash of
Agility?
Agility. Okay, well, we can still play that, but it is
Yeah.
not quite
It's
as
not
good as a
as
Bare
great,
Fangs.
no. But it
6
is what
go
we
again.
have to work with.
Like this a lot from Mateusz. This is a good spot for the Kabuto. Just if the card in your hand can't be played from the Sash, I deny you the weapon swing. We know it can. Clash of Agility for just 6 vanilla damage.
A great call here from Mateusz. A very tactical block here, denying the potential of a Ravenous Metax follow-up.
Falls down.
I think I clicked on the...
Players just confirming life totals there to make sure they match the paper ones, but I believe 26.
It's a huge 26 to a measly 5 here on George's side of the table. Or 23.
I'm at 33.
Never mind.
Thank you.
We're
Looks like
correcting that up.
We're missing that last 3 damage there, so 23 plays 5 is the total in the end. And again, pitched away to sharpen the sword for Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow.
It went to the
Oh, yeah,
graveyard.
sure.
The life gain here from the Sirens is where the math got a little bit mixed up, so players
There you
just
go.
confirming that's supposed to be the case as well. It's 24. Plays 5 after the Sirens resolves, and we will see Zenith Blade swing on in after Hala has sharpened it up once more.
A lot of things to keep track of sometimes, but I mean, at the end of the day, the best player are the ones that remembers every single trigger that happens across the turns of the game. We do see a Blood Rush Bellow in hand.
We do.
But-
Edict Splatter Skull, so the Clash of Agility will break in the favor of Georgie.
No reactions from me?
And with an agility token, this could be a really prominent turn, but are we willing to go down to 1 for it? I
Might
believe
well,
we have to.
might well see these gauntlets just getting bust
Yeah.
here to try and hold on to a little bit of health.
Yep.
Down to 3.
Let's go. It's the last Blood Rush Bellow in the deck.
And
As they say, good luck all in player. Georgie needs the help. Blood Rush Bellow might be it. Does have a 3-card hand to put together some semblance of power. Bare Fangs in the mix as well. Nearly all of the equipment expended to keep this grip together. Bare Fangs will be discarded after Wrecker-Romp pays for the bill. 2 cards coming off the top of the deck, 1 being intimidated away.
Draw 2.
I think it's going to take a lot for Mateusz to decide to start blocking at this point. I do not think that he would like to give up that Edict of Steel he has left in his hand. So it's going to take a lot on George's side of things.
The question is, did the Edict get intimidated away?
No, I think it's left in hand.
We all, okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
So we all know it's Splatter Skull on top of the deck. That was revealed from our clash. And so intimidated cards in danger. if we decide not to block. It's like a bear hug underneath that. And I admire this so much from Georgie. It's so easy to start getting results orientated when things have not been breaking your way. But in spots like this, you are supposed to take the risk. You need to intimidate to push damage. The yellow bear hug will be the discard.
It's a wild ride left in
It's
hand.
2 reds. They can't be played.
We don't have the sash this turn. This is so unfortunate.
The yellow resource card was required as the follow-up after this, but you have to play to win. You can't play to not lose. And we've seen that time and again from Georgie this game. The Metax will be blocked by Grains of Blood Spill. 5 damage bleeds through, and a rather sheepish Arsenal and pass as the agility token fails to convert, and the Reds cannot be utilized to get a turn together.
Such a sad story here today for Georgie, staring down at another pair of Zenith blades as this Edict of Steel is hitting the table. The Zenith blade with a double sharpen upon it. No, don't forget the flurry token, that's correct.
This really has been a case of live by the brute, die by the brute against just misses consistency all the way through. Edict of Steel turn after turn means that another Zenith blade swing will come in for 5. We see Beast Within in the hand. The gauntlets have 1 block left on them.
It's going to be required to live to see another turn, but there's nothing we can do on the clap pack here. We're just going to have to pass.
Georgie just desperate that there is no agility or, sorry, no flurry generation, I should say, here for Hala. The sword will continue to be sharpened turn after turn thanks to that hero ability.
Mateusz just never miss. He has an Edict of Steel in every single hand. I mean, sometimes you can often see like double Edict of Steel and you just pack one into Arsenal and you're fine with that. But like, he just never misses.
This one was at least blue, so there wasn't enough sharpens here available to make it generate a flurry token, which is why we see it on resource duty instead. This is kind of the reprieve that Georgie was looking for in theory. Provoke is just going to force the issue the other way around. I want more of your cards, actually.
This is such a cheeky card. It doesn't give any pluses or anything, but it just forces more cards out of your opponent.
Please discard sea legs. Please discard sea legs. Please discard sea legs. No, we can't do it. That's fine. It has to go on the combat chain.
Yeah,
it gets nice and fruity with Echo Flash is my favorite. Just take a damage, whatever. But unfortunately, sea legs forced to block.
Oh, we have another red siren support. We do have the reckless wing though.
Oh,
and it's over.
no. 2 damage bleeding on through. Reckless swing, not enough to save Georgie, who has an uphill battle all the way through as Hala puts on a masterclass and shows you the consistency is king in Classic Constructed right now. 4-0 with new support from Mastery Pack Warrior.
So fun to see how the Warriors are shaping up today, and I'm so excited to see some new flavors into this Hala deck with those Sirens of Safe Harbor.
It's
good. Those in my deck now.
Yeah, I think if I recall correctly, the Sirens turned up in the list that won the Battlegrounds. Hala won a Battlegrounds before Mastery Pack Warrior. Was a couple copies in there. Wouldn't surprise me if it's a very similar build that's been inspired by this. But those new cards looking flashy, like the flexibility of things like and again. I'm just impressed by what Hala has capable right now. If you're equally impressed and you want to get your Way of the Warrior underway, you should probably check out Mastery Pack Warrior, which is on shelves at local game stores near you now. This has been a smash hit. If you haven't seen James's tweet about it, it's gone. LSS have none left. It is sold out. Everyone wants to get their hands on this thing, so you really should while you've got the chance.
I might have bought a few ones myself. It's such a joy to open these packs. I actually opened double flurry tokens, which was amazing. I love the art on those cards. And even more, this Dawnblade Marvel. I can't wait to see one of these in real life. They are super, super rare and super, super fancy. And again, Quicksilver Prodigy together with this Dawnblade is making another run now in Silver Age.
You want a feel-good story on this Dawnblade? I have a local player who has only played Dorinthia, has dabbled periodically in other stuff, but has been a Dorinthia diehard since they began playing the game all the way back just before Monarch. cracked the Dawnblade out of the Mastery
No
Pack Warrior
way.
Marvel and squealed. It was a truly harmonic sound, but
Wow.
just happy to see them making their way into the hands of the right kind of people who want to access these weapons for gameplay and collection reasons. If you are more of a Hala aficionado, fear not. Zenith Blade Marvel also available in this set with beautiful, unique art on the backside as well. All these weapons just looking stunning all around.
Marvels galore. All of these warriors have now earned their right to bling out their favorite sword, and they are making a run for it as we see a bunch of warriors packing a punch here in calling Hamburg.
Golden Grail looking snazzy. Hero cards looking snazzy. I'm a big fan of Marvel heroes. I feel almost obligated to have them when I play. It's just, I am a magpie, I have a problem. And Hala plays Saint of the Vow, joining the collection alongside her younger self for the Silver Age format along the way. Durandal, the shiny new warrior weapon, will punish you for playing reactions if you pop +1/+1 counters on this. I think it actually might be my favorite full art of the bunch outside of the Dawnblade. The Dawnblade is obviously very special, but of the others, I think the back of this, the greens are really crisp. I think it just looks very, very clean.
I mean, all of them look very, very clean. I love the art on all of these cards, and they're so, so powerful. Love to see Warrior getting some support.
Speaking of support, there were some real goodies woven in throughout this pack. I'm hoping to see a few more of them today. Lessons learned terrifies me. I was not a Remembrance enjoyer. I was happy to see it leaving the format. This gives me similar vibes. It's not quite the same. There are some downsides here. Only attack reactions definitely goes away a long way. Different names a long way as well. But recursion tool that pitches Decimator Great Axe, color me concerned.
I mean, all of these cards are putting a pack in, and as you mentioned, lesson learned. We miss Remembrance? Not anymore. If you're on a Warrior enjoyer, you can just get that Remembrance right back at you and combat those aggressive, or not aggressive, the fatigue decks that you would like to add some extra punch against together with these lessons learned.
All in a fan favorite. I think people love the concept of this card. The idea of mucking it up so bad that you immediately lose the game is very funny. I have seen Golden Grails coming in for 50. This does do some stuff if you are willing to take the gamble. Point of Escalation, similar story. Like, this one needs a little help to really get the juices flowing, but it's not hard to make this worth 4, and every now and then it is worth 6. And a 1 resource attack reaction that's worth 6 damage is pretty darn premium if you ask me.
And again, we have Kassai not being sheeped out on these warrior packs. We have Raise Blades that is costing 0. A very, very thankful card. It is draw a card, and then you put a card from your hand on top of your deck, and that can really fix you up if you have the possibility to also draw back that card and you know exactly what is going on top. But this also enables the Kassai ability, which is the bread and butter for exactly what you want to do. You still get that beautiful +3. It just does everything that Kassai wants to do.
Yeah, the first time you put Blunton back on top with this, it just feels like Christmas. It's like, I get to have that in my next hand. Oh, don't mind if I do. Overwhelming Swing has crushed my skull a few times already. I am very guilty of blocking with 3 cards in the face of a warrior and immediately getting +6. You learn your lesson real fast. Learning to play around this one is going to be a bit of a skill. Happy to see it making its way into the toolkit. Rake back, a very exciting piece of the kit for Olympia here. The power comes in wagering things your opponent doesn't want or doesn't have the ability to benefit from. Sometimes that's flurry tokens. Sometimes it's pulling back equipment from the graveyard. Just be careful about stuff like Stalker Steps. I've definitely got it wrong a few times, and my opponent has been able to regain go again. So.
Oh God, that is so powerful. I mean, what are warriors doing these days? They're just super powerful across the board.
All kinds of goodies there. Reprints galore. Brave Forge Bracers, Valiant Dynamo, Grains of Blood Spill. We've seen them all up and on camera so far this weekend. Just necessary pieces of the warrior toolkit. Happy to see them all getting a reprint.
Valiant Dynamo, one of the most effective defensive pieces that you can pack. I have lost count on how much value you have been able to drag out of this pair of legs across of one turn of a game. And yeah, of course, seeing Grains of Bloodspill and Brave Forge Bracer making a comeback here in order to push up these legendaries to a more accessible rate.
Big fan of all these arts as well. Definitely feels like the Brave Forge Bracers is hinting at things to come down the way towards Solana. Who knows what that Grains of Bloodspill is hinting at? We've seen some Egyptian style inspired artwork in recent memory. Not the only piece that we've seen. So happy to keep my eyes on some of the art. We know they like to drop the little Easter eggs, the little hints. So I'm always keeping my eyes open for more opportunities to enjoy those. Speaking of things I enjoy, you alluded to the Flurry token. It's really pretty. The Blade Dance token, equally pretty in my opinion, and I think arguably a little underexplored. I want to see more Dorinthia decks exploring, just generating go again tokens and allowing you to play a little bit more buff heavy?
Buff-heavy version of Dorinthia. That would be lovely to see. But this Flurry token, oh my god, it is so beautiful. And it's something that you will have a fancy about when you're playing Hala. So it's a must-stay in this deck. And so finding this one in your Master Pack Warrior packs is such a joy.
I mean, we saw it last game. You make so many of these over the course of the game, and I'm a big fan of blinging out things that I regularly put on the table. That is how I prefer to bling my decks one way or the other. Mastery Pack Warrior out for you now. Available in local game stores. Go out there, get your grips on it while you have the opportunity. I think I might be, honestly. I haven't picked up that much. Warrior, I'm a wizard, right? Warrior is not really my speed typically, but I'll be honest, I've been impressed just time and again by what the Warriors have been able to do. Maybe I need to go remedy my mistakes.
Likewise so. I think Olympia is having a real blast with this new set of cards, and it will be fun to see if we can see what the Olympia players are up to maybe later in this day. But also Kassai maybe having a last reign with his new cards as well. I mean, there's so much action left to look forward to during the day.
I'm not entirely sure what the story will be for Kassai. I'm not sold this is her final weekend. I would love for that to be the story. It's always lovely to follow. But we have many, many story threads to enjoy over the course of the Calling Hamburg here. We'll have another feature match coming up for you very soon. We will be right back. Stay with us.
My baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands, so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud, asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time. eternity.
We return for round number 5 here at the Calling here in Hamburg. My name's Carl Mullings. Joining me is the lovely Erika Forslöf. Mate, this is going to be a great little one that's coming up for us. We have got two, I would say brand new warriors, but one of them has been around for a long, long time in Dorinthia versus Hala, who is fresh and new, of course, from her Origin deck that came up very, very recently, and all the support that came from MPW. But before that, we've got a little bit of an update on the day, because we're 5 rounds deep. We've only got 3 more left in this 8-round day. Let's have a look at what people bought to this calling. It was 490 players joining us, and I think if you were a gambling individual, a waging individual, so to speak, you would have guessed that Oscilio was sitting on top, and that's exactly what we're seeing, but not breaking that 15% mark. You know what? That's fine.
I mean, we see a lot of heroes coming back here for calling Hamburg. We see, of course, the great aficionado, Oscilios, Araknis, and the Gravy Bones, the super trio that has been conquering the meta for the past couple of months, I would say, at this point. Oscilio getting some really, really cool additions to his kit from Usurp, and is just making a break for it here in Hamburg.
Really interesting to see that Dash.io is represented as 4th here. 25 players taking the plunge on the true aggro mech of the 3 that are currently legal. I personally thought this deck would fall off a little bit. The prevalence of Warrior, the blocking decks which are now coming out, does not spell a good time if you're a Dash player, but we're seeing a number of them kind of crawling towards the top tables and able to prey on some of those other aggro decks. You had a pretty decent matchup, some would say, very, very favoured into Oscilio, and then you look at the Cindras, you're happy there as well. You look at the rest of the field, your Fangs, your Auroras, hell, there's even some Phis up there for you to eat and gobble up. There's also a lot of defensive decks. Your Hala, your Jarls, your Vynnsets, hell, yeah, Kassais. A lot of support being given to these heroes recently, but people still thought, you know what? I want to be boosting today. Hala's up there as well. 23 players take to the stage to see if they can be one of the first people to chuck some LL points on this brand spanking new hero. Erika, was there anything today that directly surprised you? Like middle of the table, long of that, or?
I mean, Hala was not my pick for being the most popular hero or popular warrior of choice for the day. I thought Olympia had a little bit more buzz going about him when the Master Pack Warrior was released, and so my bet was that Olympia was going to be the most represented warrior today. But I'm not nevertheless excited to see that Hala is making a reign for herself here in Hamburg today. And like 23 people is quite a lot when it's considering the 490 player total.
Yeah, a lot of people want to be swinging their Zenith blades, sharpening their blades, and, well, sharpening and swinging it again, and maybe even again and again for this hero. Hell, it's not unheard of that you're going to be going 4 or 5 chain links deep if the hands do just line up. A couple of one-offs here as well. We got a Bravo who's actually doing pretty damn well. Full cosplay for them as well. So make sure you check out socials to be able to see some stuff there. Lower towards the table is Slippy, your Liaf, your KO, and even to Bolton. I do think they're Decimator Great X though, so take that as you wish. Well, we talked about what people brought to the table. Let's actually have a look and see how people are performing up the top. We've got an Olympia sitting at 4-0 right now.
There you go.
You said that, hey, we would like to see more Olympia. You were expecting more of it to come to the table. Sitting pretty at first place at this point.
Amazing stuff here. And we also see a couple of Halas bringing up the table here as well. So those are, of course, trying their best here at this meta. I'm also excited to see a Kassai here on the 5th place. We also see Mr. Andreas Lalbert on Siggy here in the 2nd place. There's still so many 4-0s at this 8th round of Hamburg.
Bare minimum 20. We'll have a look on the 2nd page in a moment. But I've got to do my legally required push. Cup of TCG member Ryan Debling currently sitting at 10th place after besting Evan Tanguy in the very first round. Is still going strong, sitting at 4-0. Let's see if he can push it to 5 after this next round. Guardian player yourself. Couple of Betsy's sitting towards the top end of this table. Diego and Gianluigi, one that you called out as one of your caster picks.
I love to see it. I mean, Betsy is still showing that she is here to stay, sending logs all over the place for 6 or 7 with that overpower, of course, trying to generate as much gold as possible at her disposal to send some good time chapeau wagers across the opponent's table. What I love to see is that top 8 is 8 individual heroes. That is just an amazing turnaround here with 4 rounds into the day.
Prawns.
And we also see even more Kassais if we wander around the table
like
with
prawns,
Daniel
loose.
and Leo is sitting at 9th and 14th place respectively. And also, again, some Marios and Oscilios coming about. But again, I don't see really a dominance of Oscilio and Mario, as of yet at least, in this top 20.
Well, top 20, we know there's 4 rows. Are there 4 rows onto the second page? There are. We got 28 of them at this point. And, well, it's a whole smattering of the heroes you would expect. I believe our first Dash.io in one Leo Toulouse, the name that I said to keep your eyes on if you're a Dash aficionado. Sitting 4-0. Strong performance so far, but, again, a pretty hostile field when you're moving into this 4-0 window. Another cuppa spotted, by the way. Toby Beckham, 29. Let's go. Let's go. We're still there. We're still pulling it back. Anything that jumps out, well, other than the obvious in Lavaya of Henrik at 32nd?
Yeah, we saw a couple of Lavayas doing really, really strong starts here in Hamburg. Some scattered around the top tables. I was wandering around in my personal break, so super excited to see what the Lavaya cookers have been up to. One guy I would love to call out here is Mr. Filippo Barbani, who I've been having the joy to cast when he's mastering his Victor deck of the past. No longer able to do so as he's now living legend, but he's packing Jarl today, and he seems to be doing really, really well for himself. Now we have more Olympias, we have more Marios, we have more Oscilios. We even have a Fai here represented by Mikko Zalmi on 39th place.
39th place takes us to 40th. Jacob Clements, the hero, the person, well, honestly, yeah, the hero himself.
The myth, the man, the legend.
The man, the myth, the legend, the Arakni man is looking to make another calling. Basically put it on his shelf. The shelf's getting heavy at this point. A Pro Tour, a calling, UK Nationals to boot. I was actually really excited as a Dash player to play against Jacob inside of kind of that top seed at UK Nats, and the Arakni dodged me. So put it this way, Jacob, if you played me, you might not have won UK Nats. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But either way, ships in the night, we move on to the 41st to the 60th. And again, we're seeing, oh my God, so many Oscilio. Why are there so many on one side of the page? The
Here
3 ones. Well, you got to have one bad matchup, I suppose.
Yeah.
How many Oscilios do you have on this page? You have Liam, you have Rick, so that's 2, Donovan, Thomas, Mirko, Oliver, and Paul. We are sitting at 7 Oscilios on this one page. That is a lot of arcane damage across the board. A Teklo just to sneak on in there. And our one-off Bravo showstopper, Gerrit, sitting 3-1. Not a bad showing. Only losing out in that previous round to Arakni, and that being one, just one matchup that you don't really want to be seeing.
I mean, the one showstopper is, of course, here to join us. The one-off Bravo player that is joining us in Hamburg today, Gerrit, is showing that Bravo still can pack a punch. And as you mentioned, he's down there in his cosplay outfit, just rocking the boots. So it's super fun
That's so
to
cool.
see how committed our player base is, even at this high-stake calling. People just having such a blast here on the floor.
Well, directly above that Bravo in 44th place, that's a Riptide, who only just lost in this previous round as well. They were sitting 3-0 moving into this. Hanno looking to continue their run and potentially qualify for day 2. Moving on. Who do we have here? Anything jumping out? Honestly, this is much more diverse. This is what I would expect. A Puffin has been spotted. 3-1 though. Listen, we've talked about Puffin now, I have to say. Callum from Cup of TCG was the first guy to be able to get LL points on Puffin. He convinced me that this hero was good. I disagree, but hey, he can win events on it. If people read your cards, that deck is quite hard to pilot. If they expect that you know what you're doing with them, then you're going to be in a better spot. So
that's the big upside you get with these rogue decks, because typically when you are playing against your locals, you typically see the most common heroes out there. But of course, when you are practicing for a big tournament, you are typically practicing against what you are expecting to face. And so you only have so much time at your disposal in order to train for these big events. So of course you put those training hours into the heroes you're hoping to face more accordingly, which also then means that if you're facing one of these rogue decks, you might not really be sure about what your strategy is going to be like, what your sideboard is going to look like. And so you can get a really, really big edge as these rogue decks, as you are the one that is piloting this deck. You know it in and out, and you give yourself a leg up, Erika, in most situations.
Are you trying to tell me that pro players aren't teching for puffing?
I don't know. I'm not making any assumptions.
I think it's a safe... you know what? I'll make the assumption. I think it's a safe assumption at this point. Hey, 1 or 2 more spoiler cards maybe coming her way in the future. I have no information about that. I just want more Met cards, honestly. just give me more Met cards.
No foreshadowing.
No foreshadowing. Okay, we move to our final page. Emlyn Ingram, that is a Decimator of Great Axe Dorinthia sitting at 80 Thirst right now. So still chance to be able to convert into that day 2. Just need to make sure that they continue swinging the axe, pumping the axe, and swinging the axe again. More and more Oscilio join us on this page. Hell, sometimes you're just going to lose a game. Does not mean you are out of it as of yet. Just need to probably go flawless at this point for you to be able to convert strongly into that top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's fun to see that we didn't see a lot of Oscilios on the first page, like the first top 20, so like 1 or 2 of them. But then as we go down the ranks, you still see a huge amount of Oscilios still trying their best to combat in this tournament. And that just puts to show that Oscilio is a really, really strong hero, despite not a lot of them making in the top ranks as of yet. But a lot of things can change in this tournament. There's still so many rounds to go, and bringing us back into this tournament, we're going to see how Oscilio is going to fare.
Absolutely. Well, sometimes in Oscilio, your hand says, I can't block. It's for instance, I'm dead. I've died. But that's not going to be the case that we see this time round. Your stream game, soon to be coming to a screen near you, hopefully this one that you're watching right now, is going to be Dorinthia Ironsong, the classic from WTR, into Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow. The master looks to school her student with this new support from Master Pack Warrior.
Love to see a warrior show off here post Master Pack Warrior. Hala, we've already seen on the stream earlier today. She has been proven herself extremely, extremely powerful. But again, Dorinthia, she's been here for quite some time. She's quite senior when it comes to experience in it is classic constructed. And so it's going to be very exciting to see who has the leg up here in this warrior matchup.
Sebastian choosing to go second this time round, but let's put our attention over towards Finn Labe. 4 rounds committed so far. It was a mirror in round 1 against Manos. And dear Lord, that is a Marlin playing into round 2. I think you're pretty happy considering, guess what? Your deck doesn't run any attacks. With the exception of maybe 1 or 2 just here and there. But that hand disruption that Marlin usually sees is not going to affect you all too hard. Arakni then into an Oscilio. That honestly is a good meta spread and pretty confident coming into this game number 5, considering what we just saw from that meta breakdown.
Yeah, and already showing that he has some experience in the warrior matchup. But let's take a look at how her opponent is faring. We have Mr. Sebastian Knich here, who brought a showing against a Gravy Bones into round number 1. It's typically a very, very favored matchup for Dorinthia, so Sebastian is happy to see that as his first turn of the game. Cindra picking up that, again, a very, very strong matchup for Dorinthia, as Cindra doesn't really block really well. So those counters on Dawnblade, they're gonna show up. So super strong start here for Sebastian. Again, dash IO, and then also beating a Levia. That's a little bit more technical, a little bit more difficult if Levia decides to use pop-off and draw the right cards at the right time. But managed to secure a win and is sitting here at 4-0.
Those pesky shadow heroes be doing that sometimes, don't they? Well, let's have a quick breakdown on what these heroes actually say, because one of them's been around for God knows how long, and the other one is brand spanking new. Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow. Action, tap your hero, pay 3, sharpen target sword you control, go again. And of course, considering Zenith Blade says, if I've been sharpened, I get go again, you're going to be swinging. That blue outlet is very much there. And if you look at the bottom of your screen, 1 person, 5 points have been gained by Hala so far. Dorinthia had a hell of a run early in her career, and even over the years through ProQuest after ProQuest. Once per turn effect, when your weapon attack hits, you may attack an additional time with that weapon this turn. So you need to be able to give go again, but hey, you got your Blade Dance tokens to be able to get that go again in bounds. Right, we are now going to be jumping into this one. It is Classic Constructed round number 5 with Dorinthia going second, Finn starting. How is this game gonna pan out? Hala on the play, and the hand so far
will not be shown.
It will not be shown. There's a beck and steal in there. It's looking pretty good if you want to be setting up.
Everything is looking extremely stock so far. Of course, we're seeing the Kabutos on both sides of the table. We're seeing the Valiant Dynamos being presented on the Hala side of things, Refractor Bolters, and Dorinthia is deciding that Dawnblade is the way.
Very interesting bit of conversation between them there as they draw up the first cards. It was, wait, how many cards are you presenting? Dorinthia says 68. I believe Finn says 66. So, yeah, it's we're going to be in for the long haul here, guys.
Of course, there's a fatigue angle
Finn
on
just
this.
said pass. Finn just said, I'm just going to
Really?
pass. Yep, that's fine with me. I'm just going to pass. No need to swing my Zenith Blade. Let's hope you've bricked early on.
Interesting. I'm trying to think why that would be his option. If he doesn't have maybe some side of floor regeneration, but I mean, he could always pitch to his own hero ability. Interesting choice here.
Maybe happy with the function of the hand. Raised Blades being played out this time round. It's going to be on Dawnblade and a generic in Trot Along to be able to give this Dawnblade go again. And a tire in the hand. Dear Lord, Sebastian is very, very happy that he did not have to block or adjust the texture of this one. So 6 go again. And guess what? Your defense reaction's going to cost 1 more this turn.
And also showing that Raised Blades is not only a Kassai stay, it's also something that is available to any other warriors as of boot.
There we go, Blunton gone, and there goes a Twinning Blade as well. This turn could have gone very, very wide, but not going to be the case. Fully covered. The Valiant Dynamo value is going to be there. And, well, we've talked about the Valiant Dynamo being popped up here for Finn. Bottom right-hand corner, the absolute classic and Refraction Bolters for Sebastian.
Going to be able to swing or give his attack go again if he hits, as a little caveat that we need to enable in order to activate our Refractor Bolters. Seeing a Brimming Blade on Hala's side of ends, and we see the first Edict of Steel across the table.
Yeah, yellow one this time, so it actually makes sense as to why he wanted to hold on to this one. No true, clean way of setting up a 5-card hand on the following while still being able to generate that flurry token. If it was red, I think we would have been shipping it early doors. We are still floating some resources, and we are swinging for 6 go again, thanks to not only the flurry, but also that sharpened counter hitting our Zenith Blade.
Yeah, we'll see how Sebastian decides to knock this out. Because we do have 1 resource remaining, and so this Zenith Blade will hit a second time. We do see Glistening Steel, but we do see a Blunton. That's not going to do anything this turn.
Yeah, the pre-pumps doing their work.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty rough to be committing a Glistening Steel Blade this early as well. Very, very powerful card. Let's see if we cycle those ones back later on. Are there any standout cards for Dorinthia inside of Master Pack Warrior that she gained control of?
I haven't really paid a lot of attention to Dorinthia lately, if I'm being completely honest.
I don't think you're alone, so I think that's fine.
So
Lessons
we will
learned
figure
you
it
would
out.
consider,
Raised Blades.
Raised
One of
Blades,
them that we've
true.
seen so far.
Yeah, we've seen the Raised Blades.
But apart from that, it's going to be interesting to see what Sebastian has decided to include, because, I mean, Dorinthia's stack deck with Dawnblade has already proven itself really, really powerful. Of course, we see the Blunton.
A Blunton pitch and a Blunton found for Finn once again. So.
No way. Oh, this is gonna be.
Do you need to consider holding on to Bluntons for better moments, or can you just ship these early and try and gain that early advantage?
I think we are not super scared of what our opponent is holding in hand. We're not presenting any go against. We're not proceeding in the pumps.
Ooh.
Do see the provoke though. This Blunton would have been good, but as you mentioned, it might be a better option to try and pitch deck that for later down the line.
Hold on to it.
As we see, Sebastian is already pitch decking his Blunton unwillingly, as it was his only outlet to actually get some turns going.
You provoked my provoke. Well played, sir. Well played. That pitched away and, well, pitched away into the grave, I suppose. The forever pitch zone. Tunic, Zenith Blade, holding on to that Brimming and holding on to that Blunton for a following turn. So, might look like a weird one here, but still threatens some damage. And we get that 1 counter off of the Refraction Bolters. Not able to put remove that -1 counter as easily as you are a Valiant Dynamo.
Yeah, so we need that go again in order to remove that +1 counter of our Valiant Dynamo. But that is exactly what we would like to do, is pop Zenith Blade twice a turn, get that Valiant Dynamo value back online, and just keep blocking with it until our heart's desire.
Still plays Supremacy.
Shove off being pitched here.
Draw, yeah.
Lovely, gorgeous cold foil one from the skirmish season.
This might be good.
Eyeing Song.
So it's 6.
We've got Dominate on the stack. We've got Draw whenever a weapon hits. This is 6. Dominate. There is a number of equipment here, including that rear brace, which will block for 2. So not out of the realm of possibility that we can block out this one. And, oh, do you remember last turn? We held on to that Blunton. 1 card in hand for Sebastian. This turn could turn on its head, and 2 power cards committed for the Dory. What a great retort this will be for Finn.
Extremely, extremely good choices here by Finn, and it is giving him payoff here. But this sword has Dominate, which means he can only block with 1 card from hand. Does not have a D-React in arsenal. So he's not able to cover this up cleanly without committing some blocking from his equipment here.
Blocking for 2. And then I'll have a sync.
So yeah, looks like we're actually going to be sync blowing this one. Question is, does Sebastian have a way to get us over the top here?
Covering 6.
Iron Song response will be perfect off the reprise trigger, the 0 for 3. Instead, the Sting and Steel Blade. Sting and Steel Blade is huge here. What do we dig for? This gives us +1. This takes us to 7. Now we search the deck. What attack reaction do we want to find?
So unless there's a D-React in arsenal that we're trying to play around, we're just going to give it
God,
go
we're drawing
again.
2 cards here. Go
Thanks
again
to
from the Glyn.
Then shuffle. That's the only annoying Shuffling part is about important, yeah. Hey, at least I'm not playing cards.
I've searched the deck. I'm about to draw 2 cards, but I do need to shuffle first, is what the players are saying right now. So Glint the Quicksilver to give this go again. Drawing 2 cards, 1 from the reprise trigger of Glint and 1 from the Steel Blade Supremacy. This hero is so cool, Erika. This hero is great.
This is bringing me back the good old days where Dawnblade is just coming on swinging and we're playing combat tricks upon combat tricks.
I have some
Be interesting to see what he drew up here.
I have some triggers, Sebastian says, as he draws another and works out whether or not he wants to pitch to Grains on this on here.
See how much resources we have available to us here. Grains is always a great outlet, but we also have Brave Force Bracers in order to pump our next attack a little bit more, but we already have the +2 and +1 from Iron Song and Steel Blade Supremacy respectively.
What do we have in the hand here for Sebastian?
It's a Shelter of the Storm.
It's a Shelter and is that an Overwhelming Swing?
I can't tell really.
Question is, do you want to be defensive? Yeah, it looks like it is.
Yeah, it is. Not really what we would like to see here.
Not right now. Yeah, you've got to suspect that we're just going to be swinging for... yeah, no Grains activation.
I will break the chain.
I've got to suspect we're just going to swing the Dawnblade with the Brave Forge here, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Overwhelming swing pitched away.
Swing again.
Here comes 4.
For 7.
Oh my God, the +3 still, of course.
Yep. And Dominate is still on the low. We do have that Blunton still at our disposal.
So you will get a counter here. I don't think there's a way from me. I mean, this was a very good combination of cards. I had to take damage. So exactly. I mean, you did do that. That's a free block, so I'll block you for 3 and discard that card.
Unfortunate that we cannot keep that Shelter of the Storm in hand. We put so much effort into trying to bring these cards drawn to us. But yeah, what are you going to do? Blunton is a really good card.
Blunton's a really good card. You know what's good as well? Getting a counter from your Dawnblade. But of course, you still draw.
Oh yeah, we do.
Oh, it's a Blunton. Oh no, it's a Blunton. I mean, Grains trigger on the stack. We can actually pitch this away to be able to gain a vigor. This is not terrible, but God, you would have liked anything to put in your arsenal. The little laugh from Finn.
Kyle, this pitch stack. There's another Blunton right beneath this.
Hey, that just means that Sebastian in the late game is going to rip hand after hand out of Finn. There's going to be no cards in his hand at the end of this game.
If he gets the opportunity to do so.
The pitch stack isn't there. We just shuffled. We just shuffled from the Steel Blade. Yeah,
we did.
So we know there's one Blunton at the bottom. We are fine for now. We're not going to be flooded by them too soon. Bringing Blade that we put into our arsenal the turn prior. Double sharpen on the Zenith Blade. Here comes 5 go again. No flurry counter here though.
So interesting to see what would
It
be the
does have go again.
follow-up here with our go again. Sometimes you just can't do anything when you don't have the flurry activation available to you.
What's the texture of Sebastian's hand right now? Run through, Swordmaster's Shine, Twinning Blade, and a hit and run. I mean, it blocks.
It
It also
does.
functions pretty damn well.
It's very offensive. But I don't see much sources of go again. Of course, we still have the refraction bolters to help us out with that.
Swordmaster's Shine over the top on the first one to be able to force the hit through. Got enough blues to be able to do it.
Yeah, for sure. But what is the damage required in order to keep our hands?
No blocks committed here. No additional swing, one floating. Do we have a 1 for 5? Is Finn running
no
a lot
follow-up.
more lower attacks? No, there is no follow-up this time round. It's simply going to be an Arsenal and a pass. And Sebastian has a very offensive 4-card hand with a vigor to boot.
We have resources galore. I'm excited to see what Sebastian is gonna sequence this turn.
Oh my god. Does Finn have another Blunton?
Have we drawn all our blunt? No. Are you kidding
He
me?
does. He has the third. No.
That's not
Oh
it.
no, that's
not
hone.
it.
That's hone for honor. Okay.
Very close art-wise, but
Yeah, completely different card. Yeah. I'm getting. Listen, Blunton's on the brain at this point. Blocking 6. Blue Edict of Steel. Usually a picks outlet until the end of the game. That hone for honor, not going to be best useful right now either. How tall do we go?
with Swordmaster Shrine, pretty tall.
Interesting, yeah.
Swordmaster Shine pitching the hit and run.
They know how to fight.
Plus 1 less due to the sharpen counter that's on it as well, of course. Don't forget that.
One floating, you're at 9.
So it's
Go up to
9
9.
right now. It's going to be no problem here for Finn. We have D-Reacts galore both in hand, and I believe we have another sync below in Arsenal.
I will play this.
Yeah, the blue run through as well here. Just to be able to give the go again without having to pop those refraction bolters. Plus 1 on the next swing here as well. No floating resources, so we are going to have to get rid of this Twinning Blade if we wish to swing, but looks like we're keeping our counter for the time being. And well, now there is no guarantee. 10
we are
covered.
full blocking here, but a Twinning Blade is going to cause some cause for concern here for Finn. Doesn't know yet.
Nothing over
There's
the
no
top,
Twinning
and now
Blade.
we can't swing. There's a Twinning Blade, but no resources to be able to swing.
Right.
So, while it has go again,
Oh, we needed to commit too many cards to get the go again.
now we have a Twinning Blade sitting in Arsenal. We're set up for a big turn in the future. And there goes a Beckenstill. Another one pitched away, just for 3. A lowly 3. Does Sebastian even care about this? Does he warrant even thinking about this 3 block? And, well, the way he's positioned right now, it looks like the Jagged Edge is going to be committed onto the combat chain. We are just shy of 10 HP down from our opponent. 8 to be Pacific. There's the third Blunton. There it is. We were just a turn too early.
For a blade dance, yes.
Ooh.
Ooh, this is...
Wait,
or this is like something of the blade.
yes.
I'm going to say glisten of the blade. And it makes a blade dance token at instant speed.
Yep.
Should you discard it? I'm waiting for it to pop up and me to be completely wrong. 3 go again. Up front. More new cards for Dorinthia. Pitching away a new card in that blue run through.
Blade Dance coming in hot here, giving us abilities to go again, but we don't have any pumps to boot.
1 card, yes.
Yeah, 1 card in hand, 1 card in hand.
Block you for 3.
Blue cut and carve.
We're going to try the Sinjin Steel Blade again.
What are we digging for this time? There has been a card blocked from hand, so we can trigger the reprise from Glint if we want to, but go again's already there.
Yeah.
Surely there's something more powerful, more pungent on this turn.
Yeah, are we playing around the Blunton here or no? Are we trying to just go a little bit taller with an Iron Song response maybe? We don't have that much resources to pay for much else if we want to try and swing a second time as well. It's having
In
a
a
think.
moment.
It is a tough one.
Has the resource for the second swing. Blade Flurry is an option here.
Just gonna do this.
Looks like that's what we're going to grab. Okay, fine. There we go. Yeah, I mean, Blade Flurry works.
Good,
Are you psychic? What is this?
+2
Beautiful call.
on this swing, and then +2 on the next one as well.
It's also the
Of course, yeah, there's a lot of.
we'll get it.
I will sink below.
Unfortunate
Oh,
for
well.
Sebastian, we do have the sink.
If only we had a twinning blade.
This away.
If only we had a twinning blade, Erika. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yep. So I am blocking 7 on your 6.
7 on the 6 initially. Now, I suppose the question is
Indeed it is.
the twinning blade worth 5 damage?
Reactions.
The answer's
The
no.
answer's no. We aren't
The
going
blade-
for it.
The blade flurry is used simply as a 0 for 2 pump, and the pass has been called.
Put Tunic to 3.
Sebastian still running an uphill battle here. 35 faces, 27 here, as Finn has a 3-card hand that he will love to deploy.
2 floating.
Signs of safe
And then
harbour
Hala.
pitched away for this
Another blue.
Swordmaster's path.
So we'll sharpen twice.
So we're sharpening twice off the back of Hala's ability due to Swordmaster's path, sharpening an additional time when you would sharpen. Don't forget the +3. I've seen so many people IRL play with Hala and be like, well, this Swordmaster path is a 1 cost. It lets me sharpen again. No, it gives a buff as well. Don't
Yeah.
forget that. So that's why we're swinging for 8. Go again. No flurry here, though.
That is 7.
And the T below, blocking out an additional 4. We're covering 7.
Sure, take 1.
Looks like we're taking 1 at this point.
26
Yeah, trying to
for
play a
you.
value game here, Sebastian is saying. We do not think that we're going to deploy much else. Lack of flurry token doesn't allow us to swing with the Zenith blade a second time, unfortunately. But what are you going to do?
You're finding your
Find some response
That is true.
and a provoke in the hand for Sebastian. That twinning blade still sitting there. My apologies, a lessons learned, not a provoke. So we're seeing more tech. We're seeing recursion. Now you know why Sebastian's deck is so damn big. He's here for the long haul. He's ready for it. And I'll call this out now. Only 33 minutes left on this game. Only one person is below 30 HP.
We've spent quite a lot of thinking time on the 6 turns that has come and go so far.
You can see this game speeding up at the very, very end.
I can see that happening, for sure. Now, this hand is not super offensive, but Hala loves to play a more of a mid-range game, but you also need to black in those combat tricks that Dorinthia can expose. So it's not always easy to decide how to block this effectively.
Blue Edict, making a flurry token, sharpening.
It's a red edict,
It
right?
is a red edict, sorry.
Nice.
My eyes.
Pitch a blue to come in for 4 go again.
We have
4
the
go again.
flurry.
Flurry generated. More
Let's
resources
go.
to swing.
And this will trigger.
Also calling out that Finn is running the Fienda Spring Tunic instead of Grains of Bloodspill, which is generating probably quite a lot more resources over the course of a longer game.
It's not the only interesting thing. Reverent Rear Brace is not an arm piece that you see all the time. Usually on the Brave 4 braces, but
5 for you.
looks like that additional sharpen on one of your beck and still turns is the additional push you need to get over the line of a defensive leaning deck like Dorinthia.
Yeah. So it feels like we are playing for both of ours, both to be able to go a bit more aggressively with those bracers, and also Fienda Spring Tunic in order to get a maximum value if this game drags long.
Taking 1, going to 24. I will refresh my dynamos and pass to you.
3 block, 3 block, take 1, take 1. I will refresh my dynamos. That is just an efficient turn from Finn. Sebastian, with 2 cards in hand, 1 sitting in the arsenal, we are going to be pitching either the provoke or the blunton. It looks like the provoke this time round. 3, no current way outside of refraction bolters to give go again, and no pumps available either with that twinning blade sitting in arsenal. Got
And
2
we're
cards.
seeing every
no.
turn around that 2 cards is enough.
You know what?
So
I
take
will
a
block
counter
6
Tunic
on your 3.
to play Swordmaster's Path.
Swordmaster's Path for the additional sharpen. Sharp
Sharpening twice
incline
will
here.
make it
Okay, so this is what the
cost 1
Tunic
less.
resource is for. This
So
first
2
swing
counters on here.
is going to cost nothing,
3.
and now we're going to be swinging for 5. Pitching 0.
Hitting a bit of a break point is a bit awkward. No, it's
Oh,
80
plus
then.
3.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Remember I said, hey, don't forget the plus 3 from Swordmaster's Path.
So
Different
let's
kind
see
of
what
thing than the
Sebastian can do here. We do see a donkey and a blade. They're hitting the table.
Yep. Raised blades, donkey, and those grains to be able to block this one out. Finally, some more armor committed from the side of Sebastian.
We actually do see quite a bit of Master Pack Warrior cards hitting this Dorinthia
We're seeing
deck.
a lot.
It's like a bit of a renovation of this deck.
I am quite surprised that they're on Donkey. I will be honest. Surely it's the only wager card in the deck.
Surely.
Surely.
Be able to pitch this Blunten out of here. We're not getting any or seeing any value being provided by this one. We do not want to see it bringing us less value. Another turnaround.
Taking 3 down to 32 is Finn. Does Sebastian Bolters here? Oh, he just flipped over the Iron response. I think Finn saw it.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Yep. Ship it. If your opponent isn't blocking, try and get your counter. Here is 3.
So Sebastian seeing an opportunity here that his opponent would like to keep his hand for once, which sends his alarm bell ringing. Okay, then we need to present more damage and make an opportunity for ourselves here if our opponent decides to not want to block this turn.
I think Finn's hand is a blue, a red Edict of Steel, and a CNC with a fake. Oh, it's a blue Edict this time, so we're not going to be able to get the flurry.
Take 3. Go to 29 and you get a counter.
Taking the 3, gaining the counter. Finally sub 30. We are 30 minutes into this game.
Interesting.
And get a Vigo token. And doing the correct thing here, being a little bit punished that his opponent is not blocking, that Iron Song response is not doing any favors apart from generating a Vigo token here.
Spend it into a resource.
It's better than nothing.
Activating Hala.
Ooh,
Sharpening with the
Edict.
Edict.
Okay.
I don't think we can get to 3 easily.
To come in for 4 go again, 2 floating.
4 go again, 2 floating. This does the job anyway. Just activate the Hala.
Yeah, but this should send alarm bells ringing for Sebastian. If you have 2 cards left in hand.
I did like that Finn also said 2 floating at the end of that. So it's like, okay.
It's almost like presenting a pummel secretly.
Yes.
It's like, I'm just going to take this attack for 2.
Well, it's
floating
fine.
2.
At least Dorinthia can use her Crown of Prop. Oh my God, they're all on Kabuto. There is no easy way of getting out of this one, and Sebastian's been sitting on this Twinning Blade for ages. What do we see in the hand? The Jagged Edge, the Shove Off, Steel Blade Supremacy. Can't work out what that third card is.
Is Sebastian going to call it here? Oh, is activating the Kabuto here.
That is an interesting block with Kabuto.
He's playing around and again, maybe.
I suppose he is there.
He betted for an and again non-attack that activates Zenith Blade being able to attack with it once again. But he's being punished here because this was a Command and Conquer all along.
The fact he armor blocks the first chain link here, though, means that he can block out this if he wants with the cards in hand. But oh my God, that Twinning Blade we've sat on for so damn long. The Twinning Blade that would have turned into 4 damage on that turn that we thought, no, that's not going to be enough. Turns into nothing. Turns into graveyard waste. A target simply for lessons learned as it hits the grave from the CNC.
27 minutes left on the clock here. Turn 9 was something.
Supremacy going to be played out. We saw how brutal this was earlier. Hit and run as well to be able to give us go again, pitching away that shove off.
Sebastian, of course, wanting to hold on to his whole hand. He has finally gotten himself another Dawnblade counter, and he would like to keep that ball rolling in order to assert some little bit more offensive capabilities on his side of the table. Being this far behind, we really need to capitalize on all of our cards that we can in order to push things over.
I'll try to make it 9.
Jagged Edge up to 9. The defense reaction Fate Foreseen, who were able to hold on that previous turn to be able to block this out. So not only are we not drawing, the Twinning Blade stares at us from the grave. We are not able to swing again. We do not hit. We do not draw. We lose our counter.
20 goes to 2.
Feels like everything is playing out Finn's way here. He is going to be able to swing Zenith Blade until morale improves, and Sebastian is doing his absolutely best to try and push more Dawnblade counters, but he's unsuccessfully doing so.
Sharp Incline, effectively a 0 for 4 attack here. +1 counter on the Zenith Blade, giving that go again, and also reducing the cost of it to 0. Gets to Arsenal, that Bring Me Blade, and now with another shove-off pitch. Damn, does he have 3 EA cold foil shove-offs? Sebastian is dripping out after skirmish season.
I mean, they are very pretty. Not
They are
gonna lie.
gorgeous. They are really,
No
really.
go again yet, correct?
No go again
I
yet.
will say no
Is that correct? Asks Finn. 2 cards in hand,
Make it
and no blocks is said. Puncture to take us up to 6.
no further actions from me. It's
No
also
additional
6.
reacts. Just going to be taking the 6 down to 23.
I'll pay
Does Sebastian want to make a vigor with that one floating? Yes, he does. So he does exactly that. Sits on an arsenal, sits on a free swing effectively next turn with that vigor token, and draws back up to a 4-card hand.
Bringing back a little bit on the life totals here, really nicely for Sebastian. But now Finn has a 5-card hand. One of them is a D-react. He's probably going to try to pack that at the end of his turn. But
So
he's going to
that's
swing
fast.
Zenith Blade probably twice this turn.
Play Brimming Blade for 3 sharpens.
Yes.
And
We are
this
going
is
to
going to
the
be a
moon.
tall one.
We are going to the moon, and Yellow Edict is as well. We're sharpening 4 times and making a flurry token.
Flurry?
Imagine a Beacon Steel in this hand, man. This,
You know what?
that would be
great.
sick.
4, 7, 10.
But 10,
Go again.
10, go again.
Just popping.
it's quite good.
I'd take that.
It's quite good.
That's quite good.
It's going to be a 7 on the second swing. Man, this is a 17
So much damage.
damage turn.
And guess what? You can float the Tunic to swing it as well, and then just arsenal this
Wow.
final card.
No floating.
Tunic working wonders right now. Just keep missing what this final card in Finn's hand is.
Block 9.
Kabuto here would have been huge. Imagine.
Imagine.
It's almost like Finn held his big explosive turn for that moment, but honestly, his hand just lined up well. He just sent it. So we're going to be blocking 9, taking the 1, down to 17, now swinging, you know, just a casual 1 for 7.
I have no reaction.
Yeah, and Sebastian is just licking his wounds here, trying to cover up as much damage as possible because he realizes that there is no way he can convert his hand better offensively. So trying to pack as much defenses as possible to give himself a little bit more breathing room so that he can send more damage back. But a Vigor token is all you need to send a 3 over the board.
Well, we did say, you know, you can swing your Dawnblade for free. You've got your Vigor token. We did kind of expect there to be a little bit more than 1 for 3.
Yeah.
But it's damage. It's damage at the end of the day, and Sebastian doesn't really have too many other options. A Steelblade Shunt, 2 Edicts.
We are running the Steelblade Shunts. I was a bit curious if that is something to pack. Is even the red Steelblade Shunts?
Yeah, red Steelblade Shunt, a CNC, a blue Edict, and a red Edict with this random card in the arsenal. That's a Fate Foreseen.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so we're just going to be blocking 3 with the CNC and moving on. Swinging our sword a couple of times on this turn instead.
We have a little too much defensive capabilities with that Steelblade Shunt and Fate Foreseen in Arsenal, but what you gotta do...
I did actually think that this turn would turn into red Edict pitching the blue, swinging for 4 with the flurry, and then into the CNC. But I suppose just get the maximum amount of value out of the flurry counter where you can.
Absolutely. Every time we can swing a Zenith Blade for twice a turn, we're gonna take those.
Flooded with defense reactions here, though. The Fate in the arsenal, the...
Oh, it's the Blighten!
There goes your flood. The dam breaks, and there goes your Steelblade Shunt.
It's not the end of the world.
For another 4. No go.
So
Finn.
2 on the first one. Here comes another 4.
I'll block 1, take 3.
Sure, this is 8. And I'll pass to you.
23 to 8 here. So far, I'm very impressed with this Zenith Blade.
Yeah, so am I.
I was very scared of the Dawnblade, but when you pack... I don't know how many defensive reactions that Finn is packing, considering we're playing the red Steelblade Shunts as well.
Okay. Iron Song Determination, glistening Steelblade into a Dawnblade. Now that is hard to block around.
And then it is 4. I mean,
With this 1 card in hand, sitting there, waiting.
It's only 4 at the end of the day, and we still have the Kabuto at our disposal. Might
Yeah,
not
that
be
is
the most
true.
powerful turn for the Kabuto, but at the same time, letting a glistening Steelblade through is not really attractive. We still have the Fate Foreseen in Arsenal, though.
You also have a toe the line for additional prevention around this Dominate here.
Amazing.
I just don't think this is going to line up for Sebastian. 4
Well, I
is
think
covered.
we're covering this very well.
4 like this.
Try to get
Well, we're
block
trying. We're trying our best.
Okay, we're going up to 5.
Beat of the Iron Song.
Currently, no. No, I have to choose.
Yeah, I'll toe the line.
And I don't have any.
Toe the line just for the prevention effect there to be able to prevent that additional one that was coming over the top.
Still keeping that Fate Foreseen in Arsenal. This is playing out so beautifully for Finn.
Fate is there, now a flurry on the next turn.
Sebastian is just like, how do I get through this? It's impossible.
It's a wall. And all there is in the hand here for Finn are 2 lonely blues that are more than enough to activate Hala and swing that Zenith Blade twice. The overcrowded and again.
Same here. This is the first one I played.
So I will Hala for my my counter. And then you know the drill.
Finn's just said this is the first time he's played against Ori.
And the flurry will pop.
As Hala, notably. But he says he's happy. I'd be pretty damn happy as well.
Happy too. I mean, all things considered, we're looking pretty good right now.
This is the problem. It's always a break point. It's always full.
Yeah, you're always leaking damage. And that is so annoying facing a Hala because all of these 1 for force, there's nothing you can do to stop it if you don't pack any D-reacts yourself. But you can only pack so many D-reacts.
Take one again.
Before your deck just starts bricking.
Yeah.
I will refresh my Dynamos and pass 2.
Dynamo refresh. Off the back of the second swing. 2 cards to the bottom. Sebastian with a 2-card hand. Another beat of Iron Song. Most likely going to function as purely a blue on this turn.
Yeah.
Olympia boots are not the same value yet.
There's so many things that needs to line up for Sebastian in order to claw this back. But we're not looking happy right now.
We've got 2 defense reactions. We've got 3 defense reactions. There's a shunt in hand. Yeah. There's a Fate Foreseen in the arsenal that he's just going to block with, and Sebastian gives a spry, thumbs up. Gets to arsenal the glisten though.
Yeah, trying to see if we can make something happen, but we are running out of life total.
We're
not having that much of choices left here.
We still have the Reverend Rear Brace to get us out of dodge if you really need to push further. I mean, actually, we might be seeing it committed here. No, not as of yet. Hala activation to be able to give this +1 and go again. There's your blue. 2 more cards in hand. We're looking to hold on to the donkey right now, pitching the Fate Foreseen. We can't be flooded that much. Looking to arsenal this Steel Blade shunt, potentially. God, could you imagine if we see a shunt victory? If we see that on stream, my lord.
That would be quite clutch. Of course, if you're facing someone who loves to show their sword across the table, it becomes very, very potent.
3 block into the 4 hole. 1 bleeding over the top once again.
Go to 5.
No flurry counter here, though. So it's purely going to be a pass after that. Filter a number of cards out of the hand.
You can only generate so many flurry tokens, and it seems that we are slowly running out. But what does it matter when your opponent's life total is dripping down slowly but steadily?
That's the perfect response to knowing your arsenal's most likely got your opponent's got a defense reaction in the arsenal. Have an authority. Have an authority of an attire and pay 1 more for it.
A little bit more expensive, but hey, seems like we have quite a healthy mana pool at our disposal in this hand.
Is that a Rainbow Edict of Steel in hand?
Maybe.
Do we have? Oh no, it's a glint. That's fine.
Yes.
We can't be having them together. I think the stream ends or something if all 3 of them touch.
We are blocking 4 here.
Just over the top.
Trust me, there's no direct.
No D-react here. Up to 4, hunting for another attack reaction from the deck.
We don't have that much cards left at our disposal. What do we have to pick up here?
Another Blade Flurry. Now, cast your mind back a number of turns where we did Singing Steel Blade into a Blade Flurry to be able to take us up to 6. And there was a defense reaction to cover it, and you couldn't swing again. It had go again at that point as well. Well, guess what? Here is another one. Having to pay the 2 this time round, it's going to be the Yellow Edict that does so, taking the 1 due to Steel Blade Shunt's effect. It is defending a weapon. There's no additional swing.
I am blocking 10, yes.
There's no possibility. We need to hit in order to be able to swing again.
And another Blade Flurry. Another Blade Flurry that hits the grave, being a 0 for 2. Finn has done a fantastic job defensively of playing around every single one of these options.
I haven't played it, to be quite honest. I think it's interesting because we were both value, right? I don't know who drew just the better. I haven't needed.
I love the debacle between these two.
So if you have no discards, counter here, flurry here.
Edict. Red. Making the flurry, sharpening. 4, go again.
I just like to give my opponent the chance to.
I appreciate it.
To use them.
4, go again with the flurry to boot. Staring down at Sebastian's 4 life total.
I can tell you, Sebastian's hand blocks 3, 3, 3, and 3. No 2 blocks this time round, but that's still not enough at this point. We need a block 4.
We cannot continue to leak damage.
And then 1 more 4.
1 more 4, Finn says.
But
In
there's
such a jolly tone.
We can't just overblock with our cards either.
Some stuff I don't want to.
So little opportunity here for Sebastian to claw back from there.
So you take another one, go to 2.
Has to be a Dorinthia masterclass for Sebastian to get back into this game, and it needs to be one hell of a brick from Finn. That brick is yet to happen.
We will.
I've yet to see a Hala brick, and today is not the day. Sebastian, 2 life remaining.
I'm going to ask you for your list afterwards.
Sure.
There's no go again.
Sebastian just said, after this game, I'm going to ask you for your Hala list. Because I think this is quite cool.
Just bought the last 2 cards, I think, today.
As Hala officially taking off the throne of the good Dorinthia Iron Song. She's officially dethroned. If you can't beat them, join them, right?
Yeah.
Having some think here.
I mean, let's have a look at the hand. It's an unsheathed. I
3
swear,
blues,
it's Caster's Curse.
I believe.
The second you say, look at the hand, they put the damn hand.
There's
Finn,
no way.
hold it out for me, please. It's 3 blues and an unsheathed. A glint to give it go again. My goodness.
Do you have a D-react? He does not have a D-react this
no
time around.
D-react. We get to swing
we
again.
Get there. A small little victory here for Sebastian. We are able to commit resources. Swing again.
3 on hit. Give yourself a counter. The Valiant Dynamos have already been turned sideways.
No reaction.
Currently taking 2. Oh, they toe the line.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, but over the top.
And make a flurry.
We are
With the gleam.
We are able to get there.
I was just realised that card is Shimmer of the Blade. That's what it's called.
That's what it's called.
Not
Thank
Gleam
you.
of the Blade, it's
Thank
Shimmer of the
you.
Blade. There we go. Brand new.
We got there.
Listen, it's Marsh Pack Warrior. No one can get this set. It's sold out.
Hopefully, yeah. So I will activate Hala.
Yeah.
Pitching a blue.
Yeah.
Calling players.
So will it see?
Andrea.
It's really close behind.
Central Paolo.
There we 4 go again once again. With the flurry token from the toe the line.
Paolo, please report your results.
What a display of warrior prowess. Honestly, even both sides. Sebastian's done a good job to even get it this close. This Hala has just steamrolled this board state.
We're doing well.
Yeah, we're doing well.
If you're inspired, you know, go to your local LGS. Pick up some
Oh, a
MPW.
blunter getting value for
There we
Sebastian.
go. The early pitches of the blunting. It comes round later. It helps us out. If only there wasn't a flurry token to still send 4.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem for sure.
They all didn't align, so...
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, discussing that the bluntons doesn't always align.
They use it now, they use it
Finn
next turn.
and Hala does not pack a lot of attack reactions.
At least this is going... Let's use it now.
Sure, I will pass to you, refreshing Dynamos.
So covering the 4, staying on 2. We don't die to one defense reaction. We don't die to 1 Steel Blade Shunt. We now need 2 Steel Blade Shunts to kill us.
And 1 has been lost to a blunton, I believe. 1 has been played, so there's 1 more left in deck unless he's packing a blue of sort.
Yeah, very true.
Fair.
Yeah, I can like not swing for 4 now, but that's a bit...
This will be 4.
Covering the 4, losing the counter.
Yeah.
Lessons learned, just not able to be played out.
Start here for Sebastian.
I will activate Hala.
Doesn't really find a way.
Own for on a pitched. Activating Hala. Pitching the Blunton, swinging the Zenith Blade once again for 4. The ease of getting to this breakpoint over and over again.
I will say no blocks.
Halo's hero ability being perfect for this sort of situation.
We do have the sync, though.
What are we going to be sinking?
I'm gonna sink.
It's a Donkey, a Blade Flurry in hand, and now a Raise Blades as well. And a Sirens of Safe Harbor blue off the Tunic for 4. It's just another breakpoint. It does enough.
It does the job. And Sebastian is approaching what we call Kodachi range, where you're down at 1 life and your opponent's breakpoints are hurting, and you do not have any equipment block left. This is going to be so tough here.
Chain close, gain 1 life from the Sirens, go to 18 when your opponent is on 2. Finn, Hala, the master,
It's not normally it's just the phone.
schooling the student in Dorinthia right now. Someone pointed out in chat, Law win. Law W so far.
Pitching a Blade Flurry to send the Dawn Blade for 3. We have to do something. But it's looking extremely bleak for Sebastian. He's going to give his opponent 3 cards to boot.
No
Are we just going
blocks.
to take 3?
Just take the 3. And I think that may be because Finn has found his way to close out this game. And that is a shove-off. Just to be able to rip that card from the combat chain as a defensive tool and instead send it back to the hand, pushing over the top on that damage.
Imagine sending a Provoke. They block with a card and then proceed with a shove-off.
Hone for Honor, simply used as a sharpen. There is your 3rd sharpen on the Edict. And because Edict sees it at the blue, it makes a flurry token. And wow, okay, we're not even going to shove off here. We're just trying to go to the moon on these swings. This is 6, go again. 2 floating. We actually could have sharpened this an additional time with Reverent Rear Brace.
Block for 5 for the Blunton.
Blocking for 5 with the Blunton. The 2 blocks are there. No discard this time round. No cards in hand for it. Using that 1 floating, swinging for 6. Do we cover the 6? We do indeed. We are safe for 1 more turn. But now we enter, I suppose, Zenith Blade lock?
Yeah, that's what we call it now.
That's that. It's move over, Katsu.
Zenith Blade for 4.
Nothing your turn.
Then it's up to you.
See if we can muster the last pieces required to end this game in our favor. We do have an Edict of Steel, as always.
1 counter on here.
You always have it. They always have it.
A blue to come in for 4. Go again.
4, go again.
No flurry on this one, though.
2 float. No cards. No flurry to be able to swing this again. Run through and a provoke. Do we have a pump this time round? We do not. But what we do have is another blue Sirens for another breakpoint. And we block once more. We are going to fatigue. Only 7 minutes left. And Sebastian's down to what it looks like only a handful of cards left while sitting at 1.
Nothing we can do here. Sebastian blocking with all of his cards each and every turn. And we are not having that many cards left in our little deck. It looks like 2 cards remaining after we draw this
total.
one.
Tunic on 3. Activate Hala with another blue. Over pitching this time, so floating the 1.
Get that Fate Foreseen out of here. We do not fear
Ready.
any more attacks on our opponents.
Yellow Edict. This takes us up to 5 on our first swing.
Attack me for 5.
To attack you for 5, go again, indeed.
We have the 6. Oh, but we have the lessons learned in hand. We have the instant.
Are we doing it?
We're going to swing for 5, and not only do we see the lessons learned, but the authority of Attire as well. Dorinthia, Iron Song, cannot get it over the line. Her master bests her again. Hala, what a showing. Not only can she go aggro, she can go fatigue as well. 5-0 now for Finn.
I mean,
what a showing.
Dorinthia does not love to see so many D-reacts on your opponents, and Hala is packing 9 of them. And like, It's just impossible for Dorinthia to get through.
It's a lot of event reactions, and they all came at the right moment as well, right? It was blocking those glisten turns, those steel-based supremacy turns. Hell, even just glints and being like, yeah, you can have go again, but you're not going to be able to swing again because your hero ability's off. Oh, you wanted that counter? No, we don't do that round here. We sharpen things round here. You don't get free ones. You don't get a freebie.
There's nothing
really
free.
Nothing free round here. You got to pay for it. Speaking about paying for it, you can pay for the early bird tickets. They are out. It's actually free things. Pay for something, get something free. Free side events at our events, should you buy them on select weekends. Let's have a quick look at when these early bird weekends are. August 21st to 23rd. Hold up, let me check my watch. That's this weekend. My God.
Is right
you can get
now.
an early bird package for Paris, Shannon, Wakefield, and Portland following on the 28th and 30th for those other three. But what do you get? What do you get for your Paris early bird kind of surprises, should you want to buy it early on? Can I just say, by the way, this Joan of Arc inspired Outed is gorgeous. Absolutely. Whoever cooked this one up, well done. Very, very well done. Early bird calling premium package. Not only do you get all of these fancy rainbow foils, Shadowrun Harvester, Shadowrun Reaper, Shadowrun Harrower, you also get your cold foil Marvel Open the Gate to Iafriel and the Rainbow Foil Extended Art Gate to Iafriel, but also your fancy extra event token along with calling entry, silver event tokens. You get everything. You get loads. Only if you buy your tickets this weekend during the early bird session.
Don't forget that the early bird is what granting you that extra bronze voucher. So make sure to head over to the organized place to get your early bird packages this weekend for Paris specifically, and the rest of the callings in the later ends to go. But go again packages, calling packages, all available now for World Championship Paris.
Yes, it's going to be an exciting one. I hope you're... Are you going to be there?
Of course I'm going to be.
Fantastic.
Are you going to be there?
You know what? I'll be there. I'll be there.
I might.
I won't be playing. I'm not good enough for that. But I'll be around. Side events are fun. You know what else is fun? A hero which you called out earlier on. A new hero. Honestly, yeah. A new hero from Master Pack Warrior. This hero wasn't real before their set came out. Your boy Olympia is going to be on stream. Grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, and when we return, we've got more Warrior gameplay for you guys. See you very, very soon. Round number 6 of CC Flesh and Blood is soon to be on the way. Welcome back, all of you, to the Calling Hamburg here in, well, Hamburg. We're in Germany, and we've got more Flesh and Blood coming up for you. If you are just joining us, you did just miss an absolute, honestly, classic between Hala and Dorinthia, the master versus the student. And, well, the master came out on top this time round. Speaking about coming out on top, we did some caster picks earlier, and I'm actually kind of curious as to where we stand. Now, there's nothing on the line for it, but I do kind of want to win this one.
I mean, I would also like to win some games without playing games, you know.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at Scott's then. So Liam Holden, his boy that he run through earlier on today, unfortunately on Olympia, has dropped out of the event. But Simon Nielsen sitting at 5-0 on Oscilio. You got to pick some of the notable names, and he's done exactly that. Tommaso sitting at 4-1. Also with Achilles and Sebastian, not doing as good as they could be, but still not out of the running yet, at least for Achilles. I'm not too sure what X3 gets you for tomorrow.
I'm not so sure. I mean, we're quite a lot of people, but I believe X2 makes day 2. So I believe Sebastian is unfortunately out.
Commiserations. But hey, he brought Slippy. Continue having some fun. Play the games. Erika, let's have a look at yours. Give us a talk through those.
It looks quite similar to HowlingMines. I don't have any drops as of yet. All of my players are still in the running, but the headliner on my picks, of course, is Betsy. Why
Luigi,
not?
doing really, really well. 5-0 currently, about to play their 6th game. Jacob Trossing, 4-1. You mentioned Jacob doesn't travel outside of Sweden all too often for these events, so a very good showing. Potentially pushes them to more events outside of Sweden soon.
Yeah, my Mario trio is proving themselves really, really good here. Jonas not doing his best day, already at 3-2 with 3 rounds to go. Needs to win out in order to claim that day 2 together with Maximilian Klein, who is my Olympia pick today. Also needs to win out in order to make day 2.
I respect it. I respect the Olympia pick, both from Maximilian and from yourself. Let's see how I'm doing. Oh, Leo Toulouse sitting at 5-0 and Ryan Debling 4-1 as well. So just losing out on his previous round when he's playing on Cindra. Alex Kitsu 3-2, still not out of the running so far. You know how explosive some of these dashes can be. So, yeah, a strong chance that he's able to make it through these final few rounds. Finley Shepherd on Aurora 3-2. The Cup of TCG boys just not doing as good as Ryan is, unfortunately. Finley, Callum, come on, lads. The Aurora fan combo. Yes, some unfortunate losses here and there, but it's okay. I believe in the X2 dream for tomorrow.
Where's Scott? Where's Scott to press the button? Scott, press the button. Scott,
I don't want to.
Press the button.
God, do we have to swap over to this guy?
We have to deal with Cody.
This guy,
Fine,
Jesus.
Fine. All right, you did good. You did good. We're on producer picks, baby. And this could be so much worse. Let's just put that into the ether. This really could be so much worse. When you pick 2 Levias, you expect to see a 0 somewhere, and it's generally not in the losses column. So I'll take it. I'll take it. We got almost everyone live. Thor is being returned back to his wife. Tudor will not make day 2, but Summer still alive. Max Diekman from Shika Bay Estate out there in Brazil, also live. And then Evan only took that 1 loss round 1, so
there you go.
Breaker's looking good.
Cast your mind back to Edinburgh now. The only game that Evan lost was his round 1.
Oh.
He played Gravy. Guess what hero he lost to?
Was it another Cindra?
It was a Cindra.
Well, okay.
So
history
Edinburgh, history begins to repeat itself. Edinburgh, the only game he lost was that very first one against a Cindra, and then he stomped the event. We were doing some number crunching the other day. If Evan were to win this calling, he would be only one of 3 people to perform a back-to-back calling victory. So still very much live, but still a tall order for him to get through the next few stages. Basically, alive. I suppose undead. Is Gravy ever alive?
I called him my Runechana envy, and sure enough, that would be an envious position. Winning 2 callings back to back, picking up 2 quicksilvers or quick dodges before they rotate. Woo!
I was talking to him about that because he didn't play the calling quick dodge flexors in the game against Ryan earlier, and I was like, "Where are they? Did you sell them?" He's like, "No, I've still got it." And I was like, "So you're not going to use it?" He's like, "No, it's pretty cumbersome." I was like, "Well, just win another one. It's like, yeah, well, if I win another one, I'll just crack one of them and then use that. And it's like, hold on, wait, you're going to crack it out of the slab? Like, I mean, fair enough. Like, play the cards that you have. But if I ever see a Calling Champion edition card out of a slab just on a table, I feel like Jacob's something that he would do.
I
out
was
of
just
a
going to
sleeve,
say, so if there's anyone that's going to surprise me if he did something like that, it would be
corners,
Jacob.
folded up slightly. It's
Cold foils just laying there, on the table.
It's like what he does with his brood. Like, some of them are Marvel, and he's just like, that's fine, it's over there. Interesting fact, before we jump into this game, Matthew Folks in the UK, when he was playing Prism back in the day, used to rock up to the table with a Phantasmal Footsteps folded into quarters, and then he'd unfold it in front of his opponent, and every single time he did it, it was like, what are you doing? It's like mental damage before the game starts. This is the strategic thinking that some decks need in Flesh and Blood. And let's see if we're going to be able to see some of that on screen right now. We have Arakni Marionette versus Olympia prize fighter. It's Benjamin von Donkelar versus Christopher Bizau. This is going to be an interesting one for the ages.
I am so excited to see what Olympia is going to do in this meta. It is, he has some options at his disposal. We do still have the old trusted axe.
DGA? No, surely not.
Surely not.
No, it's a Golden Ground. It's got to be a Golden Ground list. Either way, before we get into that, let's have a look at Ben's run. Let's have a look at Benjamin's run so far. Oh, that is a very blue heroes that he's been playing against. The red versus blue. It's like 2007 all over again. Halo heads, where you at? Right, rounds 1 through 4 were dubs across the board. Jonas has been his only loss so far, that being on Gravy. What's that Gravy Marionette matchup like?
I mean, it's interesting.
Okay.
That's for sure. I mean,
that usually means long.
Probably. So I've been watching quite a lot of Assassin versus Gravy Bones back to back the past couple of days. My locals has been fighting each other over themselves with these matchups as of late, and I'm not too sure who still is the favorite one in this matchup. It changes every single day.
Christopher on Olympia. He's 4-1 as well. The only loss to Kassai so far. Let's, well, honestly, jump into this game pretty damn quick because I think this is about to kick off. But before that, what do these heroes do? What does Olympia do?
So Arakni Marionette is the most disruptive deck that we have at our disposal, is making a reign for herself, being a very, very aggressive deck whenever things convert in her favor. So many great cards at her disposal, but it's also a very, very tricky hero to play in order to make sure that your opponent is always marked in order to get maximum value out of your cards. Sitting at 889 LL points, she is getting close.
I've got to do the calculation of how many Jacob Clements has done that as well. Like, how many of those 889 are just from Jacob, but it's a damn lot.
A lot of them.
Yeah, you mentioned very hard hero to play. When you sit down against a good Arakni, this hero feels broken.
Yeah.
When you are the Arakni, you're trying to play those lines, it's like, oh god, there's more to this. There's actually more to how these lines play out.
Yeah.
Olympia prize fighter, a hero who joined us all the way back in heavy hitters. He's on 1.5%. He has 7 LL points.
Yeah.
This hero was, I believe there was even a quote at some point that says, we didn't expect you to play this guy. So, hey, we're now at a point where he's been given a hell of a lot of support through expansion slots and his entire, basically, own mastery pack, giving him loads of wager options to be able to swing his brand new sword in Golden Grail. So I'm interested to see how this hero will perform now. His hero tech's quite simple. First time each one of your attack wins a wager, make a gold. Just make a gold. It's that simple.
And
Nothing
those golds
crazy.
Convert into more swings.
Allegedly, the Golden Grail costs 0 if you crack a gold. It's
crazy.
Absurd. Well,
amazing value.
Let's see what this Golden Grail can do. Let's see what Olympia can go up against. That is a decimated great axe. Oh my goodness.
We are
This is the strat, huh? Okay.
We are in it.
I wonder if this is a switchboard. I wonder if this is a transition piece depending on the matchup. DGA potentially strong against Arakni Marionette, but whereas Golden Grail being better in those more aggro-leaning lists. Well, we're going to be seeing the first swing of many this game. It is Decimator Great Axe, pitching 2 cards for 4. And we're pitching some pretty high threats as well. Felling Swing and that Provoke, just about to push us over the line. I believe, 2 defense reactions sitting in tow.
And Benjamin is already getting a lot of value on his end of things. I mean, you don't typically want to block this Decimated Great Axe. Since the power on the Decimated Great Axe, the first time this is defended by a non-equipment card is turned half the base defending of target defending card rounded up. And so you don't typically like to defend this Decimated Great Axe a whole lot. It doesn't have any on-hit effects, so it's typically fine, except you're losing life every single turn.
So think about this. You're a 3-block. You block 3 on Decimated Great Axe, you go down to 2.
Yeah.
Think about a defensive action. You're a 4-block. You're half rounded up. You go down to 2. The defensive tools do not work against Decimated Great Axe. You need to be very, very methodical about how you do this one. Teklo has a field day because all of his blocks, hey, they're equipment, so he's fine. We are going to be coming in with the Hunter's Clave initially this time round. We had the Mark of the Reaper actually committed on turn 0.
Oh, the Ripple Away!
Wow, okay, Ripple Away. Remember, Graphene Solicitor is a token. Ripple Away prevents any action cards, prevents action cards from making more than 1 token. You make 1, you minus 1, that's 0. That's just pure math. And that means that we're not going to be getting a Graphene this time around. An early flick could come back to bite Benjamin here.
Oh, a big punish here, I believe, for Benjamin. He was betting on that Kalistera to hit, because right now, he doesn't have any outlets for his rest of his cards, it seems like.
Yeah, remember, Ripple Away is the rest of the turn as well. A lot of people think it's just the first instance, but no, it is the rest of the turn. Any action card that would make a token just kind of stops to make tokens unless you're making more than 1. We roll in and we hit the Black Widow early on.
I mean, you would love to hit the Orb Weaver one this early in the game just to be able to populate your Orb Weaver Spinneret, especially now as we have already been punished by the Ripple Away on our first Orb Weaver Spinneret card. It's a very tough start here for Benjamin, but Christopher on the other hand returns. Extremely happy, sending a CNC.
Command and Conquer for 6, nice and simple. No defense reactions can be played on out here for Benjamin, which is kind of annoying because this is probably the only time you would like to play defense reactions when they're not getting their base halved. But
And I love the CNC play because Decimated Great Axe is basically, yeah, I'm sending 4. Do you want to take 4? Okay, fine, you'll take 4. But CNC, I require 2 cards from you, sir, unless you want to lose that arsenal. So I'm getting a card regardless of what you think, sir. And Benjamin is in the blender.
Yeah, he's in the blender, he's in the tank. He's having a bit of a think about this one. A couple of 2 blocks in the hand. Difficult to be able to see the entire total. And, oh, okay. Mask of Deceit.
We're committing early.
This is very, very early. Remember, you can't play defense reactions to this one, so it doesn't look like we're going to be full covering this. Trapdoor won't work either. Doesn't matter that it's not from hand. Doesn't matter that it's in arsenal.
Block with mask, trigger,
But with mask, trigger.
And what we're going to choose?
You would assume we're going to be going Funnel Web. Sorry, Orb Weaver, to be able to make our Kalistera. Yes.
So we will get our Kalistera. We will take the 6. We do not care about this arsenal. We need to get our Orb Weaver spinning as soon as possible.
Save a Bloodshed. Opponent marked as well. Activating Orb Weaver. Not only do we get the +3, but we also now get our Graphene from our inventory. And those swings cost 0.
But I think this is a really good play from Benjamin because you understand that the longer this game goes, the more value Christopher is going to get from this Decimated Great Axe swings. And so going in hot and trying to establish as much damage as possible early on will create you that extra lead and life gap that you require in order to make sure that you can get over your opponent's defenses, and also making sure that you don't die too prematurely to a Decimated Great Axe if you go too slow.
I believe this is 8 damage. The 1 from the Kalistera, the +3 from the Orb Weaver effect, then the +4 from Save a Bloodshed. On hit, of course, of any dagger, provided your opponent is marked, draw a card. So you can flick, provided you're marked. This is going to draw a card. And this is an incredibly, incredibly defensive tool set here from Chris. Fate Foreseen, committed, looking at the top card of the deck. Don't just get an eye on that one. Puts that one down to the bottom. Shelter, Sink, and an Oasis Respite available for Christopher here. There is so much that he can do to be able to cover this one.
There's so many D-Reacts. We're deciding to put that Oasis Respite on the bottom of the deck, but this tells me that Christopher is probably packing his entire deck into this round. Oasis Respite is typically not something common we see in the Assassin matchup. But we are going for the fatigue game, and so we are packing everything.
Clave for 1. But there's a window in the layer step here to be able to discard Shelter of the Storm, should you want to prevent not only the 1 damage here, but 1 from the Flick Knives. Flick Knives not going to come through. The Graphene is simply too strong. We are not going to draw the card. Instead, we're going to go down to no cards in hand, play out the Codex. And Christopher's going to have to, what, get a Ripple Away? Is that the only attack? No, there's a CNC as well, of course.
CNC might be the best bet here.
Mark of the Black Widow does the same job as a Leave No Witness in this situation.
Yeah.
While it would not disrupt the arsenal, there is not going to be an easy way for him to be able to play out this CNC on the following turn. So instead, we get rid of the Ripple Away, we play the Shelter that we keep in hand, we cover the 4, and now upon the trigger, put 1 card into the arsenal, and we return to the brew.
We're still marked.
Probably fine. Let me double check.
Yeah, damage never went through this turn. It was fully blocked out.
No, right. That's true.
I get my STD back.
But sending back and not proceeding with sending a CNC for 5 is probably the best way to go. So I think Christopher is pretty happy, taking not a single point of damage that turn.
Overcrowded, Sirens of Safe Harbor, blue Felling Swing, and a high current currency in the hand for Christopher Bizarre.
Interesting. The high current currency is not really doing much here. Fienda Spring Tunic is at 3, so in reactions that we can deploy or take off our Tunic counter in order to deny the value we get from high current currency, so that's not going to do much this turn. But we are still on very much blocking duty here for Christopher, as our game plan is basically run our opponents out of cards.
T-Toxin into To The Point. Going to the moon on this one. We're up to 6 with that Felling Swing. Sorry, up to 9, even more. With that Felling Swing now going down to -3 to 0 block. So this is just going to be 9. Removing the mark. Go again.
Now, here's the problem with facing Arakni Marionette. If you don't have any defense reactions, it's really hard to cover damage.
And right now you have an Overcrowded with 0 tokens in play. That blocks 2.
I mean, it works for Hunter's Clay, but we're deciding to block with the safe harbor here, making sure we get some healing value out of that one as well.
I suppose it's just in case there's a chance that we have a instant speed effect that would make a token, just be able to get a little bit more value out of it. Do you prefer your high current currency in the deck, or do you prefer your Overcrowded? No blocks, reactions, taking the 3, no flick here. Benjamin does not want to go down to 0 claves. Healing 1 from the Sirens of Safe Harbor now that the combat chain is closed. Arsenal and pass. 2 cards in hand. Do we pump this one up? Yeah, the CNC works just as well.
Benjamin pretending to be shocked to see the CNC coming back.
Where did that come from?
And also, heads up for Benjamin, we are running high current currency. Good to know.
It's interesting. Decimated Great Axe. You can't crack a gold to be able to pay for that.
No. So in this matchup, or in this case where we're running the Decimated Great Axe, we do not get that much value out of our gold tokens as usual, but it's still a good card to deny your opponents the Fienda Spring Tunic counters.
Yeah, absolutely. You made a good point. When they're on 3, you can target it. Your opponent just floats them, says, okay, you're not doing anything with it. So. Wow, okay. So that's another use for the gold, I suppose. Golden Company, a new defense reaction coming out of Mastery Pack. Warrior says that instead of paying the 2 cost for a 2 for 6 defense reaction, you can crack a gold, and instead it costs 0. That pays for the cost. So it effectively becomes a 0 for 6 defense reaction should you have a gold. Now, notably, Golden Gauntlets and Golden Gate count as golds should you want to crack them for a 6 block. It's a pretty damn early to be doing that, though, especially when you've not got the Temper 2 block out of them as of yet. The cut from the same cloth saw the amount of defense reactions sitting in that hand. Hell, even saw the Blunton as well, which makes the decision points in this turn a little more difficult than they would usually be.
But it also hints at the fact that it might be a Switchblade board that he is running. So he's able to crack multiple ways with this deck if he decides to do so, and I'm also running the Decimated Great Axe against these more fatiguey, grindy decks at his disposal, so he has a lot more options available to him.
3 go again. We're playing as many pumps as we can before committing one of these daggers.
Are we blocking with the Blunton? Here's the question.
I think, well, the sequencing on this turn has been so intentional around I'm going to play my pre-pumps, then play my attack that would then potentially poke you to then do a dagger so I get all of the cards out of my hand so Blunton does nothing to me. And it looks like that's what we're going to be doing. Pitching away that inertia trap would have been a great arsenal. But instead, pitched away, and now we are swinging for the 1, for the 3, plus that 4. Sticks and run doing so much work. And yeah, we're actually just going to be paying for the Golden Company here. Still taking a few little chips of damage.
A fair bit. I mean, the Blunton wouldn't have done much. I mean, we still had a tunic counter available to us, so we could still swing this Graphene Calistera in quote for free.
Absolutely.
But
similar to Odds Run for your game earlier, right? Pitch though back into the deck and see them later, and you're pretty happy about it. Are you happy about seeing another Golden Company in this hand, though? That is the question. Still no gold.
I'm curious if he's running all 3 of them. Might make sense. He's also running both the Sinks and the Fates and the Shelters. There's so many D-Reacts in this deck. Steelblade Shunt might also be in the... Or we have chosen Golden Company as a better Steelblade Shunt, perhaps. Let's see. We have only gone through so much out of our deck so far. We've only seen like a piece of it.
You look at Christopher's grave and you think, damn, well, he's blocked out a lot, so surely he's used a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And then you look at Benjamin's, and that looks so much thicker than his opponents. He's had to use so many threats throughout this game.
Yep.
And effectively, all for a drop of blood. All for 15 damage.
So I believe Christopher's attack angle here is just to block out as much as humanly possible. Send a Decimated Great Axe whenever an opportunity is presenting itself for him. Does have a Shelter in the arsenal available to him. And the Golden Company, of course, blocking quite a lot.
Up sticks and run. No retrieve required here. Play for 5 with that +4 pump.
With go again, so 2 mystery cards available to us here.
Looking to mark. No hand information, no cut from the same cloth here. Benjamin taking the risk that there could very well be another Blunton in this hand, but alas, not to be the case. Blocking the 6 on that lowly 5. Flicking the Graphene.
24.
Potentially trying to dig back down to a second Hunter's Clave.
Really making sure that we are not getting marked here. Our objective is to get marked as little or as less often as possible. But Orb Weaver Spin Red doesn't leave you cleaveless for how long.
That beautiful D-React from Arsenal.
That is just better, I suppose, than digging for a clave. You know what? I'll flick my Graphene for 1, and I will get another one, and it gets +3, and I get to swing it. And now I get an Arsenal, and you had to use a defense reaction. It's a lot of upsides.
It's
no wonder this card is restricted.
Sorry?
No wonder this card's restricted.
No way.
Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh no. Okay, perfect.
This second Decimated Great X swing of the game, I think.
I think so.
Okay, I'm keeping
We only
count.
saw 1 in the start, and this is the second one that Christopher has been able to deploy, considering he hasn't been able to keep a lot of cards at his disposal, but sometimes it's got to work out. Benjamin has a Den of the Spider available to him, will mark his opponent. It only blocks for 2 against this Decimated Great Axe.
Yeah, that is the problem, unless he sends something on the in the blocks initially. Remember, it is only the first time that you block Decimated Great Axe that the effect comes into play, so Stan can still get your maximum value should you need it. It's a belly
We
buster.
are playing 3 Golden Companies.
There's a lot of new cards in this Christopher's deck.
Okay, cool.
Belly buster on defense, blocking the 3, covering that additional ping from the pain in the backside, the flick on the Hunter's Clave. We go down to 0 claves, very, very bold. You've got to assume there's a retrieve effect available for us soon.
It's fine. Yeah, no further reaction.
We are running Sigil of Solace as well. I was curious if he was running that in order to cover up these ship damages that is going to happen with the flick knives on occasion. So having that Sigil of Solace, being able to recover some of that lost damage that you can't really prevent easily unless you have those few prevention effects at your disposal, then Sigil of Solace is a really good way to go about it.
Got the point. There's the retrieve effect we were talking about a few moments ago. We're hoping there'll be one soon to allow us to get that Hunter's Clay back. The Golden Gate blocking for 2, taking 1.
22.
Now, the tinfoil hat theory in me says there's a reason he's blocked with this. He thinks that Benjamin might be going tall, and he might need to crack a gold for maybe a 0 for 6 defense reaction. Is that the case?
Now this is a little bit scary. Is this really a Hunter's Clay for 1, or are you gonna sidestep me, good sir? With 2 cards left in hand.
Block 2.
Block with the Galea. Hunter's Clave goes up to 2. Notably, the Temper 2 on Prize Galea still going to be covering that one up. Piercing not really having a true effect here. Activating that Graphene. And the Flick Knives already used this turn.
No react. Take 1.
No clean way of marking. Just going to be taking that one. Got a little bit of armor value there. So Benjamin not going to be too upset as he begins chipping his way through all of that. The pick up the point does not go in the Hunter's Clave spot. Be nice, though.
Yeah, excited to see
Swing 3.
Christopher swinging for 4. Has 2 cards left in hand. Benjamin must be like, what is this?
So what's going on?
What's going on?
How many pumps do you have here? Check on the right-hand side of your screen. You will see exactly how many pumps Christopher has available to him.
Making sure to get that extra value out of the Golden Company, because even if holding this in hand could get more value if his opponent is presenting a lot more reactions. We're actually seeing the Prize Galea being deployed here.
Might as well wager a gold. And you know what? We'll make 2.
Yep.
Yep.
Now I can, yeah. Finally.
And we can buy this one back. We visit the prize room. In 3 with the Sigil of Solace.
Oh, by the way, heal 3.
Oh, yeah, but by the way, after that, hit you for 4, get 2 gold, heal 3.
And flipping the script here on Benjamin, now sitting with a little bit of a life lead on all things considered. But, I mean, thanks to all of the defensive capacity that Christopher has available to him, it wouldn't surprise to no one that we're in a pretty good situation. And it's up to Benjamin to try and find all the ways to squeeze all of the value that he has available to him in his deck.
One go again is going to be our first chain link here from the Hunter's Clave. Pretty decent defensive tools here for Christopher. Shelter from the Storm, Sink Below, a blue and a CNC. So we have options to be able to block this one out should we need it. Maybe even set up a CNC in his arsenal for a future turn. Kiss of Death. Coming in for 3. No go again right now. Got to be suspecting this flick or at least some level of mark to be able to give this on-hit go again from Arakni Marionette's hero ability.
Whenever I see a Kiss of Death with so many cards in hand, I'm always terrified of the Tarantula toxin coming
You've
forward.
got something. You've got something for this one, don't you?
But I think I'm just blocking with the CNC here, and then we have a bunch of D-Reacts to boot. We can't really deploy our Golden Company and Arsenal comfortably. It's going to be the double pump.
Okay, so
Make
Stalker Steps committed as well. We get the scar tissue for the on-hit mark. We get the incision for just the simple 0 for 3. And now the Stalker's Steps due to that go again. Having the Kiss of Death, having stealth. Golden Company.
Paying with the gold, right.
Paying with the gold to be able to cover R9. It's not going to hit.
Oh, that is so good.
What have we got with our follow-up? Sure, that's fine, says Benjamin. He doesn't sound like it's particularly fine.
Fine.
Leave no witnesses as a 0 for 4. And Christopher says, I have your answer. Gritted teeth does Benjamin produce. And now we flick that Kiss of Death, not just for 1 damage, but also for its effect of losing 1 HP. So
imagine him blocking with the other D-React. I believe it's a Sink Below or Fate Foreseen he has left at his disposal. And then he was going to be able to play out the Shelter of the Storm as well in order to prevent the Kiss of Death. But yeah.
Interesting interaction that just happened there. And Christopher realized it at the same time I did. Kiss of Death was flipped. Kiss of Death had scar tissue.
Right.
So it still marks when it comes through. The fancy play is always the spike with Blood Rot. It's when you think, oh, well, I get to flick and also give them a Blood Rot token. But no. I also get to mark you here, even though you full covered on that one with the intention of making sure I didn't convert to the Brood. Not only is he converted to the Brood, he's converted to the best one, arguably, in Arakni Black Widow.
I was just going to say, I wonder if he's running Fiddler's Green, and yep, of course we do.
Is anyone truly surprised?
To surprise of no one. But I was curious for just a little bit.
No, I agree.
If he fits Fiddler's Green into this deck as well.
Yeah, true, true.
I mean, running Golden Company and Sigil of Solace, can we still fit Fiddler's Green in? Of course we can.
I'm starting to think that our source of this being a Golden Grail list maybe mispresented.
Might be.
5.
Because this deck is blocking so good.
It's blocking insanely. 5 go again off of the Graphene. Save a Bloodshed as our pre-pump. Christopher is marked. Could put Black Widow on this one if you wanted to.
Blocking 6.
Blocking 6 with the 2 hold-ups.
Hold up.
Does he flick the Clave here? He has no way of continuing the mark after that, though. It will hit. It will draw. It will remark. Then the Graphene hit will go through, unmarking.
Or are we activating Black Widow here?
Or are we activating Black Widow? And it looks like
just
that
as
is
I
going to be the other option, yeah.
Benjamin is thinking the same thing.
Now, remind me, Erika, does the discard effect from Arakni Black Widow trigger on stealth weapons or just attack actions?
It's stealth weapons, I believe.
Because it's +3 to a card, and then if it has stealth, it has the additional effect.
Exactly.
Either way, doesn't matter. We're covering 10,
on this
and now
8.
we just swing the Hunter's Clave afterwards. The kitchen fridge was thrown at that point. A to-the-point committed. And do we have the defense reaction? Of course, we have the damned defense reaction covering the 5 on the 5.
But at the same time, you need to bring your opponent down from all of these attack reactions in order to start pulling things through. The question is, do we have enough attack reactions to get there? That would be the most interesting point from my perspective, to see if Benjamin is able to go through with all of these defense reactions that Benjamin or Christopher is presenting.
4 cards in hand. Unmake the underlings as our blue for the turn. Stains of the red back, Codex of Frailty, cut from the same cloth.
We're not deploying the cut from the same cloth up front, it looks like.
Yeah, not as of yet. Potentially want to be using that +4 pump on a future swing. Coming
Interesting
in
how
for 2
we're
go
going to
again.
play out this turn here.
Give it +3. And go.
Opponent is marked. Give this +3. On hit go again. Notably, already has go again for your opponent being marked, but...
We're taking the 5 here.
Oh, so you've got to think that this is cut from the same cloth into grabbing a Kiss of Death, right?
Yeah. That could be it.
Bit off the side, ripple away, sink below, and a Heart of Fiendal.
Of course we run Heart of Fiendal. We're bringing the whole fatigue package along.
Thank you very much. And then this comes in for 5 go again.
Now Hunter's Clave for 5.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so going to be leaving with the Hunter's Clave and then...
We're probably bringing the Leave No Witness.
Codex into Leave No, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, are we throwing the heart here?
You will get...
You could do.
We can't throw the heart.
Get rid of it from the deck.
Is that the play?
What was the other
Do we
card in
care?
hand? Was it
Yeah,
the
we
sink?
care. Yeah, it's Sink and Heart.
Oh, you would absolutely keep the sink. Oh my god. You know what?
No, it's
don't
overcrowded.
think-
It's overcrowded. No, I might. Yeah,
Oh.
we're throwing the Sink. We're just blocking with overcrowded. It's fine.
Well, that's boring. When was the last
I
time
was excited for a second.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw a Heart of Fiendal in the graveyard?
Not recently.
I feel like something that Mansan
We
would have
still-
discarded to Levier at some point.
We still don't get anything out of this frailty. We're not going to swing this Decimate the Great. Oh, wait, you do. Never mind. I'm
Why
done.
not? Why
I'm
not?
dumb.
You know what? I will heal 1 and I will swing
I will
for 3.
swing for 3. Of course we do.
22 plays 22. Does Benjamin care about the 3 damage? At some point you have to.
I was going to say maybe he cracks a goal there in order to fish for one or more defensive reactions, but...
I think Christopher's kind of got this game plan that he doesn't need to do that. He can just continue playing these 4-card hands, and any additional card that 1 isn't a blue or 2 isn't a block card will just go in the arsenal. up the ante, Oasis Respite, Sidua Solace, and another Sidua Solace.
Yeah, this hand doesn't block great.
It doesn't block, but great.
We do have Tunic on board for the Oasis Respite. That's great.
Just reading Flick Knives. You cannot flick Kiss of Death on the same chain link that it's up.
No. So we do need a way to give this go again. There aren't that many options. Oh yeah, if we hit with Arakni Marionette, we get a go again.
Provided we mark. Because right now we are unmarked, right?
Sure. Then in reactions, use Tunic.
So using the Tunic. Oh, this is most likely going to be Stains of the Redback then, right?
Looks like it.
Yeah, Stains of the Redback floating that one. So this is now 6 go again on hit.
And Christopher cannot cover 6 as it looks right now.
No, not in the reaction step. Can prevent 4 with the Oasis, but saying no blocks with that up the ante in the hand. Christopher's just thinking whether or not it's worthwhile for him to be able to prevent this 4 here. Nope, he is not going to. Taking the 7, the 6 from the on hit, and then that 1 trigger from Kiss of Death, taking him down to 15.
Scary proposition here for Christopher, but we do have 6 heal available to us.
7 if you count the one from the Oasis.
Yeah, that too. And so tactical here might actually be that we are activating ourselves, or activating our Oasis Respite by bringing ourselves or bringing our life total down below our opponents to get that little bit extra value out of the
Golden Gauntlet and Golden Gate currently being used as Blade Beckoner arms and legs to block these one attacks.
Now this is a little bit scary because I would love to see Oasis block this fully, but the flick is still online. And you don't want to soak the Oasis to the flick.
Yeah, very, very true. So we're going to be taking the 2 from the Kiss of Death. We're blocking 3 on this Leave No Witnesses. So taking the 1 there as well, banishing the top card of deck, and we banish a Felling Swing.
Generating a silver here for Benjamin.
Silver created. One of those power cards that Chris, should he want to string a turn together, will be able to build it up even more. And just a laugh from Benjamin, he goes, oh, he'll 6.
Oh, that's why you didn't block.
Oh, I see now.
It makes sense. We are running last-ditch efforts as well, so that last game opportunity, if we bring ourselves down, we do have the gold available to us. I mean, it all makes sense. Just pitch everything for drawing up the last cards of your deck, sending last-ditch efforts for a galore amounts of damage, and you're well on the swinging.
While we are looking through the grave right now, look at the size of that Arakni deck.
Yes.
Look at the size of that grave next to it as well. It is not that big. We need to make sure, if you're a fan of Benjamin, if you're a fan of Arakni, that he can string some of these more powerful turns back together. And okay, we're getting a deck count. Let's have a listen.
23. I think 23 as well, but I will count. Oh. No, I'll just double check it. 24, I think 24. Yeah. Yeah, 23. Okay. 5.
23 in deck, plays 24 in deck.
That's not that different than I thought it would be.
It's actually a lot closer than I'd thought it'd be.
So it's a very interesting proposition if Benjamin has enough damage in deck versus Christopher's defensive capability in order to push things over. And we're going to see that on display right here.
Okay. Scar tissue for the +3, the +3 from the Incision, and effectively the +6 from the Tarantula Toxin. We go up to 14. We were questioning if there was enough threats left in the deck, and Benjamin says after this deck count, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to send it all.
Wow. We are effectively blocking 3 on this 14. Tarantula Toxin is doing work, and I do not remember if we have a D-React in Arsenal.
So Oasis Respite sitting in the Arsenal, so that's why we're looking to pitch a card here. So we would go up to 19 on the plate. That would still only cover 7, taking 7 and remarking us.
But yeah, there's a lot of damage that's going to come through on this one. And the mark to boot.
7 total, so take 7.
7 takes 7, mark on the scar tissue.
marked again. Yes.
Which is a little bit, at least a little bit of salvage here against this massive Grafena Calistera for 14. That just feels illegal.
Tarantula.
Rolling a 5, getting into Tarantula.
And someone is a Pendulum fan, and I love it.
I'm a big fan of Benjamin. We're not meant to be biased on the
Then we're
cast,
3.
but he's done well. He's done well there.
Me every time I see my opponent. Roll a 5. Oh, God.
I believe Christopher has an up the ante in the hand, and he is just going to be shipping that Decimator Great Axe down range. Here comes for, ladies and gents at home, if you are counting along, and that is swing numero 5.
We're not playing massively against always trying to keep a card in order to always present offensive damage, but I know Christopher has pulled a lot of red hands the past couple of turns as well, so...
What do we have in the hand for Benjamin here?
Oh, you have to tell me,
I can't.
because I did not catch that.
Okay, here we go. This time round. To the point, Orb-Weaver Spinneret, Kiss of Death, and a Codex of Inertia. So we have a turn that functions.
Yeah, sure. No blocks.
For sure.
Especially off the back of Tarantula when you have a Kiss of Death in hand.
We don't care about 4. Just take 4. And our opponent is marked. We have Tarantula. This Kiss of Death is gonna do some work.
What do we swing first?
Hunter's Clave for 1.
Send the Hunter's Clave for 1. On hit, lose 1 life. Remember Tarantula.
So at least something for Christopher here. Fienda Spring Tunic is not on 3. We're not gonna get a free swing of Graphene Calistera bugging up on this. Since we're pitching a yellow in order to send this Hunter's Clave, there's no floating. And I don't think Benjamin is keen on pitching a red offensive power to send Graphene. So that gives Christopher some sort of information here on what's to come.
I mean, to the point is a 0 for 4 attack reaction on a Kiss of Death, right? Providing your opponent's marked. So that's why we're sending the Hunter's Clave here. Just want to try and push that even further.
And we're getting down to that range where attack reactions are getting super scary, and your opponent holding 3 cards, that is super scary.
Belly Buster and a Fiddler's Green. That is a big committal here on this first swing. Got to assume that Benjamin's just simply going to sidestep this one. Keep that chain open as long as he can. Just so Christopher does not go down up to 15 due to this Fiddler's Green.
Yeah, and I think Christopher is very happy to see what the follow-up is here. But I mean, blocking 4 on this Hunter's Clave is quite the commitment.
Flicking the Graphene. Taking 2 due to Tarantula.
No longer marked. Yep. Give it back. And then,
so could leave with Orb-Weaver Spinneret here. We are going to be able to re-equip our Graphene.
Does it resolve? Sure. Yay.
Combat chain closes. The Fiddler's Green goes to the grave. We heal 3.
And then,
The Kiss of Death now going to be coming in for 6.
Plus 3 from the Orb-Weaver Spinneret.
Plus 3 from the Orb-Weaver Spinneret.
Since this is a dagger.
Your opponent is now no longer marked because of that flick from the Graphene. So this, to the point, is only going to be a 0 for 3 if we want to push that over the top. Remember, Kiss of Death, because it does have that subtype of dagger, Arakni Tarantula will also trigger on top of that lose 1 HP that KOD has attached to it already.
Christopher is not super happy counting the deck again. Yeah, the speaker is loud.
Yeah, the speaker is one extra player, so small jump scares, that's fine. So this is 6, threatening 8 currently.
Yep.
Due to the lose 1 from Kiss of Death, due to the lose 1 from Arakni Tarantula.
I think Christopher can understand that this is only a plus 3. Question is if it's a Tarantula Toxin. That's going to be...
That is the big question.
A bit more worrisome, but at the same time, we don't have a lot of options at our disposal.
Yeah, I mean, the overblock on that first chain link
it's
meant
hurting.
that we were kind of prized into this position already. Looks like we are just going to be blocking 3 initially. Do we send to the point? We do. So now we go up to 9.
So you take
taking not only the 6 that was going to go through initially,
8, sorry,
but then that additional 2, the 8, the -1 from Kiss of Death, the -1 from Arakni Tarantula. We're bringing this HP total further and further down.
And an interesting choice here from Christopher, deciding not to block with both of his cards at his disposal.
The gold was touched. Are we going to be cracking gold?
Oh wait, does he know the top of his deck? If he knows what's top of his deck.
Oh no, it's Visit the Golden Anvil.
Oh yeah, of course.
So we're cracking 3 gold, the chest and, the arm and the legs. We are going to go grab ourselves some
a
new
brand
equipment.
new suite of armor.
Oh, re-equipping the
Oh,
Kabuto.
this is huge.
Oh my god,
Oh,
and
the
the
quick
quick dodge. Oh, this just went from I'm on 5 HP to I'm on way more than that. Send your chain links wide. Screw your goddamn daggers. Chris is in this one for the long haul. But
And
no blues. I think that's 4 reds.
What does it matter? You have a plenty of block.
You can't use a quick dodge.
You're fine. Right?
It depends on the texture of Benjamin's hand here. Arakni is that tricky hero that can push these damage points over the edge should you need it.
And being down to 5 is not overly exciting.
Blocking the 3.
Having a Fiddler Screen, we have an Oasis Respite. We do have Tunic on 3. Bless Christopher. We'll get that extra value since we are lower on health there.
No reactions.
No reacts. Moving to the pick up the point. Just a 0 for 3. Trying to extend this.
It's just 3.
That's fair. That's fair flesh and blood. It's just a 0 for 3. It blocks 2. That's balanced. So you block 3, and there we go. That is a fair and balanced combat chain in flesh and blood. Floating the tunic, swinging the graphene. This currently does not have go again.
No, but it's a huge damage outlet for the attack reactions we have in hand. We have both the Tarantula Toxin.
We have the T-Toxin in hand, and this is only blocking 1.
Yeah, this is not...
Last Tarantula, I guess?
Does Tarantula exist? Is this a thing that I should be thinking about? Like,
1 card left in hand.
having a dig through, and he's like, yeah, there's still 1 Tarantula Toxin.
Just maybe that's something you check before you block.
Well, notably, we do still have the Oasis Respite available here, right? So
yeah.
Not only do we
it's
heal
fine.
up to 6, okay, we're marking at this point.
Yeah.
Flicking.
No, we're fine.
Dealing 1. This does now take this graphene up to 2. No native go again. Still needs to hit. Does Christopher commit any further here? Scar Tissue takes us to 5 for the on-hit mark to remain mark after this.
The Tunic and the Oasis is so perfect here. The Tarantula Toxin ain't gonna do anything on this turn.
Just minusing 1 on the Fiddler's Green definitely isn't what you want. It's not the push that you need. But we are going to be committing it this time round. -1 plus the 3. We go to 8. 4 being prevented.
You go up to the 8.
So we're effectively blocking 4. We're gonna take 4. Flick Knives has been committed.
4, yeah. Flick's been
we're
used
healing
this turn.
3.
So we're effectively going to lose 1 here.
Down, this is scary.
Yeah, just redoing the calculations. There's some triggers here that may bring things into effect. Remember, we would have actually been dead
if that Oasis wasn't
if the Oasis wasn't. Yeah, if the Oasis was a D-react, we needed that 1 additional life. So we should take 1 down to 4 here. Just wait for the players to get that updated, and we swap into the ever fearful Black Widow and simple pass here for Christopher.
Let's go down to 1 and then healing 3 from the Fiddler Screen. It should be at 4 at this point.
Should be at 4 at this point, but
and we do see
it's on the players to keep that updated, though. There we go. We do keep that updated. There we go. Down to 4.
We have an up the ante as a blue. We have a Command and Conquer bit off the side and our trusty Fateful Scene, keeping us alive a little bit longer, but also a heck amount of blocking power in that equipment suite. It feels like this game you started looking at the equipment suite at this point.
Visit the Golden Anvil can do that. That's why these gold equipment, the Golden Gate, the Golden Gauntlets, hell, the entire equipment suite you could run are very, very powerful.
So good.
So with that up the ante in hand, we do have quick dodge flexes available, and this is now going to be the information that we gain. Cut from the same cloth. Believe the final 1. Fate Foreseen revealed 2 3 blocks and a blue 3 block as well that could be used on this quick dodge. Kabuto, definite option for us at this point. I pick up the point. Are we going to be buying back and retrieving a dagger? Resequence of the turn here. Was thinking if I send the pick up the point, yes, it does threaten a little bit more, but that is just screaming to be Kabuto'd on that first chain link when the buff from the cut from the same cloth hasn't been applied to a dagger as of yet. So swinging the Graphene Solicitor works better, make sure we get that +4 buff from our cut from the same cloth. Chris now in an awkward position on how to block this one out.
Interestingly, not deploying the Saber Bloodshed on this turn might be able, or might look into pocket that for future turns, but we're also Black Widow. It's an interesting sequence here from Benjamin.
Blocking 6. He knows the Fate Foresee's there, so he's just trying to work out, is it worth my time to activate Black Widow and just force that defense reaction?
Sure, no reacts.
No reacts called out. Pick up the point, going to be played. Retrieve, trigger on the stack. We do pay the 1, and we do get our Hunter's Clave back. 11 minutes on the clock. Time is ticking down.
We are getting there. We haven't activated Black Widow, have we?
I don't believe we have. I believe Christopher picked it up to look at it and just returned it back.
No, that's it.
Pain in the backside definitely wasn't in the hand.
So all is good here for Christopher. Get to keep his Fate Foreseen. But sending an up the ante into the pitch zone in order to pay for this decimated Great Axe, swinging across the board for 4.
I've updated my list. 6 swings.
6 swings.
14 turns. 6 swings.
50% hit rate.
That's true.
Block 2. Take 2.
Inertia trap coming in as well. To get the full value.
Not going to get the value, right? It doesn't have greater than its space.
No, but it doesn't get reduced.
True.
Where we blocked with the trapdoor initially.
Okay.
So I believe first blocked Decimated Great Axe as well.
Yeah.
New stat for you at home to begin tracking. How many Great Axes can we block this game as well?
1.
But yeah, not as many Great Axe swings as I would have imagined. And that Blunton has made its way all around the world back into our hand. But Benjamin is just like, no worries. I have this Reaper's Cause. I'm just gonna
mark you.
I'm just gonna mark you. I don't care about your Blunton.
There we go. Rolling the 2. Not the most ideal one to see. Believe this is Funnel Web. Yep.
Yeah.
Especially considering how many defense reactions Christopher is sitting in his arsenal turn after turn. Decks from both sides continuing to get thin. Got to assume their deck sizes are almost identical from this point.
Another 4 coming
4.
across the table.
Could have been a
I'm
felling swing.
curious to see what we have to work with here. Here's a Den of the Spider.
Den of the Spider, a Undermate the Underlings, another Reaper's Call, and
Blue Stains?
Yeah, Blue Stains at the red back. Along with this Saber Bloodshed, which I believe is still sitting
That's
in the
not
arsenal.
a lot of offensive capacity.
We've been pitching so many of these blues. We've not been shuffling the deck. They're bound to come back round in this pitch cycle.
So what do we do here?
You're staring at Christopher right now. He's on 3 HP, a full hand for Arakni.
And not that many hands left to go. I think it was 6?
Believe so.
6 or 7.
Sure, no blocks.
We pitched a couple of codexes early as well.
Oh,
Provoke
we
being
say
committed.
no blocks. And the Provoke is here for the punish. Oh, you don't want to block, sir?
How about I make you block?
Man,
Still going to be taking 2 here as well because that's the first attack, which is block Decimated Great Axe.
And we have a lot more cards at our disposal. We have another Blunton coming around.
As well. Saying early.
Yeah.
Don't want to be...
Oh,
Cracksilver?
Okay, we're cooking.
Okay. Didn't realize you were playing Cavdeen today.
I mean, you got to use all of your resources, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
very true.
makes sense.
Don't end the game with a silver up. Could have won you the game. What did we draw out of it, though? That is the question. Relentless
Another
pursuit.
blue.
Yeah, just a relentless pursuit. It's
we know
not
what's in
the
his
out that we
arsenal?
need. I believe it's Saber Bloodshed from the previous turn.
Yes, correct. So, yeah, Benjamin is in the tank here. This is not...
The way that Benjamin is thinking about this, he's got to be thinking around the Blunton, right? This is 2 go again.
Yeah, if he keeps track of his opponent pitch deck, he should remember that those 2 Bluntons were pitched earlier.
Oh, of course, only 1 go again due to the funnel web. So we are going to be blocking with the Sirens of Safe Harbor here. It's 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So no Blunton this time round. Here comes your Hunter's Clave, just for the remark. Is this the time to use your Blunton?
I mean, the alternatives are not that looking promising. So.
Oh, the smirk from Benjamin.
Yep. We're probably throwing the Den of the Spider here, I believe.
Let's think about responding.
Yeah, it's a reaction. You can't respond.
Doesn't matter. In that case,
So you need to discard first.
discard Den of the Spider.
So discard the Den of the Spider.
Yeah, it's a Blunton.
In the attack reaction step. We are going to be bumping this one up to 4 on hit.
Arsenal lost.
Arsenal
that is
lost,
fine, because we have a fateful scene in the Arsenal.
Fully covered.
Yes, that's it.
Blocking 6 on the 4. Keeling the 1 from the Sirens of Safe Harbor.
I believe maybe 1 Golden Company is left in the deck.
We pitched 1 earlier.
I want to believe so, or I want to remember so. But that might be the only D-React left for Christopher, together with that Oasis Respite. Does Benjamin have enough to make it over the finish line?
Codex of Inertia. Codex of Frailty.
Galore.
Unmake the Underlings. A mystery 4th card. And that Saver Bloodshed sitting in the arsenal. This is swing 7 from the Decimator Great Axe. 5 minutes on the clock. Not a lot of time to consider our options here.
Yeah, Decimator is looking more and more intimidating, but we still have 13 life left at our disposal. But the question is that Benjamin is probably asking himself, do I have enough juice left in my deck at this point?
So I've just spied what that 4th mystery card was in Benjamin's hand.
Oh, tell me.
So we have 1 Codex of Inertia.
Yeah.
We have a Codex of Frailty, and Unmake the Underlings. And a 2nd Codex of Inertia in the hand. This hand is the last thing you want to be seeing right now if you're Benjamin. He was trying to save these threats for later in the game, but Codex of Inertia grabs a card from the top of your deck. There's nothing strong on the top of the deck that we're aware of right now.
Yeah, Benjamin is having a sigh here. This is not looking optimistic at this point.
You've got to think the fact that Unmake the Underling is in this deck right now for Benjamin, that he just fully fat decked expecting this to be Decimator Great Axe.
Block 2. Yeah. Go to 11. Arsenal pass. Yep.
Yeah, Christopher's picking up the pace. He knows that the clock is ticking.
3 block turns to a 2 block. Here comes your Saber Bloodshed. Mark is indeed available.
And Golden Company's in the hand.
6 go again. No gold this time round, but Golden Company is there and plenty of blues to be able to pitch for this one, including, is that another Blunton? Oh my God, it is.
Everything is going Christopher's way. Yeah.
Blocking the 2, Benjamin not happy about that one once again, and we get rid of the 2nd Codex of Inertia.
And then is the question,
Currently
do we deploy
dying.
the Oasis?
Taking 4.
Yes, we do.
Have an Oasis Respite, heal up to 5, fully preventing this one out.
Yep. Yeah, Chris is doing everything in the right order. We have so much blocking capacity left at our disposal in both equipment and hand.
Swinging for 1 go again. Floating the Tunic for it. Visit the Golden Anvil being blocked with, just to be able to cover this one up. Oh, looks like a potential rethink here from Christopher. It's a bit of a snap block, but...
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah,
update in the live totals, yeah.
And then I'll pass.
Just passing with the Codex of Frailty sitting in the arsenal. No draw from this Saber Bloodshed. We draw up.
Yeah,
and
we're
he just
calling
calls
it.
GG. He looks at the final. He looks at the final hand and realizes there's simply just not enough damage left in this deck. Olympia, with loads of support from Marsupat Warrior, and an old classic in Decimator Great Axe is able to get it across the line and goes 5-1 here at the Calling Hamburg.
Wow, wow, wow. That game turned out to be a lot more explosive than I might have thought, but also, wow, how many D-Reacts can you put into a deck with life gain to boot?
A couple.
Yeah, quite a few, as it turns out.
One or two, allegedly.
One or two. I mean, that game might have looked from one angle a little bit lopsided in terms of like the blocking capacity is just too much for Arakni to get over, but don't forget that one Oasis Respite turn was the make or break for the whole game. If that card was a D-React...
Done.
It's done.
Over.
It would have been over. Benjamin would have made it over the line, and Christopher would have not made it. But that one Oasis Respite is actually the one card that saved.
Very defensive fatigue-like decks like this do require good sequencing. If that Oasis Respite was played turn or two before, it would not have had the same amount of impact as what we saw this time round. Olympia, a deck with so much flexibility in how you can build it. Of course, Golden Grail, kind of what we were expecting going into this one. Then we see our big old red friend in Decimator Great Axe. It's like, okay, we're in for the long haul. And that was such a strong start from Benjamin as well. He got so much damage downrange, and it just began kind of ticking down. And whoa, those 7 Decimator Great Axe swings they were enough. They were enough to get the dub. Yep. Well, if you're interested in Olympia after that game and think, well, you know what, actually, I might try a different version, maybe a Golden Grail version, you can grab yourself the new Armory deck Olympia that joined us with Mastery Pack Warrior. Very interesting list that was brewed up this time round with a few cards exclusive to the set, like odds on favourite. Not a card that we saw this time round, not too much wagering, and notably, I think this one says next Sword Swing, so not going to be seeing that in a Decimator Great Axe list, but a very interesting card that a number of Kassai players were even looking towards, considering you could search for, I don't know, a Richard Dani and put that on the top of your deck. It does not care what you look for. In a Warrior Mirror, how about a Blunton to the top of your deck for the next turn? Just for little old me. But you got to be careful. Wagers work both ways. Your opponent, if they block it out, can do the exact same.
There we have to visit the prize room, the another Olympia specialization here. You may destroy a gold you control if you do equip a prized Galea from your inventory, create a Vigor and a Courage token, and go again. Now, this costs 1, can be a bit of a slump sometimes, also blocks for 2, can also be a little slump sometimes, but at the same time, you can re-equip your 2 blocks headpiece at your disposal.
You can re-equip. We can re-equip some Temper 2, and we saw in that previous game, while it wasn't quite visit the prize room, visit the Golden Anvil can allow you to equip a lot of different items back to your equipment zone, and that can be the deciding factor. Visit the prize room lets you do that with the prize Galea, and guess what? You get 3 of them inside of this Armory deck Olympia, including a brand new extended art version of them as well. Very, very cool. Heads up. Speaking about heads in headpieces, this one, or not being anything related other than the name, is a 1-3 pump that when it attacks, if it has wagered, gets dominate. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's not really too much to say about this one. It does what it says on the tin. It allows you to go tall. It's a +3 pump for 1 cost. Gives yourself some dominate. Dominate's pretty damn nice in a warrior that wants to go very, very tall, like Olympia, especially when you don't have to be paying for your sword swings. We were talking about the extended art prize Galea. You also get these beautiful pieces of equipment, including prize worn Pathfinders, which is both a Guardian and Warrior leg piece, harking back to heavy hitters. This is apparently seeing some play in some Bexy lists from what I'm hearing.
I haven't tried it myself yet, if I'm being completely honest. The Quick Dodge Flexor is paying its dues in my Betsy favors in the current version of the deck. But it was really, really exciting to see that we're actually getting a Guardian Warrior mix in this Olympia deck. Not something I would have accounted for or expected at all. But like when I saw this one, man, did I jump off my chair.
Notably, a rare as well, so can be played in Silver Age, along with Prize Galea. Some very, very strong pieces of support throughout Mastery Pack Warrior, but also throughout this Olympia Armory deck. We are going to be chucking to a short break, guys. When we return, I've just had some amazing news in my ear. I get one of my girls on stream. We're getting Aurora, Legacy of Tempest on stream after this short break. If you want to see some hype, I'm going to be here. We are going to return. Grab a snack, grab a drink. We'll see you soon. 6 rounds of Flesh and Blood have been played out today so far, and soon we're about to bring you an almighty 7th. And well, if you caught my teaser towards the tail end of last game, oh, it's an Aurora. Oh, Scott, it's an Aurora. I've missed arcane damage. The only one we had really was that Vynnset earlier on. And well, that's not Lightning Ninja enough for little old me. So I'm excited for this one. Of course, I'm joined by the lovely Scott HowlingMines. It's going to be a gravy one as well. It's going to be gravy Aurora, dude. This is going to be an interesting matchup.
It is. Now, a funny story. The last time we saw Evan Tanguy was actually earlier today. Where
it was.
The day started pretty poorly, is the way I'll put that, and has since rallied back to a 5-1 record, as you expect someone of Evan's caliber to do.
As he does.
Before that, we saw Evan in Edinburgh, who won the calling over in Edinburgh. And then just before that, we saw Evan in Pro Tour Las Vegas against an Aurora, where he exploded pretty violently on camera. So we're going to find out if Evan Tanguy learned anything from that engagement and whether or not the Gravy Bone Shipwrecked looter will not be exploding this time around.
Well, speaking about the loot, speaking about the looter for Evan, let's see what the loot is available for our players here this weekend. Calling Hamburg brings you $20,000 in prize money split between 1st and 32nd, with the lion's share going to that 1st and 2nd place. Just for turning up, just for playing the calling, you get yourself a lovely tournament pack as well. And you were saying earlier about how you like spending a lot of your money on these.
Yeah,
Guess
look.
what? So do I,
Yeah.
so you're fine.
Yeah, I don't get to play as much as I used to anymore.
No,
I spend a lot of time in the booth, and that's part of why I think some of these prizes are so phenomenal too. Cold Hard Cash is great, don't get me wrong. Gold Foil Legendaries have a prestige to
That is
them.
nice.
I like to hold on to mine. What I don't like to hold on to on my PTIs, I'm out at the moment. I've not played anything in recent memory that's given me a chance to go and grab one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking fondly at Pro Tour London next year, being like, I should probably fix that. I should probably do something about it. And that's what some of our players are going to be doing here.
Last time you were at Pro Tour London, it went pretty well for you.
It did go very, very well for me last time.
That's the London XL buff right there.
We'll see, we'll see. World Tour points, of course, big
That
part
is
of that as
important.
well. 100%. We got players in the room this weekend that are chasing berths across all regions, honestly. Paul Van Heysel still very much in the conversation, currently sitting in 2nd in Europe. So there's a lot of points up for grabs and a lot of stakes there in the World Tour race. But those tournament packs have definitely been the talk of the town. You've alluded to them a few times now. Zipper hit shred among the hits of these. Personally, I've picked up my Emeritus Scaldings. I've found my Movrian Skies. I've held on to a few yellow staunch responses no one will take from me. But we're doing all right otherwise.
My very first one was a red Flick Flag. Very happy with that one. Fantastic.
That's
My
nice.
second one during the showdown that same weekend, a blue. It's just a blue brute card. It's bad. It's bad. Wild Ride.
There you go,
There you go.
found it.
It's almost like the brute player in our ear knows exactly what card I'm talking
If it
about.
makes you feel a little better, the London Battleground, mine was a blue Read the Runes, which is
that's-
not a whole lot better.
That is a skill dip.
Yeah.
Finley Shepherd from Cup of TCG fame, I will say, got a zipper hit in that one. It's going straight to me. So thank you very much for that one. I'm a little bit busy commentating on this. But that's not all there is up to grabs. The 2 final chances to get these gorgeous, and I mean gorgeous, quick dodge flexors calling champion Marvel or our gold foil double-sided, you name it, it's included in it, is this weekend and Kansas City after that. I've not held one of these calling championship trophies. You said earlier they're heavy.
But they got some heft.
They got
some real heft. They will hold a door open for you, I assure you of that.
I don't know if that's the best use of a Flesh and Blood
it's
calling
a flex,
champion.
though.
But
It's a flex. Right? But, speaking of flex, these quick dodge flexes, I'm going to be straight with you. I have played exactly 1 calling where these have been available, and it didn't go great for me, which is fine. It can't always be my day. I want this card so bad. Part of me sitting here like, do I fly to KC? Do I
go talk to Evan? He doesn't play it.
Apparently not, but you know what? I want to earn one of these. It's the pedigree on this thing. I want to know that I want it. I took it home, and it's just been on my list for so long. I wish I had more opportunities to chase it. And I won't lie, I'm just sitting here staring at that last chance in KC, and I'm just like,
well, I hate to break it to you, you're a little bit late for Hamburg, but KC is possible.
I
believe in yourself,
gotta think on it. I gotta sleep on it. It's maybe.
Believe in the me that believes in you.
I'm so ready to go cross-continental again when I absolutely shouldn't. We'll have to wait and see. But great pricing all around. Plenty of players still in contention for these World Tour points, of course. Pro Tour invitations, $5,000 in cash to that winner.
It's a good weekend.
One more, good day at the office.
Very good day at the office. Let's see who is actually still available in said office to win this Grand Championship prize of 5,000 and also the quick dodge flexors. We have 7 6-0s currently moving into round number 6. 2 of them being Kassai, of all things. You've got some very big names there, including one that I picked earlier on, Leo Toulouse on Dash.io, sitting 6th in 6. Who else jumps out with you inside of that list?
We got some really stellar ones here. I want to shout out Daniel Brockage in 2nd place there on Kassai. Was watching the game on my round off. There's some really cool card choices in that Kassai list. Not going to drop any surprises yet. Maybe we'll get a chance to see them on camera at some point. But some things that caught me off guard, some innovation, which is always lovely to see as a hero. It's making its way towards Living Legend. Bartosz Dabrowski just wins. That's what this guy does. You watched him at Pro Tour Yokohama. The guy is phenomenal. One of my caster picks still sitting here, Simon Nielsen in 5th there, 6-0 on Oscilio as well. Ben Westmore is on that decimator version of Olympia, was 5-0, just fell to Kassai to fall short here to come up at 5-1, but still a very, very strong showing so far. Lots more big names here, of course. Gianluigi Lea, Jonas Stobrock sitting here. Francesco Giorgio is a 2-time calling winner. Unsurprisingly, Cream rising something crop.
Very true. Speaking about Cream Crop, Ryan Debling from Cup of TCG fame is still there, sitting 17th, only losing 1 game so far. And of course, he was the one to best Evan Tanguy in that very first round.
Got a note here. A couple of Oscilios drifting towards the top.
Still here.
But a couple marionettes, but honestly a pretty good smattering otherwise as we make our way down the standings a little bit further. Plenty of heroes at 5-1. Couple Ziggies, couple Riptides. There is a pair of them rocking it out here. I know one of these players, I believe it's Hano in 25th, is rocking Dreadbore at the moment. Gennaro is rocking Red Spine Manta, is a very different ilk of Riptide, and I'm more than happy to see both versions of Ranger rocking it out on the big stage.
Listen, I'm here for it. I'm here for innovation. Redliner existed for a long time.
Yes.
It didn't see play. Red Spine Manta, evidently, Red Spine Manta releases borderline identical card text. It sees play.
Kyle, we had Death Dealer.
Well,
things were a little bit different back then.
Card is it can't even attack. It's balanced. It's balanced. But yes, very interesting to see a couple of Rangers sitting actually not too far off the top of the table, sitting 5-1 for crying out loud. If you put a gun to my head at the very beginning of today and said, name me a rogue hero that's going to be 5-1, it would not have been Riptide. He probably would have been like 8th in that list. I would have said Lyeth before I said that one. We move past the 40th, and now we look towards 41st to 60th. These are some of the players who are battling it out for some of those final places. I believe X2 gets you through to day 2. X3 does not. So these 4-2 players on the right-hand side of your screen are really going to need to lock in for these final 2 rounds of Flesh and Blood today. But plenty of 5-1s who are still all in contention for that top 8 final, if they continue pushing for it.
Very much so. Some really big names here as well. Martin Hollick, of course, Evan Tanguy, Tommaso Vicido. Want to shout out Stefano Mioni, the Ranger aficionado. Has been a bit lost since Azalea left the format. Happy to see Marlin been picked up. 5-1 record there so far. Jacob Trossing, phenomenal stuff here. One of our caster picks, of course, coming through from Erika. Still rocking the show, the current national champion at 5-1 there on Arakni Marionette. Another Hala, just plenty of warriors smattered over this top cut, well, not current top cut, but 5-1 players one way or the other. Another copy in the hands of Mateusz we saw on camera at 4-2. Slippy at 4-2, did start 4-0. Wheels unfortunately slip in just a little bit, but hopefully can right the ship and join us in day 2 as well.
Absolutely. And well, that final player sitting at 5-1 is at position 51. That being Jacques Carlsen. And he is playing Aurora, and he's got a hell of an opponent to go up against in a few brief moments. That, of course, being our current calling champion in Evan Tanguy, who won just a few brief weeks ago in Edinburgh. Let's see if Aurora can blow up the Shipwrecked looter, or if Evan has learned his lesson from the Pro Tour this time round. Evan going to be going first on our borderline blue illusionist. Can we pop him down?
I can't help but notice that Jacques is very tall. He's
I am
clipping
jealous.
Out you and me both. I am a short king as well. And it's not easy for a player to clip out of the head slot there and just like leaning above our frame, but there's some gravitas, and Aurora's certainly helping that one along the way.
And he's got true aura. There's no question about that one. The first loss and only loss for Evan Tanguy, as we mentioned earlier on, Ryan Debling on that first stream game that we showed earlier on today against Cindra. Since then it's been nothing but dubs for Evan. He went up against an Ira, a Betsy, 2 Betsies, as a matter of fact, and the 2 other big bads in Mario and Oscilio, and was able to best them all. 1 ninja down, 1 ninja bested. Can we basically beat a 3rd one in Aurora?
Taking a game off Ira on Gravy is not an easy feat, and I can only imagine how Evan felt when he sat down and saw Ira after losing to Cindra in round 1, but has righted the ship, found some good matchups otherwise, and hopefully will be wrecking some more ships in the near future. Similar story here for Jacques. Did lose round 1 to Arakni Marionette, where found a Gravy, found the mark there in round 2, Rhinar in round 3, and has then been lamping it for the last couple of rounds and slaying every Oscilio in sight.
Yeah, get away from Oscilio if you... Well, get away from Aurora if you are Oscilio. There is a big decision, honestly, around whether or not Aurora would run things like Shock Charmers or even Vexing Cool Hand just for some of that AB. Lightning Greaves, not in a lot of these lists. It's not that sort of combo list anymore. But there are some brews which allow you to go infinite with a little spoiler card that we spoiled in Ominous Excavation, Voltaris, and Gone in the Flash. Are we going to be seeing that pulled out here for Yax?
Okay, Aurora and Gravy Bones. We've seen Gravy already. Won't spend too much time walking you through that Necromancer anymore. But of course, Evan was our most recent winner on the hero, so happy to see him continuing. Aurora on the other side of this graphic for you. Destroys Lightning Flow to make Embodiment of Lightning. Gonna be very honest, doesn't come up all that much currently. Wouldn't surprise me if that changes in the near future. That's all I'm saying on that fact. But Embodiment of Lightning tokens will bail you out when things go south on occasion. For the most part, we are chaining together those full power attacks, looking to find go again off of cards like Quick Succession, Arc Lightning, chaining together these big turns, getting aggressive, getting in the mud, and at the moment, we don't have a current champion on Aurora, so maybe Jacques will be the first one that we crown at the end of this weekend.
Not only that, but the very first LL points as well. Since Aurora's release, we've not had any like particularly smaller events or ProQuest or anything like that at the CC level. The Battlegrounds and WCQs have all been won by notable heroes that already have a lot of expansion support. Aurora's right now a little bit down, but do have a pretty decent matchup into Gravy Bone, Shipwrecked Looter himself. Are we going to be able to get it across the line and push towards victory? Jax, Yuck is going to be Yuck. My apologies.
Yeah, Jacques here.
Going to be presenting Diadic Carapace.
Yeah,
as a 2-block.
That's kind of the point of intrigue here for me. Nullrune Hood, not all that surprising. Needs a source of Arcane Barrier somewhere, does Evan Tanguy. Will be forced to discard Riches of Tropal Dani here to Portside Exchange. This is a bit of a mixed bag. You don't really want to be bidding Riches if you can help it, but in this matchup, we're not looking to go long. We're not looking to grind and accrue gold, so just gold on turn 0 is something that Evan did not have last time we saw him, and certainly happy to make the most of that. Diadic Carapace is very interesting to me. I wonder if Jacques just thinks this game is going short enough that Tunic is not going to get any kind of semblance of value, would rather just be able to keep a Conqueror of the High Seas in check, keep more cards in hand as and when required. Lone Shark here, just pretty much the gravy for Gravy. Going to look up nice and early with 3 copies of the gold token. I can't help but be distracted by Promise of Plenty on the other side of the table.
Oh, yes.
And let me remind you, Evan's familiar with this one. It was the card that put him in the dirt a few weeks back.
Promise of Plenty, a fantastic card. And, well, an interesting playline here. This is not exactly what the Aurora would like to start with, or any Aurora wants to start with. I've had to pitch 2 reds, which is 95% of most of these decks, into the grasps to be able to make a rune chant and send a second strike. This does say, give me a card or this gets +1 and go again. But I, honestly, if I'm Evan, I'm eating this one every day of the week.
Yeah, very much depends on Tanguy's hand here. Wouldn't surprise me if there's some texture to that conversation. But as you allude to, not exactly a hand that Jacques is looking to find here. I admire the gusto in which the second strike hit the table. Definitely had some charm to it. But we don't really want to be in a spot where Scorpio follows this. So I'm expecting Evan to take a stand at some of this damage if it's efficient with the hand that we have. But it's very, very possible we're just content taking a total of 6 damage if it means that we are firing the clip.
Posturing to pitch a card here. Blood in the Water found very, very early, and actually looks like, I mean, it's a lot of blue cards. I'll tell you that one for free, which is 95% of Gravy decks. We do pitch this Portside Exchange for the AB. We're on that Nullrune Hood, so before that, damage prevention should we need it. And then that 3 block into the 3-hole, the 2 port side exchanges falling to the wayside early on here and arseling that promise of plenty just to be able to get that go again. Remember, it needs to be played from Arsenal to gain go again. If it hits top card each hero's deck, provided they don't have an Arsenal, goes in face down.
This is a lot of what I'm expecting here from Tanguy in this game. It's going to be, I have to race you. You don't want to sit back and let Aurora pick the allies to pieces and beat you up in the process. You need to be combining reasonable damage. Cards like Cheating Scoundrel line up very well with just about any attack you have. But we're going to be looking for those Conqueror of the High Seas. We're going to be looking for efficient Sawbone swings and the like at the end of those turns. It's about putting pressure on Aurora before she has too much room to put pressure back on you.
We're most likely going to be seeing both versions of Rabble here as well. Murderous Rabble here for Evan, and then for Jacques, our Ravenous Rabble. Revealing the blues, revealing the reds, hopefully in the right order. You want the Ravenous Rabble to reveal your reds, you want your Murderous Rabble to reveal your blues. If we start swapping to the other side of that, we are in a bad place for both our Gravy and our Aurora. Going to be eating a fair chunk of change here off the back of that Cheating Scoundrel as well. So we eat 6, go down to 34, and just pass, says Evan. Now we have this 5-card hand, a Skizzic, a Quick Succession, a recently unbanned Skyward Serenade, a Jack Be Nimble, and that Promise of Plenty sitting in the Artle. This gets go again from our Quick Succession, giving us +1 from the Skizzic effect. It also gets +1 from the Quick Succession. Coming in for 5, go again, and we've still got 2 more +1s off the back of these go again triggers across the rest of the turn.
Might be the quickest blood in the water I've ever seen there, frankly. Evan had one problem with the last turn, and that was a lack of allies. Was struggling to filter those into the yard. We knew that D-React had been parked for something impactful. Took a peek with the compass, found arguably the best ally in the matchup in the form of Sawbones. Chucks it down into the depths where it belongs.
I'm trying to just stare through what this list is, and I'm very familiar with it, actually. I've played this one a few times myself. So we are going to be making this Embodiment of Lightning with Skyward Serenade, grabbing that Skizzic. And guess what? Attack so nice, I had to do it twice. This is going to be coming in as another 0 for 5 go again, should we ship it on this chain link.
Yeah, I made a joke back at the world premiere in Prague that if you squint, Quick Succession is just Arc Lightning.
I completely agree with you.
It is not quite as potent with the split damage, but all in all, the red copy, it's pretty always going to get you a chunk of value.
I know you, vaguely. If I win, can I see behind?
Jacques, I know you vaguely. I'm not sure if that's a threatening statement to Evan, honestly, but Promise of Plenty here, 4 go again, courtesy of that Quick Succession. And Evan, I'm going to have to reread this one. Not quite as bad for you when an ally is not taking the immediate hate, but not really what you're hoping to see when you've got a hand you intend on keeping.
That is true, and notably, there are block cards in this deck. One of them that we're going to be seeing straight away in that Sunken Treasure. So Evan says, I'm not risking this one. Yeah, have the 4 block, I'll move on. And now just swing, just a little swing straight away there from Aurora. This is the mentality that Aurora players need to have throughout all of their games. Just you're there for the vibes, dude.
Bad news, Shark. You need to tap that Scorpio. Game rule violation. Unbelievable stuff.
Judge to the gulag.
Very promising hand here, actually, for Evan. Call to the grave and Conqueror of the High Seas in here. And now Fiddler's Green in the bin. Not shocked by this. This is something I see a lot from the Gravy players in this matchup. Again, it's all about breathing room. You're not worried so much about stockpiling allies. They're going to often come in, do their damage, and come out. That is often the way they go in this matchup. But with Conqueror available and, frankly, a gigantic stockpile of gold, it wouldn't surprise me if we see Evan go spinning a little bit here to put this turn together.
Well, there goes your...
I studied a little French.
There goes your block into the grave, activating the score, playing the Sawbones, swinging the Sawbones. Aurora is going to be the only one with Sawbones after this 6 damage comes her way.
Yep, this is totally fine by me. Park that Conqueror for later on. The more reserved take, hold on to the gold, make sure that you need it. Or when you need it, I should say, it is available for you. Finding the cards we want this time is Tanguy, but frankly, so is Jacques, who decides no Jacques is the way to go, and will dump this entire hand on the table. Nimbleism, Nimbleism, Jack, be quick. One of those will disappear, and suddenly we've gained some game text.
This one is Jack Be Nimble, I believe. So this one is not looking to steal allies, but instead stealing items, which could be that gold. Remember, it's only till the end of turns, so if we don't make use out of it straight away, it goes straight back to Evan.
very well.
There's actually some level of contention around which one you play, because you can just steal a Sawbones and be like, I'm going to swing 6 at you.
Oh, fair. I see this from Evan. Love to see it. The gold ultimately non-funked, as it will be Rush of Power that's smacking Sawbones at the end. Evan does the right thing, understands that Sawbones will explode, and says, hey, I am going to get a value point of prevention out of this while I have the ability to.
Chum hits the grave. If Evan can establish this early, it does turn a lot of these explosive turns for Aurora down quite dramatically. Burn-up Shock, which has been drawn up in the hand, simply does not function in that aspect should that Chum hit the board and be activated. Trigger on the Saltwater Swell. We do banish a blue off the top into that pitch zone, gaining 3. Now we are going to be coming in for 4. Go again, due to that cheating scoundrel, waging a gold.
Gold definitely becoming pretty plentiful for Evan here, and we know this turn is going to continue big style at the moment. Between the resources that were hit off of this Saltwater Swell, Conqueror in the arsenal, 2 cards in hand, very much expecting this to be a flurry of affairs. Going to choose to win the wager the hard way by bidding Rigor Mortis. It's not really a cost when you get to do that.
I was about to say, I don't think that's a downside, is it, Scott? I think that seems pretty beneficial.
I need to make a gold.
Unfortunately, no second blue here for Evan. Means this makes way more sense. Just activate the hook on hit, make a gold on this Chum. Command some respect, get through that grasp. You've got to get through the equipment eventually. And we alluded to it at the start of the game. This is part of why Diadic Carapace has been so appealing for Jacques. It's just, okay, between gold-baited hook, Conqueror the High Seas, you're going to have on-hits I actually care about stopping, and I don't want to give you cards.
E-strike, 7, into your Chum, pass. Simple as that. Sometimes it's as simple as that. You don't need to do any crazy combat tricks.
Dude.
Sometimes you just need to hit 7 and just says, dude, you're chucking 8 at me. This is just not very nice. Crown of Providence triggered straight away. Get that out of the arsenal. No gold for you. I will just eat this 6.
Pretty much what Crown is designed for in this matchup. It's a get out of jail free card for that first Conqueror, but that kind of comes with some downsides, and then it is not a get out of jail free card for the second one. Wouldn't surprise me if Shark Arsenal's a little less going forward, or is at least a little more tentative about what goes there. We know the boats are a big part of the plan in this matchup for Tanguy. Got to watch them on both sides of the table.
2 floating, gravy activation. What do we see on the top? We do have an ally, that being Anchor.
Tell we're from 2 different parts of England. You're Anchor, I'm Anchor.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never noticed that. Call to the grave. Is grave the same?
Yes. Yeah.
You're not Grave?
God, no. I'd have to Grave you in a minute.
Grave bones?
Not this guy again.
I feel disgusted. Not this guy again is a apt and fair response.
He returns
to Chum,
once more.
Friendly first mate. I got to say, I have a lot of admiration for Jacques' character in the feature match here. It's been nice to see Evan being so jovial on the way back as well. Looks like a whole lot of NIMBY in the hand here for Jacques as well.
What I would argue, too much NIMBY.
You can never have enough NIMBY.
When you don't have action points, you absolutely can have too much NIMBY. We got the Snapdragon Scalers available. We are on less HP. Scar for a Scar gives us options here to be able to go further. Ideally, we're looking to park that Lightning Surge, but the problem with that is that, well, if you're looking to park a card, it's probably going to be a Nimbleism that you get from these Nimbies. And notably, we've already played 2 Nimbleisms this game so far, 2 reds, and it's actually not too uncommon to have a lonely 1 yellow sitting in some Aurora lists. Could that be a sneaking addition to make sure these Nimbies aren't as bricky as they could be later into the game?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we just end up kind of cashing in a card here and relying on Snapdragon Scalers to make this turn work. It's a bit sheepish, but you don't really want to leave this Chum alive. And as it stands, we're kind of just staring at a pile of cardboard outside of this Scar for a Scar that doesn't naturally find itself with Go again. You would much rather be saving Snapdragons for your big pop-off turn with Arc Lightnings to push damage, but sometimes you got to unbrick the stick.
Needs must. This is the crux of Aurora currently, especially when you aren't activating her hero ability. Many people make the joke that her hero ability is simply Lightning Runeblade hero. And that looks like the build that we are seeing on display right now. Appears that we're going to be posturing to block out 4. No gold-baited hook trigger this time around. A Nimby and a Lightning Surge hitting the combat chain defensively brings us down to a 3-card hand. Still with that Scar for a Scar. That will open up our swinging options into Chum.
Yeah, if you're on Evan's side of the table here, you have got to be ecstatic about this. The second that your Aurora opponent is blocking on their turn, when just denying 4 damage from a Chum, making for a much smaller hand on the way through, it's just playing into the game plan in every way you want to.
At least from the deck search that we just saw, no yellow Nimbalism, so this is the last one. Snapdragon Scaler is going to be used on this Nimby as well, just to let us go 1 chain link wider. And the question is, do we push this Nimbalism on our final attack, or do we hold it for a future turn where we can get more value out of it, potentially on an Arc Lightning turn, to not only ping for 1 Arcane, but also give +3 to that additional attack? No, we are just going to be shipping it, and we are sending that Snatch for 7.
Yeah, I think with this being a Snatch, there's just not a lot of places that make a lot more sense to fire off this Nimbalism. It's one of the best, most premium places for you to add those additional stats. We see that Evan was pretty happy to block with at least 1 card. Is pretty quickly blocking with a Conqueror here as well, which is really interesting to me. Quick Dodge Flex is going to jump on through with the ally popping in the bin earlier in the turn to cover up the rest of that. No need for Snatch to do its sting, but Evan just having to keep this small 2-card hand. Portside Exchange, binning Sawbones. And this is just bread and butter gravy play. It's small hands, it's quick ally play, it's good efficient numbers. We soaked up most of the damage and rebuilt a board.
Second nature for Evan here. That entire play line thought out before the blocks were even committed. You know exactly how to approach this one, and it's snap, 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 snap. Here is 6, threatening a gold, threatens some interaction.
What do you think it is?
I was like, the only card I fear in this matchup is Arc Lightning.
That's what you think it is? All right.
Okay, all right.
Maybe
So
you're
some brief conversations about cards we fear, and Evan believes it is just Arc Lightning. I think I fear Arc Lightning. Jacques on the other side is, oh really? You think that's the thing you should fear? Which I'm gonna be honest, fills me with some fear.
The set every time I cut to the damn hand cam. Revel in Runeblood.
Revel in Runeblood. I love me some Revel in Runeblood. I've seen a little bit of it in Aurora in the past. I think it's a great way to burst through some of these fatigue strategies in terms of damage. Makes a lot of sense if you're spinning Nimbalisms into the mix as well with Nimby in recent memory. Skyward Serenade gonna do its thing here.
Jacques just said, Skyward Serenade, I'm going to check there's a Skizzixer in my deck by checking the grave. He's played 2 so far, I believe, so there should be 1 left over for us to be able to make it in Bottom of Lightning and then check for that 3rd and final Skizzik. We do get a good look at this deck, and, well, it goes off screen the second I say that. But it is, a lot of it's generic, Scott. A lot of it is just, give me, go again, let my turns with quick succession and Arc Lightning do more than what they say printed inside of those text boxes.
Yeah, no big surprises there, of course. Very much what we expect from Aurora in the current environment. I definitely know I'm more hopeful that some of those quick strike effects will find their way in when Lightning Flow generation becomes a more common occurrence for the deck.
Absolutely. That or Flying High, one of the 2.
Sunken Treasure gets another dude out of Jacques as we have a gold being generated. I'm watching that stockpile. 7 gold is a just truly outrageous number, and allows Gravy to do some of these really just spectacular turns. But in this matchup, it also just gives you the freedom to block as required and then spin the wheel to put the turn back together. And that's why we see just Evan leveraging a life lead in this matchup, despite it normally being quite a difficult one.
Revel in Runeblood getting double go again here. 1 from the current final and 1 from its own effect. We've played an NAA, we played an attack. Here comes 1 Arcane from the path of the same ends at face, 4 Arcane from the Revel as well. We could even end with a Scorpio on this turn, should Evan decide not to pitch here.
These players are so charming. I love the, here's what my big tech card was in the matchup, and Evan just goes, that's okay. It's like,
I'll allow it.
No, it was very much, actually, I'm not particularly scared of that. And I think Jacques suddenly feeling a bit of that pressure. Going to see plenty of Arcane Barrier and just Happy to soak up the damage on a turn that is a bit non-funked. Get those allies back into the deck here for Tanguy.
Allies back into the deck and turning no blocks into 4 block there with these yellows, using those on Arcane Barrier. So it is just going to be a drawback up for Evan. Pass on over to Aurora.
Yeah, perhaps the most important part of that is just denying Scorpio in the process.
Yeah, very true.
Keeping Path of the Same Ends turned off means that there is no sword swing afterwards. Just essentially 3 points of value block. I want to pivot on back to that previous turn, the snatch denial we saw from Tanguy. I don't think that many players would have utilized that Dead Threads resource to just burn quick dodge flexes to block 2. Ended up being a very heads-up decision, because now we have the breathing room to hold on to this third and final conqueror of the high seas if we're so inclined. And seems like Evan is pretty eager to just accept the bill this time around.
Fry for 4, go again. +1 from that quick succession. Gaining that +1 from its effect. Ravenous Rabble now going to be coming in for 5, effectively not revealing the card from the top of the deck. And then that Scorpio swinging in for 1 and on hit 1. It's a pretty decent 3-card hand here. Arseling our very first Arc Lightning.
Gold getting broken, and the speed in which Evan is spinning this wheel goes to show you he knows exactly what it is he needs to find. This is what the bank was for. It is for this big, devastating conquer return, looking for things like prismatic ley lines. Golden Tipple in there as well. Hook activation, ley line from the arsenal. This is how you win the game. It's going to be a maximum value ley line turn here. We see yellow allies, blue attack, and conqueror of the high seas. Tanguy has the resources and the money to do all of it.
4 go again on the initial swing. The +3 pump from Prismatic on the blue. Most likely going to be ending with the yellow after playing out one of these allies. Activating Gravy, cracking down a gold, drawing up another one.
You have 0 floating now? Oh, you're doing Gravy, I see. Yeah, it's just great. Yeah.
Clarifying around what interaction is happening here, and it is, of course, the Gravy activation. Now we crack that gold to be able to go back up to a 4-card hand with 3 cards in pitch, 1 card played out, 1 card attacked with, and a new ally in the grave. We are storming off right now. What is happening is the call.
I think that's another prismatic ley line. It is.
Oh, my Lord.
Finds all the money. Boat comes conquering across the seas. You thought it was bad when it came in for 8. What if it was 10 plus a gigantic friend to follow? Nice 12 life, Aurora.
Bad day for Lightning Runeblade enjoyers. Me, notably.
Good day for anyone else.
Good day for everyone else. This hand, it blocks pretty effectively, but we are, well, in the overall scheme of things for Aurora, it blocks effectively. We block 10 total with this hand.
Yeah, if you want to blunt this Conqueror, keep your arsenal, you certainly can, but...
It is only the Arc Lightning, the first one that we've seen. It'd be a shame to not have played one of these out. The tech card, which some people say is how Gravy was meant to be kept in check all those years ago. Well, I say all those years ago, last year, when they both released.
Yeah, please don't make me feel older than I actually am. I don't need to do the time walk again, not yet.
10 go again. Scott, can you just clarify, is High Tide active right now?
Just going to double check that. 6 cards in the pitch zone, which is Kano levels of offensive to me. That is
blues.
one.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a Stormy Sea right there.
3, 6, 8, 10 covered.
Compass Peak, and I love that from Evan. Again, it's just like there are worlds that my top card is better than the ally going on, and we're going to see the gold being broken to enable this turn. Dead Threads will allow Chum to come out because it's a blue on top, which means we get to do all of it. This Chum is for 8, by the way.
+2 from both Prismatics. Pretty damn big. We go down to 4.
That's 7 cards in the pitch zone, which actually offends me.
The thing is, Evan will probably end up taking some time to effectively pitch stack these as well. It looks like, yep, done it. The other ones are blues. The allies, they need to be in a specific order. I'm going to put those to the bottom. And here we go. Drawing up 4. Pass is the call.
Yep. Well, somebody definitely chummed that turn, and it was Evan Tanguy.
Ooh, that is 2 burn-up shocks. Probably not the time that we want it. Jittery Bones now on the combat chain. Yep. Discarding another ally. That one being the Salty Sea Dog in Scooper.
I think that came off the top of the deck. Leaves 3 cards to work with in hand for Tanguy, who can at the very least send Chum in after an ally has been established, but We'll go spinning for sight a bit more, and this is just the power of gold in this matchup. And we saw the early stockpile from Tanguy, the disrespect that allowed it to rack up in the mid game has allowed for these absurdly explosive hands to come together. A moment to reassess, as you should, when things are breaking your way.
Check all your options. How does this go wrong? That is the question that Evan has to be asking. He's in a commanding position, a commanding lead, 10 HP up. He has to think about what are the ways that this can blow up in my face and how do I mitigate those?
Unfortunately, I think most of those outs are to do with the roof caving in or natural disasters, but we do our best to play to them as possible.
Lone Shark makes us 2 more gold, cracking another gold, drawing another card, and Ivor Fidia found to crack you, guessed it, another gold, opting 2. What do we see on top?
It's just the speed that astounds me. Every time I watch Evan play this deck, I understand what mastery in a Flesh and Blood hero means. Just Necromancer has been so kind to him, he has been so kind to the class, but time and again it is just efficient decision-making because he's been here before and he knows what needs to be done.
6 at you.
Sawbones being sung for 6. Double shock on the Sawbones to kill it when it attacks.
You know, I think Evan might still be fine with this, honestly.
I don't know, I think his mental is gone now from that, surely.
If you've never met Evan, he's smiling, and that's usually a good sign as to what's going on here.
Well, this is interesting. We are actually going to attempt to kill Chum here. So we're going to be coming in for the 1 Arcane Ping from Arc Lightning onto Chum, 4 banishing a Nimblism Go Again into Chum, and then that Go Again Ping to be able to do the final piece of damage. And now the Scorpio, just for potentially 2 damage. Does Evan care?
Dead Thread's happy to soak that one up. And as you alluded to just moments ago, I think this is important. You saw a kind of a small moment of recomposition there for Evan, as it didn't quite go to plan. The Sawbones bit the dust. Suddenly we're out of allies in play. Need to pause, need to reconsider, make sure that we aren't just accidentally throwing this one away. Golden Tipple will help with that somewhat. Means that we can push some damage before the ally comes on in and continue to filter Rigor Mortis away. And in spots like this, Rigor Mortis is about as good as it gets. 2 of the shocks are gone, and it does hit like a undead bus.
1 block into the 1 hole. Goes the Dyadic Carapace. What are we sitting on in the arsenal right now for Evan?
I'm more worried about that Prismatic Leyline in hand again. The card was incredibly impressive earlier on with that big turn coming together, but here it just represents an additional chunk of damage on an ally equal to your life total, which is arguably more impressive in certain spots, especially alongside cards like Rigor Mortis.
That is a very, very bad day. But do we play it out? Are we playing very regimented here? It does look like we are. Get the anchor on board. Ooh, a little rethink, a little adjustment to how we push this one.
And again, this is just a sign of a fantastic player. I don't mean to keep blowing smoke, but it's something I admire from a lot of our players at the very top levels of tables, myself included. You can't let yourself get caught up in the moment. No. You just simply can't. And Evans, of course, been here before, understands that to the best of his ability. But you lose games by getting too excited, because that's exactly how you make mistakes, exactly how you have oversight, especially in matchups you're maybe not quite as flush with experience in. And in this case, that hand is only blocking 8 here for Jacques, which is...
Even worse, it's only blocking 6. That's a Lightning Press as the final card.
Oh, dear. You're not wrong. Definitely looks Lightning Surge adjacent for a moment, but unfortunately, that is just about getting in the way of Anka and leaving us with maybe the world's worst Lightning Press. Can't Oscilio that one away, my friend.
No, you cannot. If you really don't want it in your arsenal, you can target one of your defending cards. But surely it's a card that you sit on and wait for a window. 26 minutes and 6 seconds remaining on the clock. And that is going to be plenty for Evan to get this one over the line, you've got to assume. Taking the 1 off the blocking, are we just going to be sending Snatch into Lightning Press, or we kill the anchor? We're killing the anchor, it looks like. Compass.
Yep.
Just to check. That is fine. Drawing up. Jack be nimble. What goes to the arsenal? You assume the card that doesn't block for the 3 block in hand instead.
This is just the blender that we have come to know and love from Gravy Bones. Once you are obliged to take care of allies to play around those Avasties, those Golkiss Rums. You're just leaving the deck with a full hand time and again, means these extenders will be the thing to punish you. Prismatic Leyline makes this Golden Tipple into a real threat, and then we will see Rigor Mortis emerging from the depths to take care of business. Looks like Scuba, the best boy, will be the one doing the job instead.
Blocking 3 with the Jack Me Nimble and the Fry, which would have covered it if only it blocked at all. A 0 block was replaced by a 0 block. The lightning press for the Fry. Round 7 goes the way of Evan Tanguy. Congratulations to him. He loses that first round, but the momentum is carried once again to him almost continuing his flawless streak post that first game. We are getting a replication of Edinburgh in front of our very eyes, and he could join us as one of the only 3, currently only 2, back-to-back calling champions if he continues this one.
Very, very possible. I think that's a clinic there on how to attack poor matchups with a deck like Gravy. Just time and again plays to make no end of wealth of sense. You alluded to how bad that matchup you thought it was prior to sitting down, and Evan just doing a wonderful job. We used to call Pablo Pintor the Submarine. Starting to think maybe Evan's taking that nickname away instead. We'll see.
Listen, usurp the Shadow Throne is maybe what we need for Aurora to get better and better. Maybe there's some more Runeblade cards for her to be able to pull forwards in that set. Only time will tell, though. We've got a while.
There's some more Necromancer cards in there too.
There are some more Necromancer cards. I'm not super happy about that one, but it does kind of bring us to Malice instead, which is someone a little bit different, attacking on a different form of axis this time round, instead of from the depths of the sea. The depths of the grave instead, with the zombies being generated.
Yeah, so. if you missed James talking about it in an interview recently, you definitely had him refer to Malice as the head jab necromancer, which is a very different style and of play, and maybe a whole stigmatism around necromancer in general. We forget sometimes that Gravy's a pirate too, so not all of that transfers over into the necromancer class identity. I'm excited to see what Malice might do differently in the near future.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, round number 7, done and dusted at this point. Let's have a look at some of the usurp cards.
Yeah,
you know, let's have a gander. Let's see what is coming down the line. Usurp the Shadow Throne is coming out mid-September. And you get to see some early cards if you are like Scott and heading over to Korea World Premiere Seoul on the 11th and 13th. Maybe you'll grab yourself one of those very fancy Marvel Viscera Usurper cards.
Look, I need you to know how much I am about this set. I will be casting in Seoul, which is incredible. Very honored to have the opportunity to do so. I'm going to be walking off the plane into my pre-release.
Nice.
At a local game store about 2 hours away from me. Very excited to do that. And then I am pretty certain I'm flying out to Bilbao to go play Limited on the release weekend over in the calling there as well. I am about this noise. Viscerai appeals to me. I'm very, very excited to get to work with Viscerai. The Forsaken here has quickly become one of my favorite heroes. I love the homage to original Viscerai, the homage to Chain on the backside here as well. The ability to traverse back and forth, balancing Rune Chant generation, gate generation. When do I want my go again? How many Rune Gates do I want? How many Gloom Blades do I... The deck building puzzle has been really fun for me already, and we haven't seen half the cards yet.
Something very interesting about Viscerai Usurper as well. Look at the bottom of that screen. When he flips, he becomes a demon. I don't know if that means anything, but my little tin hat brain means there's something that matters when you're a demon. There has to be something that matters when you're a demon. Only time will tell, with spoiler season continuing throughout now until that pre-release. But it's not the only hero who's coming back. Levia is getting a new lease of life and a new card art for that as well, both in young and in adult form.
I spoke to a number of folks at LSS about Levia during Pro Tour Vegas, wanted to get their vibes once she'd been revealed during the keynote, and more than one person turned around to me and told me they believe the deck is the best of the 3 heroes coming out of Usurp the Shadow Throne. So there is some hype behind this one, some pure gas, and it's not just Ethan, I promise. I mean, it's people with unbiased opinions.
I have
all
a
the way
feeling
there as well.
it may just be Ethan Mansan.
Worth a go, but no, unironically, genuinely, people seem exceptionally excited about what she's possible with, and I really am a big fan of the metagame of what the mini game, I should say, of what she might enable you to do going forward.
Absolutely. If you want one of these absolutely gorgeous Marvel Levier Shadowborn Abominations, make sure you grab the souvenir package from World Championship Paris. It's going to be a gorgeous card to grab should you want to play this Shadow Brute hero. Malice, Dominion of the Dead. There she is, the brand new Necromancer. And ladies and gents, it is zombies. This is something that people thought Necromancer was going to be when it first came out, and why we got the undead depths of the old Forgotten Crew. This time round, we're going to be swinging with the undead, truly, with Malice. Very, very interesting development from them. Marvel version of this going to be available in Gen Pack 6. What else is coming out in Gen Pack 6? Well, you gotta wait. You gotta wait to find out that one. Make sure you go to your Armory events. You see, the Shadow Thrones brought us a ton of new cards, and the way that they interact with some of these previously created rune charts. The rune chant of Greed, of course, now being revealed as a Majestic, when originally it was only one of those Marvels back in Omens of the Third Age. Sing-Streaker Goonblade, just simply being a 0-for-4 with decent effect that you can play from your Banished Zone. You know what? A lot of people are talking about Viscerai. I think some of these attacks are going to make their way into Vynnset and make her play very, very differently.
I agree, honestly. I've been tinkering around with how I think Vynnset gets rebuilt as well. I think less of a reliance on rune gates is good for you if Viscerai is good, because Usurp is a back-breaking mechanic if you want to set up rune chants in play and set yourself up for these big flurry of turns. So being able to play smaller, just banish these rune chants from your deck. We've seen ways to recur them from the Banished Zone already, of course. But even having access to Rune Chant of Lust, which is the one that makes another rune chant, means you can certainly build your own go wide turn, courtesy of something like Sing-Streaker Gloomblade. It's a card I've been very impressed by so far. I'm eager to see some more support.
You can play this from Banished Zone. Usurp a Rune Chant of Greed. When it's destroyed, draw a card. When it's destroyed, make a Rune Chant and search for another Rune Chant, having 2 Rune Chants now on the board, allowing you to do a Runegate 2 attack from your Banish as well. Very interesting situation if you were a Vynnset player. However, there's some more awesome looking cards in this Malice deck. Shadow, Necromancer, Action Zombie, Ally in Restless Magister, the Corrupted Corpses as well. And remember, with her weapon, when they enter, they swing. They hit head straight away.
I got some hot takes on Malice, and we won't get into too many of them right now, but I think the deck is going to be surprisingly more blue dense than people expect, given how many head jabs you've seen. Corrupted Corpses do a phenomenal job at utilizing those resources. There are a few other ways as well. I'm sure we'll get round to those in the near future. But I also just think people are sleeping on how good Warmonger's Diplomacy is for this deck, too.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I've talked about it before, but Gravy hates that card. Malice, no. The weapon just says hit them. So you know what? I'll just play my buffs. I'll play my cards that buff my allies, and I'll just let the ally do the work.
Listen, speaking about allies, it's not just Malice who gets some new toys. Blasphemeth, the insatiable hunger, joins us when you are playing Leviat as well. This gorgeous Marvel can be yours should you open it, or should you fork over the cash to your best friend who manages to open it instead of you and tries to, goad you into Armory wins for it or something along those lines.
No trauma there.
Well, anyway, we won't go too deep into that one. Beckoning Hunger, a very interesting card here as well. 3 for 7 when it attacks Spanish top card of your deck. That can turn off Blood Debt. When it hits, make this Blasphemeth Insatiable Hunger token. Scott, this is a common.
It is. This is a common. I think my favorite way to tease people about Blasphemeth so far, when people know that I'm lucky enough to have privileged information or something.
I'm annoyed you have to.
How does it attack?
Don't worry about that.
No, I would like to worry about that.
Uh-oh.
I would like to worry about that. What is that 6 doing? Eyes emoji.
He just... Listen, Blasphemeth just exists. They're just a cool dude.
You don't satiate hunger by existing, silly, but God,
that is very true.
We'll come back to that another time. Of course, the gem to end all gems.
This is crazy.
This is by far the rarest Flesh and Blood card ever printed, and I will commit theft if I have to. You do not understand how badly I want this Marvel copy of Soul of Existence.
This is gorgeous.
Gorgeous. The regular version ain't too bad either. The first pitch 4 we've ever seen. All of a sudden, I'm getting CNC pummeled off of a 3-card hand. Get out of here. Go
brutal.
home. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yeah, listen, what more can you say other than it's a 4-pitch gem? That pitches, when you pitch it, lose 1. We have been talking about Vynnset. You need to jump through some hoops to be able to ping yourself. How about no, you do not?
Yeah.
This card is going to, I suspect, see a damn lot of play, and I'm excited to, well, hopefully pull one when I eventually play Viserai.
Yeah, I got my eyes on Arcanite Shard for Viserai.
Oh, the classic.
Look, it's a real balancing act for that deck from what I've had the pleasure of experiencing so far. You obviously want cards you can play from the Banish Zone. You need Rune Chant generators, Gate generators, a little bit of this, a little bit. It's a really, especially if you want the whole Rune Chant package, they're all instants.
Yep.
So it's even more difficult to throw off. You don't want to be banishing too many gems in the dark that don't do very much for you. And that's kind of why I'm a little sheepish on Soul. But I think the risk is worth it with Arcanite Shard. You pitch this thing to Grasp of the Arknight, you quote-unquote draw 2 cards. It do most of the transformation. It's a bit good.
I actually forgot that it would do that. You're
I'm
so
happy
right.
to have enlightened you.
Yeah, so we can banish top 2 cards of your deck if you're Viserai, and then guess what? One more, you transition. You flip on over. You usurp.
You do. So, a couple of quick reminders for you folks before we let you know what our final party of the day is going to be. We have a giveaway coming up, so you've got to keep yourselves tuned in for the cold foil stamped version of Drinking Buddy. We also have a first look at something very special for the cosplay community in a few moments, so you'll want to make sure you stay with us for that as well. But that might all pale in comparison to our next hero, which I know, look, I've been good to you today.
Oh.
There are a number of heroes you love, and I understand there's one of them you haven't seen on camera yet.
Oh, Dash.io?
Riptide, coming up for you right now. I want to take a moment to talk to everyone at home about our wonderful cosplay community, who I just constantly feel like never get enough credit for bringing the world of Wraith to life. They are remarkable. They do things I could not imagine. They blister their hands to pieces, molding EVA foam, and create just artwork that I don't know about you, but it brings the world to life for me. It makes way more immersive. Makes it 100% real. And I have long been an advocate that they deserve more for their participation in the community, because as far as I'm concerned, the game is not the same without them. And so I'm very happy to let you know that that's something more is coming down the pipeline. Shall we take a cheeky peek?
Let's have a look.
That's right, the cosplay pack is officially here and will be debuting at the world premiere in Seoul. I want to be clear on this. It's not just sponsored cosplayers, not featured cosplayers. If you turn up and you have poured your heart and soul into a costume for this event, every single cosplayer will receive this pack. If you want to know more about what you'll find inside, I'm going to need you to do me a favor. Head on over to Max Ferocity's socials. Okay. It will be at Max Ferocity. There's a YouTube link on the way in about 10 minutes, about 15 minutes. Videos take some while, some time to upload, you see.
Ain't that the truth?
100%. You know it, I know it. Where the first ever one of these is, I believe, being cracked open with a little bit of luck. So if you want to learn a little bit more about what is inside, and just more from Max in general, who you should be following, what are you doing?
Yeah, come
Go
on.
Press the button.
I'm off it.
That's the most British thing that's ever been on a fan broadcast ever. Go check it out, please do. And I'm just so happy to see more support coming to our cosplay community. As I say, the game's just not the same without them.
No, completely agree. I mean, the promos that we've had historically, the playmats, the fabrics, the Frankies, the Taylor, you name it, they have been sick. But now a dedicated pack for cosplayers at events and previewing at World Premiere Seoul. Dude, this is going to be really, really cool. Excited to see the content that people make out of these ones and show off to us.
All I'm saying, anyone want to doll me up in Seoul? Like, be my guest. I don't have the bag space, or I would love to do something.
Wild sentence.
But like, you heard me. You heard me. Like, absolutely send it. Like, let me sit in the booth, cast the world premiere in whatever costume you have in mind. I'm all about it. If I had the bag space, I'd be doing it myself.
Bring the ladies back. Bring it back.
You wait. One of these days I will have bag space again, and then I'm unleashing the pirate costume all over again.
Well, we have only got space today in Calling Hamburg for a few more players to qualify for day 2. Let's have a look through our standings and see where people are positioned and who is going to qualify for the second day. We only have 4 7-0s. Leo Toulouse is one of them, and I'm pretty damn happy that he's been able to push himself up towards the top of that list on, honestly, one of my favourite heroes.
I think you have a number of favourite heroes at this
Dude,
point. You know?
I like aggro. Just let me kind of turn my brain off, and I'm fine with it. I will say though, Dio, there is a lot of decisions in that.
We both played at Nationals. We both know exactly what's going on there. But I do want to take a moment to acknowledge all of our undefeated players, different decks.
Dude,
it's all different heroes.
It's not
fantastic.
the same thing over and over again. And one thing we are missing, we're missing a Mario from the undefeated player list. We've got 3 heroes which you kind of would expect to be up towards that top of the table. Kassai, while not the highest represented hero, we knew that she was powerful and getting that power boost from Master Power Warrior. Gravy, if you have a strong pilot, which Nathan evidently is going to be able to pull up those numbers. And Inez on Oscilio. I mean, I don't know what version of that version of that deck that's going to be. Hopefully we'll find out very, very soon.
That sweet version of Kassai there has the chance to finish the story. Again, you got to watch out this weekend. It might be her final rodeo. If you're Kassai fans at home, I'm not sure if you should cheer or panic. We'll have to keep our ears tuned on that. Some huge names on this page, by the way. People that are still in the running here. Multiple-time calling winner. We have Simon Nielsen here. We have Francesco Giorgio, 2-time calling champion. Paul Van Gijssel is here. Bartosz Dabrowski, Pro Tour. Benjamin Westmore hitting a 6-1 on Olympia as well. Just the hits never end, including our feature match. Hano, I'm going to say Lunser. I apologize if my German's not great. Riptide, about time. That's all I'm going to say on that one. No, you're welcome. I'm trust me. By the end of this game, I am doing you a favor one way or the other. In fact, you know what? Maybe it's not Hala. Maybe we do ourselves a favor and we pick Red Spine Manta.
Are we watching
Riptide.
a winning in Riptide game?
Oh yeah.
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah,
all right.
Are.
Well, we've got a couple who are confirmed all the way up to 28th. This. All the way up to 28th is guaranteed for day 2. So it ends with a Hala, Adam Urban, sitting at 6-1 currently. So no matter the outcome, will be qualified for tomorrow. Jacob Trossing as well, sitting at 6-1. There is a lot of Oscilio on that left-hand side. Andrea, Philip, Aliso, Tommaso. What a showing from them so far. And now we get to the people who are playing for their tournament lifeline on the line moving into this one. From 29th to 40th, and even some more. Upsettingly, I see 2 Cuppers in that list. They've got to win their final game. Ryan Debling and Toby Beckham, the 2 Brits, 5-2 currently. Let's just hope no team kills come on out.
And there is our Riptide for this round. Gennaro Mango will be joining us in the feature match area. We'll need to get through Arakni Marionette in order to make it into the second day of competition. I am not supposed to show my bias, but I'll cross my fingers nonetheless. On this page, Jason Rolfe, of course, picked up that Ziggy deck for the first time in Edinburgh. Hadn't played Paper Reps on it before that. Put on a decent showing regardless. Now playing a win and in to make day 2 of yet another calling. Mine Hollock does have the ability to go home this time, but a known Oscilio pilot, happy to see more success for him. Stefano Mioni, again, happy to see Ranger finding success in general, but Marlin, a hero that is not hit otherwise, still in contention for day 2 of competition here. A lot of Lamp, not surprised by that, but all in all, a good smattering. We're looking at Aurora's, Ziggy's, Marlin's, Jarl's, Arakni Huntsman here in 59th as well. And plenty of big names. Michael Fung joining us on this list as well.
I can't agree with anyone who says that this current meta is boring. Looking at this, people who are able to convert to day 2, there's not going to be many of them, but it is a mix of lists, and we're seeing a number of warriors as well. Master Pup Warrior had such an impact coming into this meta, and I'm glad that we're seeing that kind of transition at this point.
I'm sorry, I can't hear over the sound of my rune chants that are looming on the horizon. We'll make our way through a couple more 5-2 players. Again, all of these players almost certainly playing for their life this round if they want to come and join us tomorrow. Again, the hits you expect. Oscilio having the expected weekend. We knew it was a big deck going in. Another Marlin hit. Copy of Puffin at 5-2, which I'm reliably informed somebody was talking smack about while I was off camera.
Listen, Callum won one event on that list and then dropped it. Take that as you will.
Oh, I'm going to huff and puff and blow some house down because as far as I'm concerned, the deck's got legs, and we see that in the hands of Florian, who I'm no doubt would be playing Florian if it was still possible, but unfortunately stuck with Puffin instead. Another Kassai here at 5-2, still live to win the event as we go. Brit, Matt Duggan there in 79th, still very much alive as well. It goes to show you the size of this calling when we see how many of our players have 5-2 records, because we're making our way all the way down to at least 100th place. Not everyone here is going to be guaranteed, I don't think. The math a bit, napkins get a little weird, but as far as they're concerned and as far as we're currently concerned, this is make or break.
Bloodbath is what this final round is going to be for so many players. You've spent bare minimum 7 hours playing Flesh and Blood today, the game that we all love and love to watch as well. But you could go home if you lose one game. You could not make it to day 2. You'll be, well, I suppose you can play the showdown tomorrow, or you can play in side events, whatever you would like, but you won't be playing the calling. Win this one, and you still got a chance of taking home some of the prizing. Scott, I think we should send it in. I think we should jump to our final game. It's going to be Arakni Marionette versus Riptide, the lurker of the deep. Sharish versus Gennaro. This is not a matchup I expected to cast during my first calling.
No, well, I'm always happy to bring a little bit of surprising heat. We're going to see exactly how our players made their way into the round today. Our Sherish here, our Marionette, has had an interesting route full of... It began with Oscilio, it ended with Oscilio, and then there was somehow a second Riptide in the middle, which I'm gonna be very clear. That's an L next to that one, Kyle.
That's not good. But we know that these two lists are on different game plans, I believe.
Well, you say that,
different
but
weapons.
It wouldn't... Well, we know that Giano is rocking Red Spine Manta, but we don't know if they are also rocking Dreadbore. At the end of the day, there is a chance to have both bows in the list, and in a deck full of traps, if you've got a Dreadbore, you're rocking a Dreadbore.
You are sitting pretty. Let's see what the run has been so far for our Lurker of the Depths. It is, well, actually pretty decent. Losing out to Mirko Dolce in the final round there, round number 7, the L against Oscilio, but it's not been duplicate heroes throughout the entire run today. Only losing out to the brand new Hala and then that Oscilio on our final round, besting a Bolton, a Phi, an Arakni, Olympia, and then a Gravy in no particular order. We're finally getting a rematch of his first round, that being the Arakni Marionette. And as you mentioned, there was an L next to the Riptide on the previous screen. There's a dub next to the name of Renee.
Yeah, definitely going to be keeping my eyes open for if we see Dreadbore flipped. It feels like it's a real big deal in this matchup if it happens to be in the list. Let's check out these heroes, I guess, if you're unfamiliar with them from any point. I won't blame you on Riptide's side of the equation. 98 Living Legend points is sitting at 1.5, is awaiting their first champion. This deck is built around utilizing the hero ability here to pop cards into your arsenal by playing cards from your hand. Ideally, you play a buff, it locks and loads an arrow for you, you can fire it away. Or you can play a trap on your opponent's turn and load an arrow on your behalf as well. If you are on the trap plan, you can slowly start pinging your opponent down. Gives you an almost wizard-esque sense of reach in the end game when your opponent starts hitting 5, 4, 3 health.
But because of that kind of potential unpreventable damage, does come with a downside. 38 HP. Scar for Scars online from when the game starts. That is what the way you have to look at this one. It has to be a buff. Arakni Marionette, we've already seen at least one on broadcast today. You know what this hero does by now. But if you are new to the game, stealth attacks, when they are attacking a marked hero, get +1, and when it hits, go again. And if your opponent is marked, you roll a 6-sided dice. Depending on what it is, you equip one of the new heroes from the brew. Jacob Clements has been putting on an absolute clinic with this hero over the last few events. He's looking to continue doing so here today.
Yeah, I did some napkin math a little while ago. I think Jacob's responsible for something like 18% of the LL points on Arakni Marionette, something crazy like that. And those LL points now are 889. We're not that far away from saying sayonara to the Marionette.
They're getting close. They're getting very, very close. Riptide, the antithesis of that. Well, 7 rounds down throughout today. Let's make it an 8th. Arakni seems to be going first, and Dreadbore, along with Quiver of Abyssal Depths, is presented. This is gonna be an interesting matchup. Nice trapdoor.
Yeah, you can tell the hybrid nature of this deck here because we're looking at an equipment suite that contains New Horizons and Perch Grapplers in the equipment suite. But that Dreadbore is going to do some heavy lifting over the course of the game, trying to shut down all those traps. I almost thought we weren't playing Mask of Deceit, and then I realized that Flick Knives is on our face.
Yeah. Fair enough. I was confused for a second then as well.
So what is this illustrious headpiece I've never seen? What is this? Metagame, and then I realized that...
What is this, alt art?
We got a little dagger happy.
Hunter's Clave going to be coming in as our first swing for Arakni. 1 go again. And, well, let me teach you something about Rangers. Don't usually have equipment that blocks very well. You got Purge Grapplers, which for the longest time, even in Lexi, hell, even in Azalea, will run as a 2-block. And that is potentially what we're going to be seeing this time round as well. A little bit more flexibility, being able to activate it and give all your arrows go again. But, of course, need to find a way of effectively loading those across the rest of the turn. New Horizons as well. It blocks 2, allows you to have 2 Arsenal zones. Trench of Abyssal Depths as well in the dead center, Sunken Treasure, in the dead center, allows you to gain a free floating resource should you bottom the card that is face down in your arsenal to your deck. And then Bullseye Braces. Literally, it's an action that lets you load an arrow face up and give it +1. It's as simple as that. Sometimes you need to load more than you would think. It's just been dagger so far for Arakni. And, well, Gennaro's just said, yeah, fine, I'll be marked.
Pretty happy with the hand we find here and held on to defensive tools in order to mitigate any follow-up. Do want to acknowledge that Trench of Sunken Treasure on this one as we transform into the red back. It's a card that is a little innocuously strong in a deck like Riptide. You often want to park traps in the arsenal to catch your opponent when things start going wrong and you need those defensive tools. And sometimes the best counterplay for them on the other side of the table is to go, I know that's a trap. Actually, you can't fire arrows if I leave it there. And so the trench does a fantastic job of letting you mitigate that and pays for your bow in the process. So you might not get full value out of the card, but it means you always have a way to convert and encourages your opponent to play into you when they could otherwise play around you.
Hero ability trigger here. We play our Lace with Blood Rot into a Seek and Destroy. Loading in this Swift Shot. Coming in for 10. Not loaded in face up, so no go again.
Now, thankfully, we know it's not another arrow in the hand here, so we will lock and load an additional buff for later on. But this is what we like to call the old school Ranger toolkit of large number on hit, take the house. This is Blood, Rot, Pox, and, of course, Arsenal Interaction from Seek and Destroy.
Arsenal Interaction from Seek and Destroy, and also a card which I don't suspect many people to remember what it does. Dreadbore. Once per turn action, pay 1. You may put an arrow from your hand face up into your empty Arsenal zone if you control it. If you do, gains +1 till end of turn. That sounds okay. But the reason you play this is arrows you control have defense reactions, can't be played from hand this chain link.
Worth remembering, this is all arrows. It's
Everything.
not arrows that Dreadbore loads, which is a mistake that a lot of people make. If Riptide loads the arrow on your behalf, it's fine. That stack ability will still take on care of you.
So, damage is going to be going through here. 5 block on the 10, taking 5 to 35, making up Blood Rot Pox, and that Seek and Destroy trigger goes on the stack for the following turn. Seek and Destroy, destroying all cards in hand and Arsenal at the end of your opponent's turn. It's inertia on steroids, effectively.
Very much the expected play patterns we're used to from Arakni Marionette here early from Cherish has been the mask block after the mark, immediately switched into this Orb Weaver, cashes out a trap to make the Calicera. This is bread and butter Arakni. Double daggers now online will be able to pressure from multiple axes here. And we're expecting to see a good amount of pressure because we were happy to let Seek and Destroy do its thing. So I expect most of these cards to be expended aggressively and quickly into Riptide's face.
4 go again. Attacking a marked hero. Does not cost anything to swing, of course, as we are indeed Arakni Orb Weaver. Falcon Wing. This card just has go again. That is one of the benefits of playing this one out. One of the few arrows that has it natively, especially at 0 cost. But to the point. Going to be played out, and that's going to take us up to 8. No on-hit effects here as of right now.
Got a Pendulum Trap in the hand there for Gennaro, which is a real spicy one. Inertia Trap, a card we often see out of Arakni Marionette, but I'm going to tell you it's a little bit better out of Riptide because not only does it do the thing, it tickles you on the way down.
This is actually like a bit of a nombo on this turn because of the inertia creation. You can layer the inertia first before the Seek and Destroy trigger, and then put your cards to the bottom of the deck, and then that Seek and Destroy trigger will happen. I believe.
Yeah, you can certainly stack those triggers, but all in all, you end up with no Arsenal.
You end up with no Arsenal, no cards, but it's whether or not you put them to the bottom of the deck or into the grave.
Yeah, but at the moment, this was at least a 4 damage defense reaction, right? It blocked 3, it pinged on the way through. Like, that is more than good enough.
An attack reaction has been played this turn, so it looks like Gennaro was considering whether or not we want to be playing this Pendulum Trap. I would not blame many people if they did not know what this card did. If I'm not mistaken, it is a 0-3 defense reaction. If an attack reaction has been played on this combat chain, you banish the top 2 cards of the deck. I put them into the graveyard. Close enough. Close enough.
Which, you say that matters. When we look at cards like Spike Pick Trap, sometimes the contents of the graveyard is the important part. And sometimes hitting serious damage and hitting Codex of Frailty, sometimes that's the important part.
Cut from the same cloth and a Codex of Frailty gone to the wayside off the back of this Pendulum Trap. That effectively was a 0 for 4 due to that trigger happening. Pick up the point. Going to be blocked out with this Swift Strike. 0 for 3, and now once more a 0 for 3. Pain in the backside, looking to poke at least one of these daggers as it sits around. It's just going to get blocked on out. End of the turn. Blood Rot Pox will trigger. Dr. Mortimer, nowhere to be seen to cure that one. Taking the 2 and the inertia, and then the Seek and Destroy. But there's no cards in tow. Simply doesn't matter. We return to the Brood. We have a Calicera. We have a Hunter's Clave. We draw up, and Giancarlo, I don't believe has any actions to make here, so just going to pass that straight back and draw up 4 cards.
Hard to argue that wasn't a profitable turn cycle for Gennaro, despite having to immediately pass back. Cherish looking at a hand that is a bit morbid, frankly. Double under the trapdoor, not where you want to be when you're the one with all the momentum.
Never pain in the backside. Mysterious fourth card on the far left. We'll find out in a few brief moments. Of course, still marched from that previous turn due to that block-out offensive from Gennaro. 2 go again, because we have transitioned back to Arakni Marionette.
And on the other side of things, does contain Tar Pit Trap here, which does have some implications in the matchup as well.
Yeah, very true. This one affecting attacks with go again, and then the next on-hit effect from an attack action card will then not trigger. Tell you what, I've stopped a CNC having its trigger before, and it is gorgeous. It was also very, very good in Prison back in the day.
Drill Shot in the mix here as well. Bolt and Shot in Light Strike does mean there is quite the toolkit available for our Riptide player. Now staring down another pain in the backside. Has, unsurprisingly, been pretty happy to keep these ones in check as they've come on down.
Need to pick your moments if you're a Riptide. Right now does not seem like it. If you can block 3 and prevent 4, that's just effective use of your cards at that rate.
Well,
also stops the mark as well.
One of the nice things about this deck is the Riptide is very capable of playing potent small hands. Cards like E-Strike then load an arrow on your behalf. You find yourself playing a buff loading an arrow. It's pretty easy to get your 2-card 8s and these kind of things away and play the defensive game and chip away with traps in the process. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see a little more of that from Gennaro, at least while Cherish is doing such a good job at going wide. And I think another thing here I want to respect is giving up that Drill Shot on pain in the backside when the Tar Pit Trap looks like a more appealing block. You need to expect attack reactions out of Arakni Marionette. And so holding on to those defense reactions until they come through flush for you is pretty much where you want to be.
2 more cards in hand here for Arakni. Marking your opponent's Riptide is, well, going to keep that for a long period of time.
So we have a quick judge question about how things work. Not entirely sure, but thankfully we have the best in the business to take care of us when we're not sure what the judges are asking us about. Maybe we have some kind of idea what's going on.
I still don't speak B.
No, neither do I. That's really annoying. Someone really should have prepared us. My good friend here is unfortunately not the most fluent in non-B languages, but from my understanding, I believe that under the trap... Okay, we have a really weird one here.
Oh, okay.
Really weird one here. Does under the trapdoor require you to banish a card if you discard it?
So this is under the trapdoor allowing you to... Is it search your deck for a defense trap?
It's from the bin, yes. The question is, in this case, do you have to have a trap you can target to get it out of your hand, or can you simply discard it because you want to? Not a question I'm sure I could have guessed, but this is why we have phenomenal staff who take care of us. And let's head on down to the feature match area and we'll see what all the buzz was about down there.
I suppose it's interesting. The reason behind this is because we have Leave No Witnesses coming in, and under the trapdoor in the arsenal, what's the term? Terrible.
Yeah, no, you don't want to Arsenal this one.
That's bad.
I believe the professional term for that is it sucks.
Yeah, that very true. Astute observation. Don't know what the outcome for this one was. The fact it's still in the hand right now is probably feigning an attack reaction and just wanted to double check what the following push could be here. No blocks have been called out. Looks like, yeah, just going to be taking the 4, no push over the top. Gennaro going to be banishing a Lace with Blood Rot. Very, very strong one to go flitter into the wayside.
So we will see that silver.
Yeah, so silver generated, mark gone. Do we find our answer here? Do we play it as an instant? Combat chain closed.
Look, if it goes in the arsenal, you got your answer.
Or do we just, I mean, yeah.
If you IP1, you didn't.
Yeah,
but,
I think we got our answer, and it's IP1. No, you cannot do it if you do not have a target.
Not often you see a deck like Arakni Marionette forced to IP. The deck is very much built to make the most of cards like Codex of Inertia, but this time round, no dice. It will be Enlightened Strike. Nice clean play on the way back from Gennaro. Nothing flashy, not reloading, but 7 damage. I mean, it's tale as old as time.
Yeah, I think that leads us to believe that it was the Bolt and Shot that was put to the bottom of the deck instead of that Tar Pit Trap. The Tar Pit Trap going to be held on, chuck that into the arsenal. Remember, Tar Pit Trap's one of those traps that actually you can... Okay, so we actually did have a target. It was whether or not it was the right window for us to be able to do that. So Inertia Trap going to be used. The power is greater than its base, so Inertia will be created. There goes that card you were looking to hold on to.
Yeah, I start to wonder if I'm just not fluent enough in B. Maybe I misunderstood something about that judge call. But all in all, that's where we are at the moment. Inertia Trap found in a mark where it's found.
So we draw back up 4 cards. That is a Dry Powder Shot, a Premeditate, Sink Below, and a Swift Strike.
For 5.
This is kind of the leverage you get in Arakni Marionette. It's why, part of why the Graphene Callista is so important. Tunic paying the bill on your dagger swing means it's so easy to convert these cards that otherwise pitch awkwardly, but are worth 4 if you can extend with them. Things like Upsticks and Run, Cut from the Same Cloth, they're all phenomenal when the Tunic is paying for your dagger swing. Remember,
we've got some really powerful cards in this list. The Dry Powered Shot is a fantastic addition from High Seas, including the Swift Shot as well. The problem is they need to be loaded in face up. And with that Riptide activation, should you choose to trigger it that way instead of pitching for your Dreadbore, you don't get the effects that way round. It's free. You do have to pay the 1 for you to be able to get that +2 or get that go again, like in this circumstance. Premeditate, +3 pump, triggering that Riptide, and on hit, make a Ponder.
Yeah, that's part of where we're seeing the clear hybridization of this deck from Gennaro. You can tell that Red Spy Manta is the primary game plan. We have these arrows that want to be loaded face up to get their benefits, to play those small cards. But this is not a bad hand. This is just Riptide doing what Riptide does. The arrow's not impressive. It's not a Searing Shot or a trick. There's no on-hit for you to find, but it's still a 2-card 7 that on-hit makes a Ponder. The numbers are just great.
It's very, very good. Reaper's Call and the Black Tech Whisperer is going to be committed. Another Inertia Trap this time round. So I believe we are going to be full covering here. 3 and the 4, plus the 3 on the Reaper's Call. That is going to be full covered up. No Ponder for Gennaro. Notably, if the Ponder did go through, the Inertia would have been created due to it being higher than its base. It would have gone to the bottom of the deck either way.
Interesting ones here. Lace with Frailty, a sweet card in the current meta game. Happy to see that one in Gennaro's hand. Codex of Frailty alongside it will make those daggers significantly smaller if they're allowed to get to work. Well.
Very, very nice. Pitch away this Restless Pursuit. In for a Hunter's Clave. We're just looking to mark once again.
No reaction.
No reactions declared. Single point will bleed through now. Brings us 30 to 27. Mark token made.
Here comes your Graphene. Following up, now that the mark is there, not only do we get the +1 from the Mario, but of course, on an attack trigger, your opponent's marked. Graphene gets that go again, and we are going to pump it up with that Stains of the Red back to 5. Your opponent's mark, guess what? This one costs 0. Here's a Sink Below. Playing that from hand includes playing a card, so you can get a trigger here from Riptide should you so wish, but we do not go through with such, just taking the 1 to become unmarked at this point. Pain in the backside, the 3rd and final one. Are we going to be seeing another clean block from Gennaro?
I would be surprised this time around. The part of the problem with loading off of Riptide in that spot is you have a Codex of Frailty. You just want to be able to do the thing with your arsenal being nice and clear. And in other matchups, maybe you load for fun. Maybe it's about sending a message. In this matchup, you load for fun, they throw a Leave No Witnesses, and you feel sick.
Yep.
So we're not going to be doing any of that nonsense either.
There we go. Just cleaning up the banish there as well. The Inertia Trap played off of the Under the Trap Door effect. It does go back to banish after that.
Yeah,
so that's just
cleaned on those.
How dare you? How dare you make a small mistake? I mean, yeah, look at this hand from Gennaro right now. It is Pump Codex, that being the Lace with Frailty, as you correctly said, the increased attention, which will stop defense reactions as well, kind of double dipping on that effect from the Dreadbore, and then grabbing whatever powerful arrow you want from your grave with that Codex.
It's so tempting to throw 2 cards in front of this and just play the Codex, though, because you're in a spot where this mark is allowing a Marionette transformation. If you leave the dagger unchecked, there's no need to flick in that case either. So this is a whole lot of value being presented on display in the backside, and it makes the math a little bit wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey.
I think, obviously, one of the big downsides of all these pumps is the fact they block 2, this coming in for 3. There is a legitimate consideration to use the Perch Grapplers as a block here, just to be able to block out the 4 and say, I effectively blocked 4 with this, and this is the value I'm fine with.
Going to see that release the tension reached for alongside those perch grapplers. Good call. Does decide this will be enough of a rationale to get that armor in the way. Definitely a little sheepish about it, though. This is a one-time deal for a deck like Riptide. You do not get to cover your bases on a Leave No Witnesses or something more problematic later on because you are choosing to keep the mark in check here. Heads-up decision-making from Gennaro.
I think Sheriff just asked, are these battle worn? It's like, no, they're Blade Break.
Yeah, they're Ranger equipment.
They're Ranger equipment. They can't be good. Anyway, here comes the Lace with Frailty. Very powerful card in this matchup, considering you want to be swinging your daggers as an Arakni. So this actually isn't just a +3 pump. This is +3 plus the -1 plus the other -1. This is probably best valued at a 0 for 5.
Yeah, this one is not super stock in, honestly, any deck at the moment. It hasn't really seen its head in Riptide as it is either, but I think we've seen an uptick in Frailty traps and the like on the Under the Trapdoor package in the Assassin Mirrors because of how good they are in the face of Fang, in the face of Arakni Marionette. And so not all that surprised to see it making its way into Riptide. Seems like a pretty good pick in the current metagame if you expect so many warriors to be running around.
Of course, the Codex of Frailty going to be making a Frailty off the back anyway, so, well, this will give a -2 to those daggers, those pesky little things as they swing down range, should this drill shot that was put into the arsenal hit. Sheriff, what are we considering to grab from our grave this time round? You would assume it's going to be a Leave No Witnesses, but at this point, if this hits for what will be 7, it will only be swinging in for 2, should there be 2 Frailties available. We've got the pain in the backside to just force through the potential mark effect. Here is 7 on hit, -1 counter to a piece of equipment you control. On hit, another Frailty token.
Drill shot ability on hit as well here. Does threaten to knock -1 counters onto equipment. It's not a huge deal, but does strip away some future block value.
You probably put it on the Tunic as well to incentivize that Flick Knives block later in the game, but we'll wait and see what Gennaro chooses. So 2 Frailty is going to be the way that we position right now. The -1 counter from the drill shot, where is that being put?
Into the next game, it would seem. Ooh, and that's a shame.
Yeah, missed trigger, unfortunately.
We do see that Spike Pick Trap turning up in the hand here for our Riptide as well. Alluded to it earlier on when we saw Pendulum Trap milling cards away. Definitely something to keep an eye on.
One of our definitely not really annoying legendary traps for Riptide.
Pain in the backside for 1.
1.
1.
Go again. Well, this is 1. Block it so you can't chuck anything on a later attack, or become marked. And the answer is I'm going to take the 1 and then the additional 1 and most likely become marked if we use the Hunter's Clave, as we do. Of course, does not destroy the dagger this way. Damn, this card's a pain in the backside.
Like, normally I think this is fine. You're expecting to have the mark removed at some point. It's a little less fine when your opponent has specifically Savor Bloodshed, which definitely makes you regret your life choices up until this point.
So this goes to 2 from swinging at a marked hero, -2 from the Frailty, +4 from the Savor Bloodshed. This is 4, and that's it. It's nice and simple. 4 go again, on hit, draw a card. By the way, my daggers still get -2.
You just heard it there from Gennaro. Wow, this is hard. This is not what was expected in this spot. Savor Bloodshed, definitely the punish for allowing pain in the backside to connect, and you see exactly why Cherish grabbed it from that Codex last turn. Understood the assignment with Savor Bloodshed in hand, did not want to flick if it wasn't required, has been heavily rewarded for exactly that.
You can be 4 attack with defense reactions against your opponent all you want. When they can run defense reactions and blocking cards, they can cover this one up. But there is a 4th card in the hand for Sheriff. And I wonder if a lot of you at home remember what it is. It is a polarizing one at best. An attack reaction that affects not only the dagger, but those defending cards. We're blocking for 3. Gennaro thinks, cool, I could just defense reaction this one and I'm safe. But no, here comes your Tarantula Toxin. The wry smile spurs across the face of our Riptide. We go to +3 and we -3 from our Falcon Wing. Spike Pick Trap is now going to be followed up with. I'm going to be honest. I cannot remember what this
No,
card
that's
does.
fine.
When this defends, the attacking hero is played or activating a reaction in this chain link. Put the top card of their deck into their graveyard. Then they lose X for each number of cards that have that share that name. Okay, I don't believe there's more than one scar tissue that's been played. So this is just going to be one, I believe, down to 21.
A whiff.
And then the one from the trigger of the spike pit trap as well. So we go down to 20, but we do not cover this up fully.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been one of the more disgusting buzzsaw traps if we'd been lucky enough to find it. But speaking of things that are disgusting, and you see it all over the face of Gennaro, I'll draw from Save a Bloodshed because you let me mark you. I got some bad news. 0 for 4. I would like to take your arsenal.
This is debilitating. There goes any form of turn that Gennaro thought that he would have. What a top deck. And again, the top deck changed. It would have just been that scar tissue. Should we have not played the spike pick trap? We dug for that leave no witnesses, one deeper, and it turned into a huge, huge upside. Do we even think about sending whatever this final card is in the arsenal here for Gennaro? You've got to suspect it's no more than a 0 for 4.
I don't think it's an arrow, but the pause definitely leads me to believe it's playable at the very least.
Codex is an option, both Inertia and Frailty. We've seen one of them committed so far in this game. 0, I believe, from our Arakni. This is just for 4.
Yeah, this might be the most unimpressive Molten shot ever, but I think it's a testament to an understanding of the matchup here. Gennaro knows that they do not have infinite time. More importantly, they understand that a card like Return Fire is in their deck.
I didn't. Of all the cards I expected to see today, especially in this list, I did not expect to see a Return Fire. Again, more and more high seas bangers coming out. And there you go, look at the hand. I would not be surprised Charis looks at this Return Fire and is like, what the hell is this?
I mean, this one's real good when you're sitting on New Horizons sometimes. It's really easy to have that extra spot available for you to lock and load an arrow.
Oh.
And that's just, okay, damage jump scare. Codex of Inertia is about to jam something into your arsenal.
He just hit a Codex of Frailty.
I was just hoping it wasn't a Return Fire in the arsenal for Gennaro.
I didn't see what Gennaro's was, but Charis hit a Codex of Frailty.
I think
oh
we're
my
fine.
lord.
The problem with this is it does make that Return Fire blank. It jams a card into your arsenal.
Well,
and
you can activate your chess piece.
You can.
Even if it is a Return Fire that gets put in there, you can float that one resource, but it's not going to do anything on this turn. You're not even. Well, you're running AB, but you're against an Arakni for crying out loud.
I think the more pressing part of this really is the 12 damage from these
that is quite bad.
three cards. A Flick Knife's still available, a Clave's still available here as well, so in theory we can be drawing off of this Saber Bloodshed if we're so inclined. Tunic just doing the devil's work all over again here, covering the costs of this Calicera.
No mark, so no go again. But +4, +4, +4, +1, we are up to a big old 13. And Gennaro, well, a lot of your traps would be online with this one. Evidently, as we look at the hand once more, not one to be found. Did we top deck one? That is the question.
I would adore to see a Buzzsaw Drap that got jammed in that arsenal from the Codex.
Imagine?
But I'm going to go solely off body language here, and I'm going to guess that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's not a look of someone who found their one out to this situation.
Don't blame Gennaro Champamango for taking a moment here to fan on through the yard, look at the resources that have been expended. How likely am I to eat more toxin if I choose to expend cards on defense here? What is the follow-up likely to be? You have a Ponder token. You're going to want to use that arsenal if you can.
We have 10 block face-up. Charis knows this as well. We looked at the hand, not once, but twice from cut from the same cloth. The 4 on the Return Fire. The 3 on our 2 arrows. What is in that arsenal? Because if it's a 0 for 3 defense reaction, we can full cover this.
Having to sheepishly reach for the entire grip here, just wants to drop it in front of this Calicera and accept our fate.
10 committed. No trigger for the return fires. There are no arrows left in the hand. Did we get a defense reaction? Just missed it. He's protecting that one with his life. Flick knives to be able to mark Genkaro and now get go again because a stealth attack has hit. This goes up to 14. No reactions.
Yeah, I think this is somewhat obliged. Typically, going down to 0 claves is very dangerous when you don't have a guaranteed way to recur one. But given the upside here of additional damage, a card being drawn from Save of Bloodshed, the Ponder token that's looming,
they were so close.
a card in the arsenal. There's so many things for it to go right here. Codex of Inertia might not be one of them, though, if the card that is currently in the arsenal can't be cleared. And this might be how Gennaro gets back into this game. If this is the end of this turn, despite an overwhelming chunk of damage, we might find ourselves on no claves. And as a result, we're going to see a window where you can get away with not being marked for a while.
Judge.
Okay, looks like we have another judge question here. It looks like it's to do with Arakni Marionette. Do you gain stealth when it comes to the Graphene Calycera if it comes on in? Yes, you do.
You learn B.
I'm getting better.
Well done.
Thanks,
Good
man.
job.
It's not easy, but, I mean, he's worth it.
Yeah, the +1 comes through because an attack with stealth is... well, there is attack in stealth that is there. You mark your opponent on hit. You then gain that go again, even if the Graphene Calycera says on itself when this attacks, it gains go again. There is a separate line on Mario, which would then give it go again. So we do get go again. We can play out cards with that AP that we have. And it looks like we're going to be resolving that Codex of Inertia just to get it out of there into whatever this Arsenal card is. And I believe my beady little eyes did spy a Codex of Frailty off the top. And it is indeed. We are going to 3 Ponder tokens on this turn. What would you like in your arsenal today, Sheriff? Because you've got basically an entire hand to the side.
I know what I'd like in my head slot, and it would be Third Eye of the Sphinx right about now. Find some way to make value out of those, but you can't really complain with this turn. Leave no witnesses, another follow-up here. Gonna just see the card trenched away. Yep. I would prefer you not to make silver off it, I guess, as we sheepishly smile, and life totals will no doubt be updated in just a moment.
Is it
4 more damage coming through. Frailty Trap is the mark.
Second silver generated. Believe we now have enough to be able to buy back our Black Tech Whisperers should we need to use those on a future turn. Ponder 1, Ponder 2, Ponder 3, and that is a Meat Madness, an Up Sticks and Run, and a Kiss of Death. Honestly, all pretty good Arsenal targets.
I'm going to be so for real. I thought we'd forgotten about the Ponders. We got to the third card, and I thought we were just drawing up, and I was like, oh, no, don't waste your value. No, all the value was found. We're fine. Life's okay.
There we go. All right, we draw back up. 3 arrows in the hand for our Riptide player, along with a Tar Pit Trap. It blocks 12, which is pretty rare for most Rangers. Only 1 dagger available here, that being that Graphene Calycera. The Up Sticks and Run, allowing us to be able to buy back our Hunter's Clave, one of the 2 that are in our grave, just by getting rid of the Sigil of Solace. The paying the 1 is more important to get that Hunter's Clave than healing the 3 from the Sigil of Solace, and there is a pretty decent setup in this hand. Here comes your Kiss of Death for 7.
Acquiring that clave, definitely one of the more important parts of this. We kind of alluded to it moments ago, but finding yourself with no way to mark is a quick fire way to end up in trouble as Arakni Marionette. That's why you see such diligence here from Sheriff, happy to pitch away that sigil to facilitate that clave coming back. It looks bad in value, on surface value, but in the long run, definitely worth it. You know, the panic that sets in here is when you have to throw your entire hand in front of this and go, I'll hold the D-React in case you Tarantula Toxin me, because that's what I expect to happen every time someone plays a Kiss of Death.
So no go again here. No clean way of marking, with the exception of flicking the Hunter's Clave to be able to give this +1 on hit. Go again, but we are blocking 9. So guess what? You got your 2 floating silver. You can use your Black Tech Whisperers here if you really like, but no, it looks like we're happy to continue recursing these Hunter's Claves. So we flick, we mark, we go up to 8, and now that your opponent's marked, that to the point is not a +3 pump, but a +4 instead.
Up we go, a little bit higher. Realizes the dice does cap out at 8, and we'll need some additional stats to demonstrate 12.
We have dice that go up to 24. I pray that Arakni never has to reach for that.
Got some bad news. I've seen him do it.
So no go again on this one. So this tar pit trap does not trigger, as the go again will resolve on hit. And tar pit trap needs it to see that it has go again at the moment that it is played on out. So we do block an additional 3. Which does take us up to 12. It's fully covered right now. It's whether or not we want to be committing the black text. We are not going to. We're just going to allow us to clean up and sure as say, cool, I'm going to put a card into my arsenal and turn into a Black Widow.
Does sound weird to consider committing black text there, but there's some real value in just getting your armor block back. Go again, only granted by hitting when it comes to black tech whisperers, but the silver doesn't do anything else for you in this matchup typically other than cycle away blues if you end up with a really bad hand. So an extra point of block value is definitely a consideration there for Cherish, getting those into the yard and back out again while the opportunity was there.
Going to get your turn up here just to be able to draw back, set up, with no retort from Gennaro. That is 2 Endless Arrows, a Frailty Trap, and a Return Fire for our Riptide.
Looking like double scar tissue in hand here, which does alleviate some of the pressure of that claveless situation we find ourselves in right now, at least for the moment. Or we have a Spinneret, Mark of the Black Widow there as well.
We've got options. Options are plenty in this hand. Your opponent is marked. You are Arakni Black Widow. You would like another Graphene. Hunter's Clave, be damned.
Yeah, this is fine. Like, if you find a way to recur, you just flick a Clave. Flick a Gijssel. It's really just worth establishing this dagger. Get to the additional buff on whatever you choose to send. It will be that Calicera instead of this Mark of the Black Widow. Going to pay for it the hard way.
This is 4 go again. Of course, no +1 from the hero ability this time round. Just a clarification there from Sheris, as Gennaro wanted to read into the card. And yes, Black Widow does work on your Graphene.
You see Return Fire in hand there as well. Frailty Trap alongside it. So has some ability to counterplay into this Calicera, but of course that looming threat, as always, of additional attack reactions, namely Tarantula Toxin, which you have to imagine is what our Riptide player is taking a peek to see how many copies have been expended.
If I can remember correctly, I believe it's 2 that have been used, but players at the table will know for certain. Saw someone in chat will correct me instantly, so. Blocking the 4, trigger on the Return Fire, getting rid of this Endless Arrow to the Banish for the time being. Start of the turn, that will return face up in Gennaro's arsenal, with +3 on the swing. 4 covering 4 right now. 2 scar tissues in the hand. There is one of them, activating the Black Widow for the second one. So not only are we going to 7, we're going to go up to 11, and on hit mark, on hit discard a card.
Go a 10, if you will, gets met by the Frailty Trap, which will do at least a good job at triggering Riptide and quote-unquote blocking 4, but with the Frailty token that it generates.
Frailty coming in, of course, with that being active, does reduce the cost, does reduce the power of this Calicera. So now blocking 7. On 9. 2 over the top. Gennaro, I think he thought that this was potentially not coming in for as much as it is, so taking that 2 should be down to 8 here, unmarked, and then the trigger available as well, banishing that Endless Arrow that was in hand, and now the Meat Madness just to follow up. A 0 for 3, roll a dice, choose one of 3 modes, banish a card from hand, deck, or arsenal at random.
Usually you have to panic about the worst case scenario happening when Meat Madness hits you, but honestly the worst case scenario kind of already happened over the course of this turn, and so most of these abilities are a bit non-funked, just pushing damage while the damage is good here, trying to leverage that life lead. Currently 17 to 10, will need some help as our Riptide player will be falling down at least to 7. And also, we might have had some slightly outdated life totals that were different from that on paper, so players just correcting those for us.
Yeah, Gennaro taking the 2 from that Kalissera after blocking out 7, it being reduced down to 9.
Oh, sorry.
And Sharice, of course.
Arsenal, so
Oh, yes, this is 2. So glad that we caught this because it came from Arsenal with the Frailty on board. Not that Gennaro really has too much to consider here. Of course, we've not seen any benefits to New Horizon in this game so far. It does block 2 should we want to, but the worst case scenario here is it banishes a card from deck. Either way, 2 block is better. Okay, so we are still marked because of that scar tissue, so we've updated that. It doesn't get the +1 because we are still Black Widow, though.
I think that's kind of the tiebreaker here for me. I don't really like the New Horizon block, however you want to cut the mustard, but the fact you are still marked makes it a pretty easy call for me to, I need to get this off before I am on such a low life total that I cannot get this off.
And then we'll roll.
Keep that New Horizon round for a more important one. A roll for the Meat Madness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What do we roll? I believe it's only 1, 2. That is the one that hits, and that is top card of deck, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm not sure if our players verbalized modes based on some other split of things there. So unsure what mode was selected, unsure what was resolved, but it seems like we're more than happy to just lock and load this Endless Arrow that will be a little bit bigger thanks to Return Fire. So 1 card 7 ain't bad cheese.
Pretty good. This will return as well if it hits. Even 1 damage getting through will be enough. Put this straight back into the arsenal, and, well, you are then protected from codexes and the like.
I can't help but notice the Tarantula Toxin that lies in the hand of Sherish Chowhari.
It snuck in once again, along with a blue whistle from the bone of all cards.
It will another reason to remove that mark while you got the opportunity to. Denies another Kalissa in the process, but again, the upside for our Riptide right now is that we are claveless. There is no way to mark as things stand. If you can get a little breathing room, transformations are going to stop for a little bit until a recursive effect can be found. The problem, of course, is that Tarantula Toxin and several of the other buffs that might be waiting in the wings, because Graphene Kalissa is more than happy to pick that one up.
Whittle, T-Toxin, Mark of the Black Widow. And I believe a Codex of Frailty as our final card in hand.
Reaching for that Mark of the Black Widow to play defense here, soak up a little bit of heat. Hand does not convert super smoothly, it would seem.
No, if you want to resolve this Codex and then have your Tarantula Toxin work off the back of it, you need a card to be able to discard in the hand to be able to hold on to it. So that Witted Bone potentially going to be exactly that. We'll wait and see what playline Sharice takes here. We do tick up to our 3rd Tunic counter. We could go hunting for a Kiss of Death from the grave. Instead, we are going to crack a silver of all things. Draw up. Do we have a better option?
I think you have to. Again, this is the problem without having access to a clave. There's no way for this Chalicerer to get go again. You can't mark your opponent. There's no way to extend. Black Deck Whisperers doesn't bail you out, so the Codex just gets kind of stuck afterwards. Have to go fishing for a way to make the hand function. Yeah, this is what you end up having to do. Just I'm going to discard one of these cards because
I think we grabbed the Kiss of Death here. Grab the Kiss of Death, and then you have both modes of your Tarantula Toxin online and ready, unless you think you can just continue to push enough damage.
No, this is so greedy. Reaching for pain in the backside as a turn extender. We can't mark with this, surely. I agree with the Kiss of Death is where I'm at personally. I think I would want to leverage the Tarantula Toxin while I have it, but thumbing the pain in the backside to the front is at least a consideration there before ultimately resolving to pick up our dagger attack. Ponder Frailty generated courtesy of the book.
I think this turn actually has the opportunity to be kind of crazy. This is 3 no-go again, on hit, lose 1. T-Toxin in hand. Flick Knives available, but Black Techs available. Along with that Tunic, we could go Kiss of Death on the pump, pop the Black Techs to give go again, pop the Tunic to swing Graphene, to swing the Kiss of Death for 2 unpreventable with the Flick Knives. This could be the reach that Sherice has been looking for, and the hand did not come easy. pitching to a silver, realizing that the best line was the one he could have played from the start, but looking for those outs.
Now, the thing is, this is a little face-up. Not that it's exactly Tarantula Toxin, but when you choose to play out a Codex of Frailty and discard a card, you are demonstrating that you intend on using the other card.
Else.
You fully intend on using it. And so, at the very worst, this is a dagger buff, and you see Gennaro reaching for the yard and seeing one copy of Tarantula Toxin used. It does feel like a bit of a red flag. It feels a little face up. And so you might not be able to beat it. That's the thing about good players. If you sit here and go, I can't win if it's Tarantula Toxin, I have to pretend it's not there, that is a fine decision to make. But sometimes you can beat it, and you can deny Black Tech Whisperers and stop it being flicked. You also break the Ponder, and we're going to see exactly that from Gennaro. Huge fan of this decision. I think he's got the read that it's a Tarantula Toxin. The question is, how long can he play around it?
Oh
that is the question.
God, he just drew another Kiss of Death. Turn so nice, Charis had to do it twice. We keep the T-Toxin in hand, the Kiss of Death in arsenal, and now we draw up to see what extended reach we have available. And actually, the turn isn't that great. It does go a couple of chain links wide, but this T-Toxin
But this is the thing
could
again.
get punished.
With so many traps and defense reactions available, there's a very real world that we have to rely on Black Tech Whisperers to get go again.
For sure.
And we can deny it. These Kiss of Deaths are great, but there's no way to extend this turn. We see just attacks with no go again. No way to utilize all of these cards. And
no way of marking either for the on-hit.
And this is exactly what I was about to allude to. This is why Marionette players are so hesitant to flick away that final clave. We got plenty of value from it at the moment, but your deck is built to be able to mark and needs your hero ability to gain go again to turn these turns on and make them active. If you give it up, suddenly you start staring at 5-card hands, don't do very much.
Gennaro with a bang of the table as he looks at the hand and realizes we are in an identical position. If I put you on Tarantula Toxin last turn, I've got to put you on Tarantula Toxin this turn. We block 10.
And this is exactly my point. Like, this stuffs it. This doesn't get us anywhere.
No, we literally reset and we go again for the next turn. There's no go again here. There's no way of giving go again here. The only pump we have is the T-Toxin, and even that only takes us to 6. We're looking at Return Fire and being like, yep, that blocks 4. Pass.
It is very funny that there is another Kiss of Death.
It's identical. The next turn is exactly the same.
Outside of it being funny, this isn't good for Cherish. You can't change the hand. You're seeing one new fresh card. But if I'm not mistaken, it might have been Reaper's Call.
It is a Reaper's Call.
Which is a way to get you out of this mess.
So at instant speed, we can now mark our Riptide. But before that, 4 damage on an Endless Arrow is the question that Cherish needs to answer. And if they take this, take themselves down to 8, there is a non-zero chance that they could get blocked out by traps for the rest of the game and 8 damage could be dealt to them.
And we know it's a trap going in the arsenal here as well, which gives some layer of insulation to, again, just a hand that is relying on reaction to make it work. This is the danger of the line that was taken by Arakni Marionette here. Endless Arrow does pop on through, does return to the hand. It's not a huge deal. Because we know Inertia Trap is going in the arsenal, and another Sink Below, and another trap here being found by Gennaro. All kinds of reach. We'll see Reaper's Call discarded here for the mark. And now this is going to be difficult to navigate. You do not want to keep this mark on you, but you need to take just enough damage to get it off and not explode horrifically.
While the Kiss of Death is the higher EV, the higher total value on this turn, the Calicera can also be pumped by our lovely Tarantula Toxin and do effectively the same thing. Gennaro needs to respect this the same way he's respected KOD on these last 2 turns. Is he going to do so? We're blocking 3 currently. We know there's 3 defense reactions available. That Tar Pit Trap, the Inertia Trap, and now that Sink Below. We can still full cover this if it is the T-Toxin that's applied here.
I would be tempted to declare no blocks on this and let your D-Reacts bail you out. I think you're in a spot where you need to be able to let this mark get off of you. You know Tarantula Toxin is going to force a D-React out of you. You've been reading it the entire time.
He just says no blocks and sidesteps.
This is my problem with blocking the Calicera, which is what I'm about to get to. If you choose to commit here, the extension carries on. If it is exactly another copy of Kiss of Death, you have to do it again. You're still stuck in the Tarantula Toxin bind because you chose to block this Calycera.
We've been talking about how these last couple of turns have been borderline identical, sending this Kiss of Death and asking the question of Gennaro. This turn is different. The Reaper's Call has marked our Riptide. We're blocking 2 on 4, not 3. That extends our reach just one step more.
This New Horizons block is so good. You intend on using the trap from the arsenal. You don't care if it gets destroyed. And you want to make sure you're getting minimal value on the shrinking mode of Tarantula Toxin. This jumps up to 7. You've got 7 blocking D-Reacts happily and cleanly here. And then you're through the worst of it. The Inertia trap will take the final card away. You know that currently there's no recursion for a Clave. You're pinging your opponent. You're in good shape.
You're in a great position right now. Play from the arsenal, so no load from the Riptide trigger. There is one now off the back of this Sink Below. Should we trigger Sink Below? But of course we know we have a trap in hand, that Endless Arrow available as well. I'm honestly quite surprised that Endless Arrow was not put face down into the arsenal. Instead, potentially going to be committing this Bullseye Bracers just to be able to deal 5. Looks like...
So you have our Arakni transformation before the Inertia.
Lay on the Arakni. So that's 3. And then Inertia.
Promo from the calling players is online. Please find your seats.
Orb-Weaver's found, but of course in your end step, no opportunity for you to be able to activate the instant. Bullseye Bracers giving +1 here. We come in for 5 on hit. Put this straight back into your hand. No ways of giving this go again, so we effectively have a 0-4 weapon on our hands.
Finally finds a way to recur a Clave, but is looking at an all-red hand. Up sticks and run, going to require some investment to get that thing back. And Gennaro doing a wonderful job at denying your ability to have that breathing room. It's time for the Tunic to say bye-bye. Down to 6 will go as the Endless Arrow jumps back into the hand yet again. This machine gun continues. The Sheriff needs to keep the hand because we need to spend reds and awkwardly use resources to tie it all together.
Arakni Orb-Weaver being activated, the Art of Desire body being discarded to be able to gain this Graphene Calycera to put that in to our second exposed open equipment zone.
Few different lines here to consider. These daggers are obviously free, and it's well worth just dumping these +4s and going, right, here's my damage, do something about it. Alternatively, you can consider just holding on to this up sticks and run. I think if it's me, I've signed up for this at this point. It's Calycera game. I want to flick these away to end the game eventually.
Yep.
More than happy to send this first dagger without committing all of these buffs because, hey, you're marked. You didn't get that token off of you.
Nope. You're still sitting on it. 8 go again is the question. Does Gennaro have the answer? Having a quick look at the hand, we can see, well, that is a 2-block, a second 2-block, and 2 3s, 2 arrows and 2 NAAs in Ranger. You know what that means. We can cleanly cover the 8 and say, do you have a pump? The answer, as we can see, is no. But time is running thin for both of these players with only 2.5 minutes remaining on this game.
Flickknife starting to draw a card here as well. If you overextend on defenses on this Clave, it's very possible you have nothing left to keep yourself covered from whatever is found. Will simply close the chain here, is more than happy to keep things going with the second Calycera. It has no need to get the flick on yet. We'll keep that Save of Bloodshed around.
Draw is still a possibility. Up sticks and run. Do we play the Codex just to see what high roll we can find? What did we grab from the top of our deck? Inertia given to the opponent, Ponder created under ours. Sharice still just sending the Graphene.
And again, this makes sense. These have go again. Why would you do anything else? If you found an attack reaction, you're about to explode.
The in off the top.
Oh. You feel that one.
Oh my lord, and I believe it is the tar pit trap from the Arsenal, so we do cover 5, but we're way above that now. We flick as well. It's up to 8. We take the 3, and the game is done and dusted. The top deck of dreams if you're an Arakni player. And turn after turn, the Tarantula Toxin was the point of contention, and it ends out the game with thematic effect. GG, well played, Charis. Commiserations to our Riptide. Gennaro, what a run from him, but damn, it ends in, it ends in Tarantula Toxin, just like many good Arakni games.
Congratulations to Charis joining us in day 2. Very much happy to see that. I think that game was a clinic on things to consider in a matchup as you go. I think there was a lot of decision trees for both of our players, the risk of giving up your claves in a lot of spots. When do you just accept it's time to throw your whole hand under the bus and go, right, I can buy myself some time. You have to brick eventually. And frankly, Gennaro almost got there. We found ourselves in a spot where if that mark had been able to be removed, if we hadn't found that Reaper's Call to land that mark in the first place, we might be looking at an entirely different game. Those Chaliceras don't have go again. No. All of a sudden, you're in a very, very bad shape.
Yeah, you can now see why people have started to include those Reaper's Calls into the list, right? It's not just the reliant on those Hunter's Claves, and why that is the easier and obviously the better way of doing things. Sometimes you need to spend a card to be able to win that game. I love Reaper's Call. It's good if I'm playing it. Very annoying if it's played against me.
No, I kind of agree. I'm happy to see Reaper's Call, things like Relentless Pursuit, just more ways of circumventing Boots of Omni's Ward, these kind of protective effects. Yeah. They happen to just double dip in this scenario, give you a little more freedom to open up the way, flick away that extra clave when you think the value is worth it. And that's exactly what we saw from Sharish there. Will be joining us in day 2. Sadly, Riptide, Riptide will be. We know there was a 6-1 Riptide with us as well. Absolutely. So we'll have at least the 1 in day 2, but it will not be Gennaro and the Red Spy Manta this time around.
R.I.P. Red Spy Manta. You came, you saw, it's Red Spy Manta, mate. It's not. Play Redliner. Play Redliner. Redliner's cool.
Not very good at being an unbiased caster.
Look, I've played Ranger for a long time. That card when it was released, it looks cool, looks great, little fins around it, but outside of that, it's just Redliner.
I asked you to say nice things at the start of the day. If you want to tell Kyle he's an uncultured swine, that's totally fine by me at this point. I've lost all remorse. Do as you will.
Dreadbore is very cool though. Dreadbore is very, very cool.
I think Dreadbore was surprisingly important in the matchup.
It actually was.
We could tell there were numerous spots where an Inertia Trap was forced to go into the arsenal when it would have been perfectly fine from the hand. Yeah. And so while it ended up being more of a I have momentum, you're going to be blocking me kind of game, eventually if the pendulum swings back the other way, Dreadbore's existence is worth its weight. So
it ended up turning into almost like what Tromai did back in the day with like Lexi and even Azalea is like, I just need to recurse this Endless Arrow over and over again because I don't need a weapon. This is my weapon. I attack you for 4, I bounce it back, 4, bounce it back over and over and over again, and that does the job.
It certainly does. So we have one more thing to take care of today, if I'm not mistaken, a giveaway to be pulled, and another quick reminder for folks that tomorrow there will be a card reveal from Usurp the Shadow Throne. It will be a rather legendary one, so do make sure you're coming back to join us at some point tomorrow. It's a card you're going to want to know about, I assure you of that. But Drinking Buddy giveaway, you've got, I always try and buy people a little bit more time. If you haven't been talking in the chat, well, you don't deserve a promo, but we'll give you 10 seconds, 5 seconds, give you a little bit of freedom, and then we'll, you want to give me a countdown?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. If you've not Mason Brantley from the chat, congratulations. You don't just win a lovely Drinking Buddy. It's actually one better than that. It's more special. It's hot stamped with the LSS logo and it's cold foil. So congratulations to you for winning that. And you guys, you can win though just by being active and engaging in the chat. So make sure you join us tomorrow. And
more importantly, if our winner's here, make sure you engage with the chat. You need to say something, otherwise we have to redraw it. So check that out. Go take a peek. Otherwise, you're a bit silly. You'll lose some value for no reason whatsoever. But if you're interested in a Drinking Buddy, you didn't get lucky enough today, and if we don't redraw it, then fear not. We'll have another one of those tomorrow as well. So another Drinking Buddy to be given away on the second day of the broadcast. Kyle, hit me. Highlight of the day. Favorite game? Favorite moment?
Favorite game. Honestly, even though Aurora lost, it was that Aurora game. Evan played fantastically. We got to see a hero which is now starting to see more love and more representation inside of the meta. Hell, I believe there's around 10, 11 people who decided, yes, this is the deck that I want to play at the calling with. Favorite moment. Dude, I've got to be the non-biased bias caster again. Having Ryan Debling on stream game 1 and him besting Evan Tanguy. Dude, what an experience to have one of the boys from Cup of TCG on stream and able to best a calling champion who's actually on pace to mirror his run inside of Edinburgh. What about yourself? What was top of mind? And don't mention Riptide.
I see how it is. I was going to say casting with you, casting with Erika. You know, I was going to be sweet about it, but
he's done me in.
You know, maybe it's my new friend. My new friend has definitely made my weekend. My much beloved Judge B, who's helped us keep track of things in the feature match area.
Is it first name Judge, last name B?
Yeah, yeah. But all in all, you know, I'll go for a favourite in a minute. But it sounds like someone was silly enough to not be in chat. So we're going to draw another giveaway winner. Someone else gets a chance to take away a drinking buddy. If you don't want to drink with us, you can just say.
I have one thing. Everyone watching, if you are here, get to your PC now. Get to your phone and look at chat. You need to interact, okay? You give us the countdown this time.
5, 4, 3, deuce, single.
0.
Voices in my ears. Tetsuo TCG, I believe, is our newfound winner. You're the one with a second chance to fire the clip. Do yourself a favor. Respond in chat if you can.
Details are there. We'll give you a moment.
We will. But in terms of my favorite memories of the day, Shelter from the Storm, Stealing Away Lethal is a pretty
very good.
That kind of stands out to me nice and early on. Otherwise, I'm just a bit of a sucker for the underappreciated decks. You say not to play Riptide, but Aurora's, Riptides, I want to see these decks having success on a calling stage. They're always the things that stand out to me. Like when you cast enough callings, you see the metagame. I see the Oscilios. I see the Marionettes. And I love seeing good games. I want to see people navigate games in a great spot. But I want to see stuff I haven't seen before. It's why Max was so cool in Edinburgh. And that's kind of what I want.
Can I have a second new favourite moment, actually?
Perhaps.
I casted a calling.
You did.
This is day one. This is my first calling. I mean, doing this is so fun, man. So thanks to you, and thanks to Erika as well for bringing me along for the ride. I'm still here for tomorrow. I'm not gone.
He's dying. He is simply dying later on. He's my drinking buddy, and he's going out like a light. You are not ready to see how things go. But no, sounds like we're good. Sounds like we're good. We're all fine and dandy. Thank you so much for our giveaway. I don't want to stop you from taking the show home, though, my friend. It's your first calling. Let people know where they're finding us tomorrow, and then say some nice things about the crowd at home.
Well, ladies and gents, you have joined us for 8 games of Classic Constructed here in Hamburg, the glorious city in Germany. The calling was joined by 490 players, but only a few of them can go through to day 2. You are not going to want to miss this one. We have a chance to crown a back-to-back calling champion in Evan Tanguy, which will be of only one of 3 in the world. If you don't want to miss Gravy reaching that point, join us tomorrow. If you don't want to see Kassai, potentially LL herself, join us tomorrow. TLDR, we're here live tomorrow. Myself, HowlingMines, Erika as well. Same time, same place. See you on YouTube. See you tomorrow. Peace.